Good morning, everybody. Is it 7 minutes till 8 or just a little bit past that? Yeah. He said he's following on my footsteps. So, listen, this is day 2. I'm glad that you're here. Day 2 is going to be very structured. Even though we are starting late, there are presentations from South Korea and from India and also from Mombasa. And these presentations will start on time. They cannot be moved. So, with that said, may I ask everyone to please have a seat so that we don't have a meeting within a meeting. So, in fact, uh, Dr. Potty, yes, all right. Yes, I see some of you are still having breakfast, and I'm saying that to those who are not here, the very ones who should be hearing it. But that's okay. So once again, I'm glad that you're here already, at least those who following my footsteps, but don't, because I was here at 7:30 or close to 7:30. May I see our guests from Uganda who are here? Ah, okay, very good. So the rest are from Kenya? All right. All right, very good. So the first item, the first agenda item actually is for me to give you a recap. You have my slides. Go to the very, very first one. Very, very first one. The very, very first one. Okay. All right. So this morning, again, I am giving a recap. I have several slides from yesterday, but only to emphasize truly the most significant ones. I have 15 minutes, but I intend to finish it in less time than that, perhaps 5 minutes even. So stay with me. I actually reviewed all of yesterday's program, and I would commend it to you to actually, beyond today, take time to look at them. So yesterday, of course, we started with opening remarks, Dr. Rai's comments, getting everybody started. All of that went quite well. So we finished that. Next slide, please. All right. Then Mr. Rawinji, who is a city planner, gave us a good presentation. So we're going to go through these very, very quickly and only pause when I want to make some comments on a particular slide. So the pause right there, and you see the history truly in the making. This was 1911. All right, I'm showing this so that you can see where we have come from. Next. All right, following that, he gave a lot of detailed explanations leading to projects which have been identified for the city. So now you see that with planning, projects undertaken, this is what you can expect. The first one is lakefront development. Next slide. Then we looked at mixed use housing, and all of that requires the revitalization of the lake shore with modern drainage, roads, promenades, utilities to support hotels, apartments, and so on. So this is now going to be developed according to plan instead of just evolving. That is truly what we are about here with the smart cities. All right. The next project is the Nyamasaria growth node. There are about 6 growth nodes, I believe, and so we'll go through them very quickly. Next one, we look at the transport hub and affordable housing. So all of these are aspects which must be thought through, designed, and implemented. All right, next, we look at the Kondele commercial. So again, you look at the transportation around that area, the drainage, the planning, all of that is now being undertaken by the city. Then there's the urban renewal and transit-oriented development. So again, you're looking at upgrading the road systems, taking advantage of the existing infrastructure for the rail system, all of that to actually make the traffic around the city what it should be. And then there's the Kibos Industrial Park. Pause there for a moment. And this really should be highlighted for those seeking to invest in Kisumu. So there are areas that are really ready and for you to explore. Next is the worker, housing, and logistics. This actually comes under the, what is it? Basically new housing projects, well designed and not simply allowed to evolve. And there are several which have already been actually constructed. All right, next. All right, there's the Kisian growth node. Next. Then you have satellite towns and decongestion. So we are going to, these involve opportunities which expand water, sewage, road networks to support planned satellite towns. So everything is proceeding according to plan. Now, I left this picture in there to contrast what it was in 1911 to current. All right, next. Okay, so that's just what the hospital, Jaramogi. All right, and pause here for a moment, please. Without proper planning, this is what you end up with. This is what you could end up with, only much worse. So the initiative, the Smart Cities initiative, makes it possible, really, for us only to not to plan rather than to be reactive. All right? And then, of course, this is the result from solving the previous problem from an eyesore to something that is more appealing. All right, next. Just next. So these are really pictures of what results from proper planning. Next. Next. All right. So what you've seen, those were really highlights from the city planner's presentation. The next set of slides are for the World Smart Cities Forum, as presented by Peter. All right, he gave us the snapshot. Okay. All right. Next. Next. Okay. So anyway, just several highlights from Peter's presentation. Okay. Next. All right. The Global Twin Cities Initiatives. Next. Tech cluster. Basically what we're saying, there's the support for local engagement. All right, next. Key themes. All right. So Africa Smart Cities and Townships projects. Next. All right, the Eye of Africa, he emphasized that and gives us a perspective. All right, next. Just the population, the money, the GDP, and how all of that is a result of accelerated execution of plans. This is what is coming to Kisumu as part of this Asca's, one of the items being launched from this Asca summit. Next. So this is North American Smart Free Economic Zone. Again, we're seeing what is now possible. All right, next. Triple helix model for Asca. You have government, industry, and academia. Next. The sandbox, again, so that you have a way to actually test, experiment, and then implement. Next. More of the same, sandbox. All right. Fundraising models. All of these were presented. Next. Okay, then the benefits of the Asca. Basically, there are five key areas: boost resiliency and safety, maximize utilization of resources, create new jobs, lead economic transition, and reduce pollution and waste. Next. Then impact by 2030. These are KPIs. Next. Okay, that was the end of Peter's presentation. Next. All right. Next, we look at the KL. This is the lakefront presentation. So again, this is a summary of all the projects that are undertaking. Just next. Lakefront promenade. Next. Fish processing plant. Next. It's an example. Okay. Dunga waterfront reconstruction. Next. Golf course. Next. High-end lakefront housing development. Next. Okay. Key stakeholders and then strategic partners. Next. And next. Okay. All right. So Med Aditas also gave us. Okay. Right. Summarizing. Okay. Yeah. Really, we are out of time. So these slides are available. They up the highlights from yesterday's presentations. So in the interest of time, let's proceed to the next item on the agenda. And that's plenary one, which is dealing with the environment and housing. So we have MTACA Lab Fund, Home Afrique. Let's see. Okay. So this is, are they presenting here? Or I'm sorry? Okay, all right. MTACA, if you would, this is Lab Fund here? Lab Fund. Okay. Home Afrique. Okay, so Home Afrique is here. And then Ms. Judith Oluoch, CECM Environment. Is Ms. Oluoch here? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning. We'll start with the first presentation from MTACA. MTACA? Yes. We'll have the first two presentations and then move on to the sports and health.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is John Okwaro from Vihiga Municipality. I'm in charge of environment. Next month we shall have 2 more municipalities in Vihiga, which I'll again be in charge. And so I'm glad to be here today. Vihiga is a small municipality, but densely populated with about 1,800 people per square kilometer. So we have challenges just like other municipalities or urban areas, and mostly it revolves around matters waste management. And I'm glad that MTACA is here. They're also helping us come up with a better model to manage our waste. So today's session is about exploring how African cities can balance the urgent need for affordable housing while also taking care of the environment. So we shall have MTACA make a presentation, and then we shall have a panel discussion over this issue. Thank you. Yeah, so we shall have a panelists. So one is MTACA. We also have LAFAND, the CCM for environment. Is she around? Okay, then so How's Africa? You around? Okay. Since there are just two of them, then I think they can make presentations, and then we can have question and answer. Yeah, if you do not have a presentation, it's fine. Still ask you questions. All right. So I'll welcome MTACA to make a presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd say it's a blessing that we're only two, but of course, people wanted to listen in. So I have a short presentation that I think should take about just less than 5 minutes. And I know the IT team is projecting it up. But I think just to provide context, it's a pleasure to be here in this forum. My name is Benson Abila. I'm the CEO of MTACA. And ideally at MTACA, we have a vision to increase recycling culture in Africa. And I know that as cities, of course, are growing, and we are very well aware, I think from yesterday's the governor's speech, that 60% of the world population will be moving to cities and urban centers. And that means that the crisis of waste management is going to keep on increasing, right? So we have to plan for this. And if we do not plan for it, of course, you saw the picture of Kachok that was now transformed into beautiful garden. So that is what really we are here to do. And I think the presentation will provide a summary, but I think let me just start speaking into it, then the slides will come in later. So at MTACA, we are a tech-integrated waste. Yeah, good. This is it. So our mission is digitizing and formalizing the waste sector. And this is the biggest problem we're dealing with. So the problem of recycling. If you look at Kenya currently, right, there's a lot of waste being generated, about 4,000 tons a day. And only 20% of it is actually recycled. 80% is not recycled. And the problem is that even of the 20% that is being recycled, the large-scale recyclers are scrambling for these things, and they have inconsistent ability to aggregate and actually have the right products. But the 80% where we could have the actual work happening is fragmented, it's informal, there's little support, and you normally hear the thing about waste pickers and waste workers being discriminated, right? It's an informal system. And so for MTACA, next slide, our solution is to solve this by building Okay, move too fast. So we're building an end-to-end solution. So I think this is it. If you forget everything, remember this slide. So we're building an end-to-end solution to these problems. And what we are saying is that because recycling is still low and people don't understand what it is, and separation of waste as source is still, vision we are headed towards, according to what the Act is saying. So what we're doing is we're building an end-to-end system to sort of formalize and digitize the recovery of waste. So sometimes you can say, I want to start recovering waste and put it in my backyard, but you don't know where the market is, you don't know who's going to buy it, you don't know the price you're going to get it for. So Mtaka is building end-to-end solution to this, in that we want people from the household and businesses, right, to have access to a mobile phone. So you have an application where you can easily access where you can sell your materials. So for example, if we have, let's say, a buyback center, a shop in the community that is buying waste, we'll connect you to that. We call them our agents. And we've trained youth and women who are then agents acting for that in the society. And then we have then the MRF. So cities and I know towns are here, and I know we had a conversation about MRFs yesterday. These MRFs are supposed to be the infrastructure to help in the aggregation of materials. So as MTACA, we're also trying to then link the MRFs. If you just go to the previous slide, just one more minute. Link the MRFs to the large-scale recycler so that we can track everything happening at the material recovery facilities, from the inventory, from the data on recovery, from the data on the source of these materials. This data is important, one, to the city to help in planning, to help you know what are the trends and how then can you invest better in your infrastructure, but also by streamlining this to ensure that everything then gets to the large-scale recycler. And all of this is connected through, of course, a system that is AI-powered with dashboards. And that's our conversation in terms of smart cities. And the next slide. So, of course, the next slide is just talking about the market opportunity. So I just added this to show you that the waste sector is big enough. People look at other industries, but there's $54 billion worth of the circular economy from an under report. And there's enough for everyone. And in fact, as Mtaka, we're just saying, even just 4% of this market share, we want to really get to over $1 million in terms of revenue. So if you're still skeptical about the waste sector and recycling industry, it's big enough for everyone. Next slide. And of course, this is now what we're currently doing. As a company, because we are keen in promoting circular economy, we are big on ensuring that the recyclables can get to market. We're also working with cities and government to ensure that there's advisory and insight so that then even development partners, we have a couple of them, Practical Action, GIZ, a couple of partners that we're already working with to move this work forward. And then also we are building a marketplace and an ERP system. So if you talk about data, data is critical for planning. Data is critical for investment. In Kenya, you'll be surprised to know that waste sector was among the bottom 5 underfunded sectors in 2024. But things are changing because there's more data, there's more awareness into that space, and there's more progression. Next slide. And I think, of course, for us, it's good to say that we've had a bit of traction, over 10,000 members that we've engaged, over 300 agents that we've trained, 200 jobs we've created, and we're expanding to the Western region. Actually, my colleague here, we just signed an MOU with Vihiga County as well. We are farming up something with Kisumu, a framework of cooperation. So there's a lot of progress in terms of can we take action in managing our waste and our recyclables. Yeah, and I think this is what I'll end by showing you a practical scenario. And I don't know if the team from the city are here, but this is a sample of the success that we have. And that's why even, during this summit, we're going to be farming it up with a framework of cooperation, because then material recovery facility, this facility is one of the county-built MRFs in the country. Because after the Sustainable Waste Management Act was passed, 2022, the counties were mandated to domesticate this, and they're supposed to build these MRFs. And Kisumu was the first to build theirs, and they've built 5. And I think if Waziri was here or the CM was here, they would have told you about that. So this is a success of what we have at Maendeleo, and I just have 2 slides on it. Next slide. You find that this is ideally what we have in terms of data. So whatever is happening at that material recovery facility, we have data on people who walk in, their data that we are sourcing, the data in terms of the inventory, the finances, and all those other items. We have data on the sorting and the value addition. So by integrating tech, and I know when you look at the developed economies, MRFs have, there's AI-powered sort of sorting, there's robotics, right? We don't have that yet in Kisumu here, but that is the vision. But if you walk into that facility, all the data metrics are captured and you're able to understand what is the recovery rate. Because if Kisumu City says they generate about, I mean, the county does 600 tons. So let's say the city does 400, right? How much of this is being recovered so that then it doesn't end up in the lake and in the rivers? Because I think the president here was talking about the lake being a bit yellow. You know, what are we doing about that? And if the city cannot track the recovery of materials, then, you know, we are not probably doing right. So this is what we're doing at Maendeleo, and this is what we want to scale. So we're doing it here in Kisumu, we go to Vihiga, we go to Homa Bay, across the lake region belt, and then scale across the country. So digitizing really the data from the sector. And then finally, this is the value of what we've been able to create, over 50 tons already monthly, the glass, the plastic, and all those materials, 30 jobs directly, and over 800 waste pickers that have engaged with that facility. And this is just one. So imagine if you build 30 of them in a county. That means you're already shifting. If issues of saying dump sites are being overstressed, you deal with it. And if you have an MRF, it means that if you can recover most of the materials coming from the collection, then you don't even need to have issues with your dump sites, right? It means that this is a valuable material. You now use it as a raw material in production, and you're able to deal with all these issues. So I'm happy that Maendeleo is a case study. And the last slide, looking at what we do, is a public-private partnership, and there's value addition. And those, if you look at that picture, those are some of the materials that we have at the facility. Just crush simple plastic. I tell people that you won't walk in there and find robots, and you won't find things happening, but you'll find action already, converting that material into a valuable feedstock for industries. And that's what we're doing for Kisumu. So I think this is the second last slide, I think the final slide. This is what I want to end with. As MTACA, we are keen to see, as Africa, we also want to be part of the smart cities conversation, right? We want to be part of the transition. But what are our next steps? MTACA is here, and we are partnering with you. So if you really want to start by making sense, low tech, make sense of your data, just for planning, just for insights, just for budgeting, to attract investments, you have to track your progress. And that's what we're saying. So I know that a lot of cities and governments here, and this is our call to you. We want to integrate tech. We want to support you, align your policy, because there's the EPR compliance. Industries are now mandated. Coca-Cola, these big guys, they're mandated to invest. But if you don't have the data, you don't have the infrastructure, that money won't come to your actual frontline workers. And you have to start now. So if you're thinking of where next to go to, MTACA is here to partner with you. And our goal is to ensure that the circular infrastructure is set up, there's inclusive livelihood, and the MRF success pilots that we have in Kisumu can scale not just in Kisumu and Kenya, but we can go to Uganda, we can go to other countries, and hopefully we can collaborate as we advance together. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MTACA, for that wonderful presentation. Yeah, I think time is much spent. I'd like to call the Home Africa chairperson to speak. Please take shortest time. The good thing is you do not have a presentation in terms of slides. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Martin Kabiru. I'm an architect and sustainable urban development practitioner, and I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you for the organizers, Prof and team. Excellent, splendid, stellar work. Home Africa is a company that is listed in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. So we are governed by the Capital Markets Authority as the first of its kind real estate company listed in our stock exchange. That's important because it gives us credibility. We have an oversight over the Capital Markets Authority. I sit in the board of Home Africa as a technical director, and my work is to make sure that we tell you what we can do technically. And why is Kisumu important for us? When Home Africa was set up in the early 2000s, it invested about 100 acres of land in Kisumu 10 years ago. 10 years ago, up Riyadh Hills. I think this is part of where Riyadh starts going all the way. And Riyadh is very strategic. So why would a company invest 100 acres 10 years ago in a town like Kisumu? We must have seen something. And sitting here, Prof and team, just listening in to the conversations here actually points to the fact that the vision of this city is strong. And the city has implementers, not just people who speak. So we want to present ourselves as a credible, reliable, and governable land partnering company to the county. Of the 100 acres that we acquired 10 years ago, we've been able to offload about 70 acres. And the biggest group of people who bought this land is actually diaspora. People who are from Kisumu and the region, and they have gone and worked abroad, and they've been to invest back home. And why are they doing it through Home Africa is because we are keeping the promise of actually giving them their titles and enabling them to be able to start investing back home. We would like to do more and more of that. So as the city is growing in a smart way, we want to partner with the city in making sure that that promise is kept. We still have about 30 to 40 acres up Riat Hills for grabs. I will not go into the details of it so that I don't act as a marketer, isn't it? Even though I'm marketing a company, our booth is out there and we have a very credible team that will be able to run you through. We have projects in Nanyuki, we have projects in Nairobi, in Kiambu, we have projects in Mombasa that we are doing. I think our flagship project was Miga, which we are actually at the point of exiting now. And that's a golf course within Nairobi. We are encouraging as many of you to be able to visit it as possible. But that's the technicalities. In one last minute, my master's is in sustainable urban development. My undergrad is in architecture. And the reason why I went in that direction is because cities excite me. Cities excite me quite a bit because city is an organism. And talking to even Prof yesterday, I was telling him that what I like about this conference is that we are not just looking at cities in isolation. We're asking, what is unique about this city? You know, if you have many children, there's a uniqueness to each and every one of them. For you to be able to activate their potential, you must first of all recognize that uniqueness, isn't it? Kisumu is very unique in many regards. The lake, as we said, is a natural uniqueness that connects Kisumu at an international level. Other cities, you have to go to Nairobi for you to go international, isn't it? In Kisumu, you're already international by virtue of the lake. We are touching Tanzania, we are touching Burundi, we are touching Uganda, very close to Rwanda, and very soon DRC, isn't it? So it's quite amazing to be within the city. So let's explore what that means. Number two, the social and human capital in this region is immense. Immense in the sense that we have, how many professors are in the room? Just by virtue of, you know, I mean, I mean, we are talking about 3 to 5 professors in a small room. That's Kisumu for you, by the way. Doctors, those ones could even be many, isn't it? Just in this place, you know, so the human capital is quite immense. So my approach to city planning is really asking ourselves, what are the opportunities that the city has in terms of its human, economic, and physical well-being? So because I'm seeing the moderator is behind me, you still have a couple of questions. Please visit our booth at the back and let's speak about how to make Kisumu great. Amen. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Architect. Some people will say architecture. Yeah, so so for those who came in late, I said I'm John Okwaro. I have a master's in environmental engineering, currently undertaking my PhD in environmental engineering, and my focus is on quantifying and modeling methane emissions from the Dandora dam site. So the area of waste management is quite close to my heart. I said I'm from Vihiga municipality. It's a small municipality, 2 square kilometers in size, a population of 136,400. And so you can see the density. That means the issue of human capital is there. The issue of market is there. Of course, we have challenges. I've mentioned about solid waste management, and I've said we have MTACA that we are partnering to come up with solutions to that subsector. We also have the issue of liquid waste management, specifically the sewer system. Because of the terrain of the region, you find that you cannot have one solution for the whole municipality. So we have to create several systems to manage our fecal waste. And so we have turned to nature-based solution. We have wetlands that we've constructed at Mbale that is helping us manage the fecal waste in Mbale. And we want to do the same for the other towns within the municipality. I said because of the terrain, otherwise we'll have one system for that. So you can visit us and see what our nature-based solution is doing, and maybe you can replicate in some of the cities. So I'll just have one question for each of you because of time, so that we can have the next session. And so I'll go to a more specific question for Mtaka. What's the biggest barrier to scaling circular economy? Because, you know, this is the talk of town today. What's the biggest barrier? And then how can the municipalities and cities, you know, get involved? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very good question, because the world is now moving to looking at waste as a valuable resource, right? And the conversation has shifted to circular economy. And if you look at my presentation, I think it was already clear that circular economy in itself is valuable and is ripe for investment. Industries are seeing it as the next, big chunk to rather, pick their raw materials from. And there's still challenges to, it being adopted widely. And I'd say the truth is this: the infrastructure to support us to transition to circular economy is still not quite there yet. If you're just talking about recycling, if people at the household level are not even separating their waste at source, so the policy said that you separate your waste at source so that then the materials you have can be separated and we can now look at it as a raw material. If that is not happening, because let's say there's a gap in enforcement, there's a gap in consumer behavior, then the infrastructure itself, even in terms of recovery, the waste you have, let's say if it's collected, it's still being collected together. Even if people want to separate their waste, where are they actually taking it for someone to buy it and use it as a raw material? So there's a huge infrastructure gap, there's a gap in policy and its enforcement, there's a gap in citizen behavior, and also there's a lot of fragmentation. People will not shift to circular economy if they don't see the value, right? And I cannot see the value to act if you're not giving me the tools to act. And that's why I think for us as MTACA, the simplest approach for us, instead of coming and complaining and saying, oh, we need to work on policy, or we need to support NEMA, or we need to get the county to, let's say, strengthen this, we're offering the solution. So I think the barriers are there, and for me the solution is simple. Let's convert the responsibility to the people and give them the tools. So for example, if the policy says you're supposed to separate your waste at source so that we advance circular economy and it's not really being enforced, then why don't we then, let's say, push a narrative and teach people that waste is wealth, waste is valuable, waste can create jobs. So that once you do that, then you tell them that if you have your waste and you have your plastics, right, and all these things, instead of you dumping it unlawfully, getting someone to pick it up, you can actually sell it at the nearest shop, right? You can go to someone and you can make money out of your waste, and then that someone who buys it from you is already linking up to the industry. So that is the approach I see, and if we can make this lucrative for citizens to act, that is for me what I see as the opportunity. But then also, because we're building an end-to-end solution with data at the heart of it, we can also attract investment. I think investment might be difficult to get. Maybe the budgets that the government has may not be sufficient. But, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, development partners are willing to support. People need to say, how do we help cities and counties transition? And if they don't have this data, they may not get people to support them. So I think two things. Let's get the citizen to act, and also let's get the right data for cities to attract investment. That once you have even the simplest infrastructure, even an MRF, honestly, do you know that up to 30 MRFs in just one area could be a potential of 1 billion Kenya shillings in your economy as a city. That is jobs created. right? But people won't look at it that way. They look at a dump site and a heap and an ISO. So if you shift the narrative, help citizens understand, help have the data to attract the investment, then maybe circular economy is a reality that we will achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. For our brother from Home Africa, this issue of affordable housing is a problem across Africa. You know, is the government's affordable housing project the solution to it? If yes, that's fine. If no, what is the better solution to providing affordable housing to the people?
Well, thank you. I think the government is doing a good job at taking a lead in offering solutions around housing. And I don't like to call it really affordable. I like to call it social housing, because affordability is relative. What can be affordable to me might not be affordable to you. So let's call it social housing, which is the spectrum that takes care of housing at a social scale. So they are doing a good job, and the government must always be the driver. But no, it cannot be the only driver, isn't it? It has to be one of the drivers. And so we need a lot of people around sector also to take lead. So, and I'll give a case in point. Land is the biggest factor in production of houses. So right now, the biggest component that goes into the house is the cost is the land, isn't it? So providing affordable, well-serviced plots for people to be able to buy and build homes, either residences for sale, is actually a good thing. Why Home is in the business of land as well. Number two, an economic part has to come into play. You know, banks and financial institutions also have to play their role, isn't it? In making sure that capital is accessible to both investors and the homeowners. And number three, matters to do with the environment. That you are not, every time you think of affordable housing, the environment, no one is thinking about it. I mean, look at even the amount of waste that will be generated in all the affordable housing that is being done. So it is a natural engagement that has to continuously be studied, isn't it? But I think the nation is on the right track, because we can see the government doing its work, we can see the private sector doing its work, isn't it? And we cannot say that we are not seeing other aspects that are important: urban mobility, wellness, and the culture of the city also get lost. And maybe finally, before I hand over to you, I think theming every city to its own uniqueness and identity is critical for me. And as an urban practitioner, housing houses people. People hold the culture of any city, isn't it? So even, let's not get lost in just doing vertical housing. Let's think about how the Luos live, for example, how their homesteads are, the social aspects of housing. So that's very critical, because that's how you're able to peg in identity to such a critical thing, housing.
Thank you very much for that. I'll give one opportunity to anyone, just one question to the panelists. Yes.
This is for M. Tata. So you have quite a clear idea, I'm sure, about the Indian startups and the Indian work on waste management and circular economy. So do you have any kind of partnerships right now with India, or do you know of any platform where you can seek partnerships?
Yeah, I think I was waiting for, I'll just go straight and answer. Yes, so I'm aware that, in fact, if I just bring you to Kisumu, if you look at the business community, and guys, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the natives in Kisumu, the Indians are a driver for the manufacturing sector, right? And the business community, they're a big part of it. And the culture we emulate as MTACA, and if you look at India, it's so advanced. We currently don't have any direct partnership, right? But what we have is that there is a lot of Indian investors who have set up recycling infrastructure in Nairobi, and we currently off-take our materials. But in terms of the technology and the collaboration, I think that's something that we could actually explore, because emerging tech is something that we can pick and adopt for, say, our context here. But I think also if there's a direct connection to some of these startups and even investors who have seen the opportunity in the African circular economy space, I think that's something we'd be happy to collaborate on. Yeah.
Sure. I think I'll cover it during my speech as well.
Yeah. I think, yeah, I'll be happy to connect and pick that. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one last more. Okay. I thank you. Thank you, my panelists, for the presentations and also the answered questions. Thank you very much. You can take our seats.
So give a clap to Vihiga County and Vihiga Town Municipality, which is up the hill here, showing that Kisumu must connect with Vihiga. For the presenters who are here, their booths are there. Please visit them. People want to invest in housing. You've had there's acreage that is already here available. People want to collect garbage. There we are. We move to the next session, and it will be chaired by our Minister for Sports. And we are discussing health and well-being. So herein will be short presentations from people who are in sports, well-being, and also in the health sector. Karibu Waziri.
We've had team, including the architect from Cricket Kenya, coming to the ground. And I believe that through the effort, and that will be one opportunity for Kisumu County, one, to host maybe international cricket games. And also it will create employment opportunities for young people. And again, as we know, cricket is one game that will really involve school-going children. So we look forward to have more talents being nurtured in Kisumu County, and also to just ensure that our kids in schools around Kisumu County are physically fit, and even their parents and the elderlies that we have in Kisumu County. So I had something that we've been really looking forward to have as a county, an indoor games arena. So having an indoor arena, number one, this is facility that will really support us as a region. And actually, if we develop one in Kisumu, it will not just be for Kisumu County, but it will be one for Western region. That is all counties across Nyanza and Western. We don't have one this side of the country. So the young people in Kisumu County, just like other areas in Kenya, they have economic and social problems, and majorly the economic problems come in because of lack of employment opportunities. So one of the areas that could result into us creating opportunities for these young people is maybe if we are able to come up with an indoor sports arena, where we are very sure that most of them will be engaged, because when you talk about an indoor sports arena, then we will be opening avenue for having a basketball pitch. You may have a volleyball pitch. You may have a netball pitch. You may also have badminton. You also have sports like boxing, taekwondo. Those are sporting activities that could be done in an indoor arena. So when we have such kind of facility as a county, then you realize many young people will get a space to go and showcase their talents. And again, they'll be involved. They'll not be engaged into issues of drug abuse, and even it will prevent issues of mental health that they may experience because of being idle. So it is a demand in Kisumu County, and our governor is so passionate about us having one. So one of the other things that we may also do within that facility is also in terms of the creative arts. We could have performances in that facility, music, concerts. We could also have exhibitions within the facility. And actually, if we had one by now that we are here, we would have not been using the hall, but we would have used the indoor arena in Kisumu County. So I think that is really a gap that we are able to see as a people. And we really appreciate if we get investors who are ready to partner with us. Because in terms of land where to develop such kind of a facility, I think as Kisumu County, we have the land. The challenge may be an investor coming on board to support in developing. So again, it will also increase tourists coming to Kisumu. Or maybe one of them will be them coming to use the facility. Another one will be people coming to watch types of activities or events taking place within the facility. And also as hosting international matches and national matches, or international events and national events. So finally, on that, I want to say it is an opportunity for public-private partnership. We can collaborate with the different partners, and it is something that actually can make an investor get some income, because you will be able to have tickets being sold. We'll also be able to have people hiring the facility, because even as we speak now, in 2 weeks' time, Kisumu County will be hosting a national basketball tournament at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Sports Complex. And you know, when such kind of event comes to Kisumu, it means all the 47 counties will be participating. It therefore means that they are subscribing to come and participate. By the subscription, you are able to get money out for your investments. So I really want to call upon all of us that we collaborate. So far, we really appreciate Cricket Kenya for coming forward to partner with us. And we hope and believe that the project will be successful. And very soon, Kisumu County will be hosting international cricket tournament. And now we are looking forward to have a partner supporting us in developing an indoor sports arena. Thank you so much. Karibu, Daktari. Oh, I'll give Cricket Kenya once Daktari is done, then I'll give them chance. Yes, once he's done, I'll call. Yeah, I'll invite them. Thank you.
Thank you, Waziri Beatrice, for that. Today we are here to talk about the intersection between health and wellness. So I had made a presentation, but I'm not going to present it. I'll just speak off the cuff about the sports team meets with the health team. And I'll talk about a few journeys that I've had in my visits around the world to learn about what we are intersecting in our day-to-day lives as we move towards urbanization. I think you've already been told about Kisumu and the population around Kisumu, that Kisumu is a county, yet it's a city. And so we have a rural population, and yet we also have an urban population. And the urban population is growing, while the rural population is diminishing. And of course, if you don't plan that well, then you end up with a lot of chaos. So usually as people move into the cities, sometimes they don't have money and they find themselves in these high density areas. And how do you make those people also fit into the normal living that you want them? So I visited India, and one of the things I saw on their Ministry of Health is from illness to wellness. It tells you something that even us, where we are in our facilities, we were so used to people coming to the hospital because they have a problem, they are sick. And so the focus of the facilities was people. When you come in, the first thing they ask you, what is the problem? And if you don't have a problem, they wonder, what's wrong with this guy? You're wasting our time. And so what Kisumu has done is borrowed heavily from what's happening in other places. And we've decided that some of our facilities are not going to be just normal health centers. We call them health and wellness centers. If you look at the city, we have 4 health and wellness centers. And most prominent one of them is in Railways, just next to the lake. But what are these health and wellness centers, and what do they do? Kenya has adopted something called primary care networks, where facilities work with each other for the benefit of the population. And down from the bottom, we have adopted something called community health services, where each household is manned by a community health worker. But as you urbanize again, you need to realize that the higher the socioeconomic status, the less the chance that they're going to allow somebody who just finished Form 4 to walk into their houses. So how do we adopt community health services to these people? Because what we've learned is from our small pilots, when we are doing non-communicable diseases, is 30% of clients who have diabetes and hypertension don't appear into the facilities. But when you walk into the households and take people's pressures, then you realize there are so many more people who have hypertension and diabetes. Some of them already were diagnosed with hypertension and diabetes, but never bothered to go to the hospital because they thought it was too far, or they were too sick, or they were too old, or they had some other issues. But they are willing to get those services back at home. And that also happens in the urban areas. I remember one of our gynecologists, I'll not say her name, was diagnosed with stage 3 cervical cancer. And that means that you can actually be there but not taking care of yourself. You can have the whole education, but somebody must take care of your health. So how do you bundle people into groups where somebody is actually concerned about your health? He'll come to your house, either digitally or physically, and ask you about, okay, you're this age, have you ever had a cervical cancer screening? Or we can give you an application where you fill in and say, I've had this, I've done this, and we continuously monitor you. So that at the end of the day, through your community health system, you are able to follow each and every individual and what they are doing. Now, coming back to how that enters into the urban field, how do we intersect this with our day-to-day lives? I live in Milimani somewhere, and whenever I go home, the first thing my son does, I have a small boy, he wants to get out of the house because they are confined. Have we designed, I've visited other countries where each and every estate is mandated to have a place where children can go out near their houses to go and play. And this actually improves their mental well-being and improves their health. So how do we design these things so that this kind of infrastructure is available within? That is what Beatrice was talking about in terms of sports. In terms of sports for small children, in terms of sports for older children. I'm sure the people who are doing the urban planning already told you what Kisumu is trying to do to ensure that they have well-designed facilities that will fit everybody, all the way from the slums to the higher population areas. So I looked at some statistics in terms of chronic illnesses, but I'm not going to talk about them. That in 2022, we had 19,000 clients who had been diagnosed with a chronic illness, hypertension or diabetes. And in 2024, 4 years later, that number was 48,000 through community health services, through digitizing community health services, and through going door to door. So how do we make people live in groups? How do we cluster them? How do we make them even have a digital community that helps them to do one or two things that improves their health? So I'll end there. I'm not going to talk much because this is really not health. This is really health and sports. And be able to interact with you through a one-on-one. I've been asked, look, Beatrice, you wanted me to ask the Cricket Kenya.
Thank you, Daktari. I wanted to give chance to Cricket Kenya, but I also saw the CEO Nairobi City Thunder basketball. I don't know whether she's around. Oh, okay. So maybe Cricket Kenya can, before we take some questions from the plenary. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Professor, nice to be here. My name is Bukusi, and I'm the CEO to Cricket Kenya. What I'd like to do today is bookend my presentation. I've got a bit of speech with a quote, two quotes by Robert Kennedy. Robert Kennedy was a politician and presidential aspirant in the United States in 1968. He was assassinated, I think, around that time. So I've asked that they put up a picture of the that particular picture there, which is a hope, a dream for the future. What we think that the sports ground could look like. We've got to look to the future. And Robert Kennedy says the future is not simply bestowed upon us as an entitlement or gift. Rather, it is something that must be actually pursued and worked towards. As individuals and societies, we have the agency to shape our own destiny and to create the future we desire. This is a future that we desire. We'd like to see this cricket ground full of people playing and developing their various talents and strengths to support the growth of Kisumu. Cricket Kenya wants to share a vision, one that brings together the timelessness of sport, spirit of sport, and the forward-looking promise of urban innovation. A vision where cricket, one of the world's most beloved games, becomes a powerful catalyst for smart city development right here in Kisumu County. Then where does cricket fit into the smart city framework? Smart cities are built on the pillars of sustainability, connectivity, inclusivity, and innovation. These are not just buzzwords, they are the foundation of a better urban future. And cricket, with its broad appeal and rapidly evolving technological landscape, aligns with these goals. First, there's community engagement. Cricket thrives on grassroots participation. It brings people together across generations, across backgrounds. By integrating smart infrastructure, solar-powered lighting, digital scoreboards, mobile ticketing, our cricket grounds can become vibrant community hubs, open and accessible to all. Secondly, there's youth empowerment. Cricket Kenya has all reached more than 25 schools across the country, including right here in Kisumu. This outreach is more than sport. It's about fostering digital literacy, teamwork, and leadership among our young people. It's about preparing them not just to play, but to lead. Third, there's data-driven development. With smart cricket facilities, we can deploy IoT sensors and AI analytics to monitor player performance, crowd safety, and energy usage. This isn't just good for sport, it's good for urban planning. It gives us the data we need to build smarter, safer, and more responsive cities. And finally, sustainable infrastructure. The planned upgrade of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Sports Complex offers a unique opportunity to incorporate green building practices, water recycling systems, and solar energy, all of which are central to Kisumu's smart city ambitions. And how do we do this? The transformation of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Sports Complex is more than just a renovation. It's reimagining of how sport can serve urban development. Located at the heart of Kisumu, the complex is already undergoing modernization with improved drainage, landscaping, and solar lighting. The addition of a world-class cricket ground will do more than host matches. It will attract regional and international tournaments, boosting sports tourism. It will provide a platform for digital and physical wellness programs, and it will serve as a model for integrating cultural heritage with modern sport infrastructure. Governor Anyang' Nyong'o has rightly emphasized that this initiative will position Kisumu as a sports destination hub, nurturing local talent and promoting youth development. The upcoming MOU between CK, that's Cricket Kenya, and the Kisumu County government is more than just a formal agreement. It's a blueprint for how sport and smart urbanism can co-create value. By embedding cricket into Kisumu's smart city roadmap, we can foster inclusive urban growth, we can promote innovation in sport and infrastructure, we can create sustainable and tech-enabled public spaces, and we can inspire other counties across Kenya to adopt similar models. So cricket is not just a game, it's a gateway to smarter, healthier, and more connected urban life. As Kisumu embraces its smart city ambitions, the integration of cricket into this vision is both timely and transformative. The Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Sports Complex stands poised to become a beacon of this synergy, where sport meets sustainability and tradition meets technology. And like Robert Kennedy said, some men see things as they are and say, why? I dream of things that never were and say, why not? Why not do we have this? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to signing the MOU as soon as possible. So I want to give it to plenary, maybe 2 or 3 questions, then we'll be able to handle. I don't know whether there is another mic. Kindly.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Dick Beatrice, for such a good presentation, and we are happy that you're trying to have some good roadmap to ensure that some sports development is done in Kisumu. However, I've got some few reservations about some areas that can really help. And being a basketball coach, I would like to make some comments about what's going on. Professor Arogo is here, I think, and Prof can tell you something about the evolution of sports in Kisumu. What I'm talking about is that something is lacking, and this is an element of talent search and talent tapping. There used to be something in Kisumu whereby the inter-estate tournaments, where you start tapping talent from the youth, it's lacking. And also there is an element, there used to be what we call inter-municipality. That is primary school competitions, then it goes to the higher. It's something that has been lacking because you find there's so many talents that are untapped. And when you talk about health and sports, this is an area that can really help us to stop issues of drug abuse because the people can be idle. So when we keep them busy in the inter-estate tournaments, those inter-estate tournaments, that's how Kisumu used to really be the feeder to some of the top teams in hockey nationally and also in soccer. Gor Mahia used to get players from Kisumu there and Kisumu boys regularly and Ojiko. If we start that, my suggestion is if we start from those tournaments, it will help us to start tapping talent quite early. It will also help us to the fight on drug abuse and idleness, and it will really help a lot. That's what I really wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. I just want to make a couple of observations here. One is that I want to ask us if it is possible to shift away from traditional thinking about sports. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. Number one, that traditionally, when you think about sports, especially at home here in Kisumu, we think about young people and what's happening in the city. And then secondly, we think about young people and tournaments that are organized in the village around politics. But when I read what we had on the agenda today, we are trying to link up sports and health. What I think is really lacking is us moving towards thinking about sports as an avenue to enhance health in the village. I currently live in Karateng, which is a few miles from here. And I'm very passionate about bringing people from outside and from the cities to the village. One of the things that is lacking in many of these rural areas is recreational facilities in residential and villages. Like if I wanted to go work out in Karateng, I would have to drive maybe 10 minutes to find the closest place. And now what if as a government, county government, we invested in purchasing land in residential areas in villages and creating public parks with volleyball and other recreational activities, not just for young people. Because as you know, Kisumu hosts a lot of young people, but there's also people like us who formerly were young and will have opportunities to be outside. And so one of the ways to bring people back is to create spaces where in residential places you can go out and access recreation that is tied to your health. So that we are not only waiting for people to have problems before we can fix it. Now we are talking about preventative healthcare. So instead of looking for people to go treat people with diabetes, we are creating places for people to work out, to eat healthy, so that they don't show up in the hospital with these lifestyle diseases. So all I'm asking is, can we shift our traditional thinking about sports? What we're doing is fine, but there's a lot more we could do that ultimately would help us create spaces where people who live outside can come and live in the village. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that is a discussion we were having this morning with the Home of Africa and my colleague, Dr. Ganda, in terms of having wellness centers within the county. And I'm so happy when you talk about you are in a rural area, you have to move a very long distance for you to get to where you can get a wellness center. Of course, we know there are things that the county can do, and maybe in some cases, due to the limited resources that we have, we also encourage private investments. Because that is automatically an avenue to make money, one, because everybody will want to be physically fit. So having set up at the rural areas will automatically create an employment opportunity. But again, it doesn't stop us as a government to see into what we can do. If we can get free spaces where we can also have recreational centers, we'll try and do what we can. And I think it is something that we are picking up as a county. And myself and my colleague, Dr. Ganda, we'll have a discussion and see, can we have public ones before we get to people having private recreational facilities within the county. So thank you so much for the concern. It is picked up. And I think we'll be able to see how to go about it. I wanted to make, of course, I know Dr. Ganda will also comment on that, but I also wanted to comment on what he mentioned about sports in the county. You've talked about previously us having municipal sporting event. What happens when counties came in? It was turned to be Kikoska. Nowadays, it is now Kenya Inter-County Sports Association. Previously, it was Inter-Municipal Sports Association. So immediately the evolution came, it was changed. And right now it is Kikoska. But again, it doesn't deter the municipalities because many counties have now created municipalities within their counties. So still the municipalities can still organize something, but the challenge will be, because it is the same staffs participating in Kikoska, that again you'll require to participate in the one for the municipalities. So I want to encourage municipality managers, and in Kisumu County, I think we are starting our practice next week because we are hosting this year's Kikoska in Siaya. So as people will be coming out to participate, encourage your staffs to be part and parcel of that. Number two, I wanted to mention about the issue of early childhood in terms of developing talent from grassroots. Actually, yesterday at the cabinet, we passed a bill that is going to the assembly in terms of ensuring that all our ECD centers have a playground where you are able to nurture talent from as young as they may be, from the age of 3 years to 5 years. So as a county, I think we are trying, and the challenge we have, we may not have adequate resources to develop the playing grounds in all the ECDs, but now it is a requirement within the law that was passed yesterday, and I look forward to seeing our Department of Education allocating funds to develop the same at the ECD centers. We also partnering with other partners. We already have done some playgrounds in some ECD centers within the county. So we look forward to have more coming up. So I think those are very good concerns that we've picked up on what we can do, and we are still open to sharing. We'll still reach out to you to see how we can work together to achieve the best for our people. I know, Waziri, you have a comment to make before we finish.
Thank you very much. I think I'm told Kemet is also coming, but I could not agree more with what my colleague has said. And if you listen to what I spoke, I actually spoke to it when I talked about my son, who is confined into a house, and he waits for me to go and take him out to go and play somewhere, because the playground should be near there. The house help or whoever is with the child should walk a few meters to find a place where children can play. And that is how my colleagues who are architects are designing for the future, that the future must have public land. We know that the old city had a lot of grabbed public land, and these things were designed. It's not that people never thought about them, that you must have space, few hundred kilometers or meters, that you have a public space where people can recreate, where you can go and jog, where you can go and do exercise, where you can practice yoga. And that's what she's calling health and wellness centers. So it's a wellness center. Outside there, probably you could have a center where somebody can check your blood pressure and all that kind of thing. But it's also a recreation place. And I agree with you. As we design and as we improve the city, these are things that we need to think about. But as we move into the newer places, you know, along the lakeshore, the lakefront development and all that, we need to look at what we have already done in the past. We have to look at Migos. Migos is not going to crash down tomorrow. Where are the public spaces that we have? Can we buy land that is still idle and make them recreational spaces or public land? So it's a good conversation that we might not end here, but I agree with you. That's a very important component. I love the Rwandan style because Rwanda as a city has been able to do a lot of these things that we are talking about. And apart from that, they have created a culture that everybody must involve himself with sports. And once in a month, they have a health and wellness day. You find people running on the streets, jogging, exercises. The whole day, the streets are closed. People are doing exercises. And inside there are people taking your blood pressure. There are points where people can test blood sugar, blood pressure. And you can't come twice because they have digitally connected it. They'll tell you you had your blood sugar done on such and such a day. This is the kind of vision that we need to move towards. Make it a part of our day-to-day activity. So thank you very much for that comment. And I think it has been taken positively. Kemet? My colleague architect wants to say something. Before I invite Kemet, please Kemet come up as he gives a comment from the crowd. I will never miss something to say.
I think, Daktari, what you're talking about is destination as integrated wellness into spaces as opposed to destination wellness. So you don't have to go to a playground to get well. But on your way there, on your way to work, so when we design for non-motorized transport, when you do our roads, we make sure that people are able to walk well, isn't it? So the approach is integrating wellness into our urban infrastructure, into our urban design, as opposed to saying, if you want to get well, you have to go there at that field. I think that's what you talk about. Thank you very much.
I think both work. Dr. Rai, final comment. Where's Kemet?
Very simple. When you walk through, we have the smart city and municipalities, but we're also thinking about smart villages. If you go through the villages today, you'll find children and young people getting their own area for sports. I think there is a role for us as private sector, as community members, to create space for sports, not just the government. I'm sure Dr. Ganda has lots of pieces of land which he can't even remember where they are. And that applies to a lot of people here. Can we donate that for public use, for sports for children, and for development of sports? So involvement of the community and the private sector to create these spaces.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Kemet is here. If they're not here, we'll give the closing. Good, thank you very much. I think I'm going to give a few closing remarks and give my colleagues from sports to give the closing remarks. I think we've discussed a lot. And my final point was incorporating wellness into your day-to-day lives, as architect has talked about, but also creating spaces for wellness within our residential areas, and even within your what do you call them? Your urban areas where you go and work. That actually sometimes women need to go with their children to work. They need to be able to put them somewhere. Your house help might not be there during the weekend. So how do we incorporate all this when we are doing our planning for the city. Finally, Beatrice, maybe you can say a final remark. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for listening to us. Allow me to give Waziri Beatrice a final remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give him a clap? I believe he deserves one. So mine again will also be to appreciate the team and especially the concerns that have been raised. We picked them up. And just to assure Cricket Kenya and the Asca Kisumu City team that we are looking forward to have more of developments within the city. And we've had the comments that have been made. Can we open up our wings and just see how do we make Kisumu County be a wellness center that everybody can admire across the world? In Kenya, we can be talked about as if you want to go to a wellness center, they talk about Kisumu County being clean. Can they again talk about Kisumu County being a wellness city that can really be appreciated? Thank you so much, and I'm happy to have you here and looking forward to have a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, two ministers, health and sports. It's very rare that in our country we have these two ministries on the podium. So it shows you where Kisumu is heading. We are going to take a tea break as per the program, and we must be here at 10:30 for the presentation for the National Cancer Institute that is so linked to visions that we have. So it's a short tea break. It's only 20 minutes, and then we come back. Allow me to acknowledge the arrival of the Vice Chancellor of Great Lakes University, Professor Hazel Meseda, who is here with us, and she will have her time later after lunch. Please come back in time because we are going to go digital after the NCA and Jaramogi presentation. And it has to be on time because we are people who are connecting from Korea at that particular time. If you don't need tea, you don't need to leave the room. So just a 10-minute break and then we do go on that. Thank you.
Attention the role of the National Cancer Institute of Kenya. And before that, allow me to give a background. The National Cancer Institute of Kenya is a state corporation. It's a parastatal, it's a semi-autonomous government agency established by Ministry of Health in 2012 under an Act of Parliament, Cancer Prevention and Control Act number 15 of 2012. This was in recognition of the huge burden of cancer in our country that had really caused a lot of socioeconomic challenges. And it has really caused a lot of morbidity and mortalities in our country, and not only our country, but regionally and also globally. It was in the wisdom of the cancer advocates and activists of that time, and also the leadership and the representative of the people through parliament, that this act was enacted. And it was in recognition that then cancer required specific attention, not only in care, but also in allocation of resources so that we can be able to address this problem once and for all. It is then an opportunity for me as we continue with this huge mandate, which is cancer prevention and control, to bring to the public what exactly our role is. National Cancer Institute of Kenya was established, and its mandate is cancer prevention and control. It is an organization that has governance structures in place. We have the Office of the Chief Executive Officer, where I do occupy currently, and we have management and staff of the National Cancer Institute of Kenya. We are putting together a collaborative movement that will ensure that across the entire continuum of care of cancer, there is always quality. We are under the State Department of Medical Services, and we have a lot of support from the government currently to address the cancer agenda in the country. There is so much goodwill because this is one challenge that has really affected most of us. If you are not affected directly, then you are indirectly affected. It's one disease that is posing a lot of challenges. And honestly, we all need to have concerted efforts towards this. And that is why we are coming to you today live to explain to you our role so that you may be in the know what the government is doing to address this challenge.
Morning. You're alive? So what happened?
When with cold water.
Hello, good morning. Let's get everybody back seated. We are starting on a time-sensitive session, and we want everybody in. Nobody in the booths, please bring them all in. Nobody in the booths, everybody in. Allow me to recognize the presence of the city manager, Mr. Abala Wanga. Abala, if I can give you just 1 minute or so to greet everybody before Dr. Oluwen comes to talk about the National Cancer Institute, just to welcome them with 1 or 2 words. Karibu.
Thank you, Professor Kamarogo. And thank you, everybody, for taking your most valuable time to come to Kisumu to participate in this conference. It's not a conference, but a summit. I will talk later, but I would like to welcome all of you. I've just been with the governor this morning. He'll join us for lunch and attend all the afternoon sessions. And I also have to thank Professor and his team for bringing these minds together for these 3 days to discuss on Africa Smart City Alliance Summit. So feel welcomed, welcome to the city. And your last day after dinner, please, you can sample our nightlife. We are a bit safe. We'll tell you the safe areas. For those of you who do not like nightlife, Professor Kamarogo will take you to the waterfront to eat some fish, or those vibandas. They are very fresh fish. Thank you, and I'll be here. I think I'll be presenting something to you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abala. This session is a short session, but impactful. We will have National Cancer Institute, Jaramogi Hospital, and Lancet, our biggest regional diagnostic lab, saying something about what they do and why they found it fit to invest in Kisumu. So allow me to introduce my brother, Dr. Timothy Oluwen, who is the chair of the board of the National Cancer Institute. Tim.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to address you this morning. My name is Dr. Timothy Oluwen. I'm the chairperson of the Board of Trustees of the National Cancer Institute. I'd like to commence by giving you a little bit of background at what the National Cancer Institute is and what our mandate is. The National Cancer Institute was established through the National Cancer Prevention and Control Act of 2012. And it's actually a creation of the current governor of Kisumu. While he was the Minister for Medical Services, he's the one who championed the aspect of National Cancer National Cancer Institute being formed. Now, the mandate of the National Cancer Institute is pretty wide. It is wide in terms of mandate because, first of all, we're supposed to provide leadership, oversight, coordination, anything to do with collaboration, and of anything to do with the prevention, treatment, and control of cancer in Kenya. You realize that has got so many facets. And one of the things that National Cancer Institute does is that we, first of all, make sure that we take care of patients, the interests of any patients afflicted with cancer and their families. And you realize cancer, much as we might debate about the reason as to why there's rising cancer burden in Kenya. The fact that the burden of cancer is rising in our country is not in doubt. And with that rising cancer burden, the effects of cancer are not only physical in terms of morbidity and mortality, but also you've got other ramifications, and especially like with many other chronic illnesses, you've got psychosocial impact. It has got economic impact in as far as it affects your ability also to earn a living. It is an expensive disease for us to take care of. So all those things to do with cancer. But you must remember also that a lot of patients who have got cancer, they are vulnerable populations, and therefore we need to take care of their human rights and civil liberties, whether it is in terms of access to the kind of care that they deserve, or whether it is in protecting them from discrimination in places of work. For example, you know, there are a lot of people who, at the moment they get a cancer diagnosis, even if they went for a job interview, somebody's looking down the road and saying, this is a liability I don't want to inherit. So there are a lot of concerns that we have in terms of cancer care. But in terms of the situational analysis which you have said about the rising burden, we also, and one of the reasons why we are also at this conference as a Smart Cities forum is because we have to remember that poverty and ill health, there is a bidirectional causality. Poverty causes ill health, and ill health itself also causes poverty. So it's both a cause and a consequence of ill health. And that is why what we call social determinants of health, which is purely the environments in which we are born, we live, we grow, age, and eventually die, those impact our health status in society. Now, when it comes to care delivery for patients has got to be holistic. And it's very easy to say holistic care, but even for us as healthcare professionals, a lot of the time, you know, we impose a lot of our values on patients and don't give them in line with the principles of ethics which we have. Beneficence, non-maleficence, autonomy. Autonomy is one of the most difficult things because a lot of the time we assume, first of all, especially when it comes to cancer, that our patients do not understand sufficiently, and therefore we're the ones who decide what kind of treatment they get. And a lot of the time I tell patients that even if you go to a doctor and they're recommending a certain line of treatment, you have got to ask them, what if I don't take that treatment? Because one of the concerns I have, and something I'm very passionate about as an individual, is that since the advent of paid for, especially chemotherapy and other forms of treatment for cancer, we have got a lot of inappropriate treatment. We have got people who are at stages where they should actually not be put on any treatment at all. And sometimes we are making the cure of the disease more painful than the endurance of the same. It has to be that at the end of the day, it has to be that we select our patients and make sure there's actually benefit. And the benefit is not clinical benefit or benefit based on lab testing. It has to be about quality of life for our patients. And that's why our patients have got to be given that sufficient information to make informed decisions about their personal health care. We are in the era where we are all aspiring towards universal health coverage. And universal health coverage in the context of cancer care is, first of all, in terms of access. And that's one of the reasons why I honored this invitation to come and look at the modalities of being able to set up a cancer center in this region. Because universal health coverage has got three principles. First of all, you've got access to care. You've got the aspect of quality and financial risk protection. And all those, especially in the realm of cancer, are extremely important because when we talk about geographic access, we don't have a cancer center in this entire western region of Kenya. A lot of patients are going all the way to Eldoret to be able to access treatment. Now, when you have those geographic access barriers, it means any patient who's diagnosed with cancer, most of the time in my village in Ugenya, which is in Siaya, we lose that patient to care. They're not going to be able to even afford to be able to leave and go for treatment in Eldoret. So these are the kind of things that we're saying we have got to, first of all, when we talk about UHC, we've got to talk about access, but there are also other aspects of access. There's financial access, and also the care has to be delivered in a manner that is culturally acceptable to our patients. When it comes to quality, we have to standardize those protocols. We have got international protocols, yes, but there's no need of having international protocols with medications or treatments that are not accessible to our population. It means, in effect, those people don't have any form of treatment. So one of the roles that we have is in terms of coordinating all the professionals and all the players in the sector to be able to make sure we standardize those protocols and make sure that people can be able to get standardize those protocols, and then people get the care that is standardized across the country. The financial risk protection, we have got financing systems which are disconnected. You have got a lot of initiatives in our sector where people mean well and everybody wants to contribute towards the welfare of patients afflicted with cancer. However, in terms of coordination and collaboration, we still have got a lot of work to do. And I'll give an example. We've got Kenya Network of Cancer Organizations, which in itself has got 70 organizations on its own. Then you've got people within the government space, you've got philanthropists, you've got all manner of people. We need to coordinate these efforts so that first of all we synchronize them, but the key thing is to make sure that we have got in that cancer care continuum, we hold the patient's hands the entire way. And that is what is important, because first of all we talk about prevention, both primary and secondary prevention, we talk about early diagnosis, treatment, survivorship, palliative care, and even at the time of death. And that's one of the things. I know healthcare financing is a very controversial subject in our country at the moment. And I know a little bit more about it than most of you, because I used to be the chairperson I was the inaugural chairperson of SHA. But one thing that I know is, in life I always believe you play the hand you're dealt. We are going to have to do the best with what we have at the moment. And that is why I'm very keen to know that even when we've got philanthropists and other people who are willing to support, we have got to be able to take advantage of those efforts, because I personally believe we will never have all the resources at our disposal to take care of cancer patients. We have got to leverage on other people's resources. And that includes financial resources, technical resources, or any other form of resources that we can be able to access, even as we keep advocating for better benefits and for the welfare of our cancer patients. So one of the things that I've talked about is dismantling those barriers to cancer treatment, but also we must have equitable and integrated health systems. One of the challenges we've had is, again, that cancer care doesn't seem to be as integrated into the care system in our country as it should. It is okay to have days when we do kid screening, or World Cancer Days and we do screening, but the key thing, if we're going to make a difference, is to have the care integrated as part of the regular care patients get on a day-to-day basis. So for example, if a female patient comes in with a different ailment, that is the opportunity for us to be able to ask whether they have been screened and had any measures in terms of prevention of cancer. But however, all those resources have to be funded, because the biggest problem we have in our country is we're not going to have people coming to look for screening when they can't put food on the table on that day. And that's why in terms of financing, we have to make sure that screening for prevention of cancer is funded. That is one of the things that we keep advocating, and I'm believing we're making a little significant progress in that area. So, and also we must facilitate seamless transition, especially when it comes to transfer of care from one facility to another. You've got a lot of referral systems that break down along the way. And therefore you have patients being seen at the primary care level, and it takes another 6 months before this patient can be able to go to the next level of the facility. A lot of the time it's got to do with financing, but again, it's sometimes because of lack of geographic and financial access. So in essence, we have to optimize our resources and make sure we use them maximally. And I think I would want to stop there. If there are any questions, maybe, I don't know whether there's a room for people to ask any questions, but in general, I hope I've given an overview of what NCI Kenya does and the reason we're here and supporting this initiative. Thank you very much.
Any questions? The linkage here is clear that as Dr. Luenya said, 15 million people have no single cancer center. Right now, we have to refer patients to as far as Garissa, that is in the border with Somaliland. A poor patient cannot even afford a bus fare to Kisumu, so leave alone that. But even if you get there, there is a 3-month waiting list. So if you are diagnosed with any form of cancer in Kenya, it is 3 to 6 months waiting list before you start treatment. And when you start treatment, you're not even sure that you're going to complete the full regimen, whether it is radiotherapy, so many exposures, or it's chemotherapy, because drugs will run out in the middle of that. Essentially, what we are saying is that diagnosis of cancer, unless you have money, to travel outside the country is a death sentence. So we are tackling it. And we're building a cancer center in Kisumu. So if there is one thing that the smart city must bring to the people of Kisumu to start seeing a difference, is to make this happen. And that's why I'm so happy that we're working with Dr. Luenye to make sure that all the obstacles, we are not going through the government obstacles, we're going to get it done. So any question, any comments? And as we take those questions, if Lancet can also come close by, because you'll make the next brief presentation before we hand over to Peter Chung and their team.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Mine mostly a comment and maybe a question after that. Kisumu is working mostly towards being a smart city, and that is why we are here today. If we can have a structure in which the urban planning promotes healthy lifestyles and reduce the risk factors that comes with cancer, of course. If we can be able to integrate the monitoring of air quality, water quality, and industrial emissions, Kisumu is becoming quite an industrial place. So that as we have a cancer center, of course, but we try to reduce the mitigations and the causes of cancer for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luenye. My name is Sam Okelo. I'm wondering, you're the chair of, is it?
National Cancer Institute, yes.
Now, we are into more than 10 years into devolution, and the amount of monies that are allocated for health at the national level and all that. There's the grading of hospitals, level 5, level 6. Is it not in the national planning's interest to plan these satellite cancer centers? Because this is what we heard about 10 years ago. What is being planned at the national level? Because you have issues of devolved health, devolved agriculture, but the resources are not devolved. What is the national plan? Because it's a serious issue. Are we not planning? Do we not have specialists to treat people? What is the issue?
Maybe if I could answer those two first. The first one I think was more of a comment and in agreement with her, because a lot of the time as we try to modernize, we also increase our exposure to carcinogens, which are the agents that are involved in the etiology of cancer. So even as we modernize, it is important to take into consideration the aspects about environmental pollution, for example, and other factors. That's why I talked about the social determinants of health. So that's why we also want to be involved, because as people try to modernize, and I'll give you an example. We've got a lot of pesticides, for example, in this country that we keep fighting because pesticides that are banned in their countries of origin and are being sold in our country, all right? And you realize that's a very huge sector, and the interests, and especially the financial interests, are huge. So it's one of those things that we have to make sure that, first of all, even as part of our supply chain, whether it is for food and in terms of agriculture, because a lot of those things end up in our water and so on, and end up being consumed and increase the incidence of cancer. So that's an important concern. On his question about devolution, just to clarify, health is a devolved function. And as the National Cancer Institute, that's why I didn't say ours in terms of implementation policy. We give advisory, but ours in terms of coordination of all these efforts. However, the health function still is domiciled in the counties, and they get resources for this purpose. However, given that we have 47 counties, the priorities that are placed on health, even in different counties, as you move from county to county, are different. And then you'll find, for example, that's why you have some residents of different counties going to seek treatment in other counties. Now, the cancer centers have been set up, and we don't have them in all counties. We've got a certain number, especially the radiotherapy units. For example, in Nairobi, mainly in Nairobi, in Mombasa, Nakuru, and Garissa, as Dr. Rogo had mentioned. However, when it comes to maintaining these machines, like one of the challenges we had is when the maintenance contracts lapse. You've got a county, for example, like the county where I come from originally in Nakuru, they start saying, why should we be the ones shouldering the burden of maintaining this equipment? And we've got people from Nyandarua and the different counties all coming to get treatment here. They want us to have that shared function. That's why it was agreed that let this be coordinated at the national level, because for us, we want to make sure the cancer centers are there and working. Now, in terms of their distribution, on the other hand, you've got politicians, unfortunately, everybody wants a cancer center in their county. But it has to be that, first of all, that they have got the requisite expertise to make sure those cancer centers make a difference. And so it's not going to be possible for everybody to have a cancer center. But for Kisumu, Kisumu's cancer center is long overdue. That I can tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give a clap to Dr. Oluwen. And we are quickly moving. Lancet will hold you on because there are people online and we are quickly moving on to the hybrid side of the conference. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This session is about international sessions, about sharing the smart city from all different regions, from South Korea, India, France, and etc. So I'd like to welcome to the panel and also speakers, Princess Katarina. Can you join us? And we also have the Commissioner, Dr. Won-seok Yoon from South Korea, Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority. They are online right now, so you can see him shortly. Next one, also online participants from IIT Madras in Chennai. Professor Lee Ji Philip, she's going to join us as well. And we also have a panel from IIT Bombay, Dr. DNS, welcome. And also we have Mr. Amidi Santalo from France, smart city concept designer. Welcome here as well. And another speaker online, Chandra Chalagonda from Fireware Foundation is CEO there. So he's joining us as well online. So I think we have one more. Oh, Dr. Sapna Poti, you are the most important person. You are hiding, somewhere, so I couldn't find you. All right, so you can join us here. I can sit here. Okay, so Zoom is connected. Can you just show the Zoom as well as a kind of small box so we can actually recognize their face? Okay, so as I spoke yesterday about the Asca, the mission, objective, the plan for the Asca project, kicking off the cancer center as initial projects. So we have all like multilateral participants from South Korea, India, France, UK, and of course in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, you name it. So this is kind of momentum moments to start with these projects in Africa to change the future based on the multinational collaboration. So this time we'd like to hear more about the story and reference and also the expertise and from all the experts and the government officials from all different regions. So I think this is very valuable time for those who are attending here today. So let's, to begin with, I'd like to introduce Princess, Your Highness, Princess Katarina de Silva from the UK. So why don't you just like maybe taking 5 minutes and to, tell your story and welcome remarks.
Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here in Kisumu. I come from London and I am the great-great-great-granddaughter of Queen Victoria. So it's so exciting to be near the famous Lake Victoria. I'm an ambassador for the Smart Cities Forums, and I have actually watched and seen how the smart cities have grown since 2018 and how they are changing for all the right reasons. One thing also that I'm very passionate about is my late father died of cancer in 2000, and it was his 25th anniversary this year, and he did not have the medication which you have now. It is so important that people who have cancer are getting the right medication and that they are also being treated in a good hospital, which can happen very, very quickly. I'm also ambassador for, I think we brought up the subject earlier on, I think it was with the sports section, called BYSA, and I'm very proud for being an ambassador for them because it is all about getting children off the streets and playing sport, football. My other passion is, as you know, trying to get the smart cities, getting the new technology, working with AI for the right reasons, working, because actually I have a friend who has a program with AI who can detect cancer and other illnesses at an early stage. It's good that we're talking about this, and I'm so happy to be here and able to support you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Princess Katarina. So move on. Dr. Sapna Poti, I'd like to share your experiences, your achievements throughout RSBC, Mantan, Utan programs. Amazing job you have done. And I think that this is very important. Your experience and expertise can be boosting up for the next kind of innovation and the development of local smart cities by collaborating with the Indian assets and resources together with other nations. But we do really look forward to hearing from your end. And so you can share your experience. Thank you. So can you just put up the Dr. Sapna Poti's presentation file? Just hang on a second until we have a...
Is this working? Yeah. Until he puts this up, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India is part of the Prime Minister's office. The Principal Scientific Advisor today is Professor Ajay Sood. He comes from Indian Institute of Science. He's an expert physicist, expert also on quantum and nanotechnology. This office was started by Professor Dr. Abdul Kalam, and I'm sure most of you know about him. This was in 1900s. Largely it has been an advisory office, but that has now been extrapolated and we have moved on to also building ecosystems for collaborations, and that's where we come in from the strategic alliances point of view. Right. So anyway, I think I'll carry on. So there are three large projects here that we are going to talk about. The first one is a digital platform. Because it's an advisory role, very few team members would be there allocated to such a project. And hence to get the entire nation, and we are 1.2 billion, out of which a lot of engineers and scientists, technologies, grassroots innovators, civil societies, DST, DBT labs, which are our science labs, and of course the startups, about 1 lakh plus, which is 1 million plus. All of them had to come on a platform so that we could provide them enough demand, right? And the demand largely comes from various corporates. as well as the industries, multilaterals, the line ministries, and so on. So this platform is called Manthan. Manthan means churning of ideas in Sanskrit. And so this is basically, talking about from idea stage to implementation and so on. This platform is 3 years old today. When we developed it, it was crowdsourced funding. We had very few people interested. And from there, we have moved on to having 1 billion USD worth of projects on this platform. And it's also got the World Government Summit Award, which is the top 8 government initiatives globally. And so that's where we stand today. In addition to Manthan, we realized that since most of the projects have been leveraged by the IITs, NITs, and some of the premier institutes, we need to have a program for the tier 2, tier 3 colleges in smaller towns. And that's called Uthan, which is upscaling of tier 2, tier 3 colleges for the advancement of its network. So why do I call it advancement of the network? Because this also involves other low and medium income countries. It also involves larger capitalist countries as well. Because we get think tanks and foreign institutes to work with our tier 2, tier 3 colleges, spend some sabbatical time on the ground, supporting them on capacity building, on research, innovations, and so on. And I'm happy to share that we've got Springer Nature as well as Taylor and Francis, both large publication houses working with us on research inputs to these tier 2, tier 3 colleges. So that's Uthan. You'll have to keep going, please. Yeah, so we also have built several centers of excellence thanks to Manthan. The centers of excellence are in IIT Madras, IIT Dharwad, which is renewable energy, IIT Palakkad, where we have set up the sanitation center of excellence. Mr. Bill Gates came personally, met the PSA and said he liked this center of excellence and would like to fund entire Gates Foundation sanitation funding to this center of excellence. We've got air pollution center of excellence in IIT Kanpur, as well as IIT Delhi, and so on. There are several of them. I can't keep, I'll leave this presentation with you. So this is also through Manthan that we have managed to build these centers of excellence. Next. A lot of catalytic projects as well. For instance, I'll just give you 2 examples. One is the Dementia Studio in Nimhans. Nimhans is one of our largest mental health hospital in India. And we have set up a complete dementia studio with the support of a lot of corporate funding. Similarly, we have also worked on a catalyst project called Safe Aviation Fuel, where we are looking at Airbus funding and working closely with IIP, which is Indian Petroleum Institute, and in Dehradun again. And we are working on the safe aviation fuel. We'll also have a demo flight very soon, so that waste then can be used for fuel. And if that happens, then the waste can be sold, and the waste will not be waste anymore. So these are the catalyst projects. We also do a lot of projects connected to women in STEM and science communication. The next one, please. School innovations as well, because we want to start early. So Samsung, for instance, has a Solve for Tomorrow program where we get all the schools to participate, and about 100 teams are funded. And I'm also the ambassador for this particular program and on the jury. So a lot of these, UNICEF and so on, and quite a few of them. Manthan is an open platform for all of you to get in. It's just like Facebook. You get an OTP and you get registered there as a supply side if you're an institute or a startup. If you're an industry and you want to give, or if you are a high network income person and you want to give on the platform, then you are on the demand side. Next. Science communication, again, we amplify a lot of these innovations and research work on the platform, those who are winners. I've written a script where we have made episodes on Amazon Prime. It's called Mission Startup. It's in Hindi, of course. But that's for us to support the incubated startups to understand what startups go through. How do they pitch for funding? How do they manage their retention of and attraction of employees? How do they go through the day-to-day problems in a startup and so on? and also some of the technology aspects. So this is a script that I had written some time ago, and we are a zero budget project division, so this has been again funded by Amazon Prime. On Netflix, we have done some international movies on many of these innovations on social impact. So we've gone international. I've also launched it in the International Film Festival. And so this is something that we have just closed this year. About 25 movies will be screened very soon. Similarly, we have Doordarshan, which is our very local government TV OTT. This is what the farmers managed to see. So that is why we show our agriculture innovations on this platform. Next, please. Uthan, I've already told you about the upscaling of tier 2, tier 3 for the advancement of nation. Flip through this very fast. Yeah, these are the initiatives where we look at industry problems for tier 2, tier 3 colleges specifically. Rural technologies also, because they are the ones who come from rural milieu. So they would be able to develop these. So that is the other piece that we work on. Global partnerships, quite a few foreign institutes working with our tier 2 colleges, facilitated by the team. MITI is another project. MITI means soil, actually. Manthan, IFIA stands for International Federation for Inventors Association. Tier 2 incubators in industry. So we are setting up industry incubators for tier 2 colleges, and we are also setting up innovation hubs in tier 2 colleges. We have done about 10 of them already. And then we have cancer. Cancer is a big project, which is a national cancer grid, and I'm inviting the Cancer Institute here to be part of our grid because we have African countries in this grid. We are happy to involve them. I've already talked to the director of Tata Memorial Hospital, which is leading this national cancer grid, and he's fine with it. So also South Korea, I think, should be part of the national cancer grid. Next, please. Next, please, yeah. Keep going faster. Let's go to Rural Smart Village Center. Next. Next. Yes, Rural Smart Village Center is a very important project here because this is also going to be part of Asca. As you are aware that none of the villagers will be able to come on a Manthan platform and articulate their problem statement, right? They will be be able to say that there is some water which is greasy, or that they have problems with their crop and so on, but they cannot scientifically write this problem statement, and because of which none of the institutes of ours will be able to actually solve those problems. And hence, we realize that we need to have physical centers in the villages. So here, these are physical centers as big as this hall, most probably, or even smaller, 1,000 square feet or so, where we have our technologies demonstrated. We create livelihood from these technologies. We also create games, scientific games, gamification of STEM education, for instance, and provided to the schools, agriculture technologies, water sanitation solutions, and all of that. So that is Rural Smart Village Center. And I'm so happy to share with you that we have completed 50 Rural Smart Village Centers already in 14 states. Again, with a zero budget from the Government of India, we have completely sourced these funds from high net worth income people. The villagers themselves have given in some cases, and as well as the CSR budgets. And today we also have NABARD. NABARD is National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development, one of our largest banks in rural development, with about 1 million crore kind of funding. I have invited them to be part of this particular initiative. So they are setting up the Center of Excellence there. In the Center of Excellence, I had requested them for particular verticals, and we'll talk about those. The first vertical is the technology vertical. The technology vertical looks at the piloted and tested technologies in the villages, and after that looks at the revenue model and scale up, because scale up is the biggest problem in startups. You do cute experiments, but after that you can't scale up. So that is what the support will come from NAB Ventures, which is under NABARD. The second vertical is the monitoring and evaluation vertical, where we monitor all the RSVCs, look at how the innovators can get the feedback on these technologies, how it can be improvised, and so on. The third is market linkages and financial linkages, because obviously the livelihood is going to increase because of technology as a catalyst or technology intervention. And hence the market linkages for the livelihood which is increased needs to be done, and that's what NABARD is known for. Financial linkages for self-help groups and farmer producing organizations is the other piece that they are going to be taking care of. And lastly, the NGO capacity building. So this is something NABARD has already started. We've got people from PricewaterhouseCoopers in this team because they need to work in our pace. And hence, we've got some mix of government and non-governmental folks. There are 3 types of RSVC. The first type is the 12 tracks, and I'll talk about the tracks. The second is to do with local entrepreneurship development. And this is an offer, again, to Africa, that we have about 65 technologies from IITs, and we are happy to give it to Africa. 50% of that would be free of cost. The other 50% would be on minimal cost, because it depends on the innovator finally to pass on this tech transfer. But we are happy to do that, and so we'll do that along with Asca and World Smart City Foundation. And finally, RSVC internship is where the college students go and immerse themselves. So 50 college students from tier 2 colleges around the rural smart village centers go to the RSVC, spend some time, immerse themselves, take some problem statements back to their colleges and solve them. First, they look at Manthan to see if that innovation is already available in the nation. If it is not, then they make the proposal, we give it to CSR. There's Dassault Systems who funds that, and that is the CSR funding that goes to tier 2 colleges. So these are the tracks. Please go to the next one. This is the layout where you have the technologies on the left-hand side, the training room in the middle, and the reception. We also have an electric vehicle spoke because we want the villages to be electric, vehicle, comfortable with those EVs, basically. And also we want the infrastructure to be done. This is how we will promote this. Next. So the first thing that the implementation partner is always an NGO. He is not an innovator or a startup, because the NGOs know the villagers very well. So the NGO who is conversant with technology deployment is who is usually the person who's an implementation partner. He starts with the technology requirement baseline study to understand what are the 12 tracks, what did the villagers have any plague before this, did they have any soil problem, what is the water and sanitation baseline, and so on. And for gamification, assistive technology, who are the individuals who need assistive tech, and if they need employment with assistive tech, and so on. So there's a whole host of baseline study survey instrument that we have developed, and NABARD has also given their inputs, and this is something that the implementation partner starts with. Next, please. Yeah. We have started with RUTAG. RUTAG was the 65 project, the 65 technologies from IITs that has been supported by Office of PSA. But very quickly we realized that RUTAG will not be able to manage the 1.2 billion population and 7 million villages that we have. And hence we also invited SIDBI, Social Alpha, RTBI, which is IIT Madras, Will Grow, IIM Bangalore, NRC Cell, IIT Delhi, and so on. So quite a few of them, we have invited the rural technologies to be part of the story. And Professor DNS is going to talk about his innovations, and Professor Liji Philip will also be coming in with water and sanitation and so on. We've also got some of these very prominent and eminent professors who have been working in this space to be part of the story. Next. RSVC Type 1 has 12 tracks, agriculture technologies and services, which is basically to do with cropping pattern, to do with spraying through drones and so on, also pre-harvesting and post-sowing as well. So these kind of cold storages, vending carts and all of that. Livelihood technologies is the second track, which is to do with the self-help group women largely that we support. The third track is to do with National Rural Livelihood Mission, which is our mission in Ministry of Rural Development, so we are tied up with that. The fourth track is to do with water and sanitation. We also have a complete track for gamification of STEM education because we have used CSR funding and gamified a lot of STEM education. Again, that's going to be free, completely free, freely given to you as well as in India to any RSVC. Similarly, we have affordable housing, plastic waste being used for rooftops as well as compounds and things like that. So several of our innovations are there in this. Next. We also have assistive technologies, as I mentioned. Tier 2 colleges coming in, 50 of them through the RSVCs. Government schemes, again, because we want to give inputs back to the government in terms of how those schemes were utilized. Animal intrusion and sports technology. Sports is something that we are very serious about because I think a lot of sports, the children are pretty good at that, so we want to take sports technologies to the ground, and there are a lot of startups which have been doing this. So if you notice, there are two have-nots here. One is the villager and the villages, and the other is the startup and the startups. So both these have-nots, in some ways, are getting together to make this Rural Smart Village Center. Next. These are several case studies. Keep going. We have deployed about 21 technologies in the 50 RSVCs so far. Next. The type 2, yeah, next. These are the technology transfers. We also have something called the Gaushala technologies, which is in a cowshed, taking 5 technologies like the bio-CNG, LCB fertilizer, bioflock, cow lift, and breeding technologies. So these are 5 of them which go into a typical cowshed. Next. These are the 63 technologies which are completely available to you. We'll leave the list with you. More than happy if a single point of contact could work under Asca for this technology transfers. Next. Next. Keep going. Yeah. The state of Karnataka model, we have done a water project, and Professor Liji Philip has been has spearheaded this, and it's completely her baby, so I will request her to talk about it. Next. O-Health is also a very good project where we have an app for tribal languages. Anybody with a tribal language can speak into this particular platform, and this get captured in an English text report, which is a pre-consultation report which goes to the doctor, and the doctor reads it, saves time for the doctor, and a lot of tribal languages that we have in India and Africa can be covered in this. Next. The last one is Rural Innovation Internship. Please keep going. Yeah, keep going. Yes, keep going. This is the platform. Yeah, RSVC International. Yeah, please going. Yeah, next. Yeah, this was in Kenya. RSVC is in Kenya. This is the plan for Kenya, basically. Next. So this is the global RSVC COE that we have proposed to Asca, and I'm happy that Mr. Shun has also agreed to do this. The pillar 1 would be the technology pillar, where we look at dissemination, piloting of all the technologies in 6 tracks that they have decided on: water, sanitation, agriculture, and so on. Similarly, we would have the pillar 2, which would be market linkages and funding. And the pillar 3 would be implementation partners, because we need to ensure that Africa has their own implementation partners. India should just do few of them, and then finally, Africa should have the do a capacity building so that in-house implementation partners are here. And finally, IIT Bombay and IIT Madras, Professor Liji Philip and Professor DNS, we would like to have centers of excellence over there on the RSVC, and also Indian Institute of Science for AI. And with South Korea and Kisumu. So that is all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sapna Poti. It's an amazing job you done. And I think the point here is the principal scientific advisor to Prime Minister Modi in India is basically focusing on how to boost up its own technology, can be tested out, proved it throughout POC, and eventually it will be really helpful for the local commercializations. So this is something we need in Africa. So something that we are trying to do, we build the COE of RSVC International here in Kisumu. So Kisumu will play a pivotal role in entire East Africa region and also entire Africa. So a lot of cities in Africa, they will come to benchmark and collaborate. So this is something very important. Then I think maybe the, integrations between Indian RSBC programs together with South Korean programs, which you will see following Dr. Sapnapoti's presentation. So this is something that we are trying to build it together. And next one, I'd like to introduce Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority. If you actually Google something about Songdo, Songdo, that was introduced first small city in reality around the world. It's very successful, and that small city is basically next to Incheon International Airport. I think, Governor yourself, maybe you can come to South Korea this December. Your plane will be landing. You can see the entire city from above, and so this city used to be nothing. It's a sea. There was a lot of landfill, and there was kind of a big amount of the land created, and this city was built on the top of it. And now you can see everything about the smartness. You can experience it. So some part of it can be really workable and helpful for the small city in Kisumu for the next stage. So I'd like to invite Dr. Lee Sang-oh, the director of IFES. I hope the commissioner is joining sometime soon though, but he will briefly go over with the current Songdo and also history of Songdo and the point of collaborations between Asca and IFES. Dr. Lee, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Okay, nice to meet you too. Yes, I can hear you. So you can proceed.
Okay, how about the presentation file? Is okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm from South Korea, and as he explained, iPads, it's honored to having a time to explain iPads, actually Incheon pre-economic zone, and it also could be the great reference of the city development model. So I want to explain what iPads and also iPad city model briefly. At first, let me introduce IFES, exactly what and where is IFES. As I told you, IFES is the South Korea and part of Incheon metropolitan city. And finally, we can say that we made the pre-economic zone with the 3 districts, Songdo, Yeongjong, Cheongna. At first, I want to explain what is Incheon Free Economic Zone. Actually, central government, Korean central government designated this free economic zone at the first time since 2003. So IFES is the first free economic zone in Korea. And when he designed this new city model, we also designed the food industry. You can imagine when you have if you have make a plan to visit Korea, you should be the Yeongjong district because there is Incheon International Airport. And also I'm in Songdo district. We have the great place having the new business. So from now, I want to explain more. Actually, Incheon pre-economic zone case, there are 2 keywords. At first, pre-economic zone, and second one is smart city. We're gonna it's good reference of the city development model because when you make this pre-economic zone, we already designed the food industry. So we can say planned city. And also, when you make the step-by-step development plan, we use smart city word. Smart city case is not only the city we make a city smarter, but also is kind of solution, city development solution. So finally, is two keywords. Is very important keyword for having the new smart city model. As you can imagine, there are so many pre-economic zones in the world, and there are so many smart city projects in the world. But IFA's case is good reference, and also it could be the good model because it's pre-economic zone plus smart city case is kind of a unique case. So someday, if African country want to make such kind of the city model, IFAS could be, really, I hope IFAS could be the good reference city model like this. Our area has much of the industry. We already completed much of the industry. Can you imagine the middle side? It was the mud flat, but we built the land, and finally we built new city. And there are the global campus and big harbor. It's mean logistic business and cruise terminal, and also, yeah, created the workplace and created the also startup incubation center and so on. It's real picture. We made those city only the 20 years. So let me introduce how to design and also how to make such kind of city. At first, as I told you, this city, this iPad smart city case, we already designed the full industry. For example, Songdo case. At first, we designed the education city. So we have the global education campus. And also we designed the bio, the cluster, and so on. And as efforts that I mentioned, the Yeongjong districts, there is the international airport and good resort, hotel, and other tourism service. Cheongnak case, finance and robotics area. So IFAS is formed by the 3 districts and customized project, okay? At first, it's better to explain the Korean style smart city project case. Actually, central government already designed the urban policy development. So central government, we can divide the city phase smart city era. At first, 20 years ago, we designed the UCT, ubiquitous city. And next one, we changed from the UCT to smart city with the new value. Also, we can divide the 3 kinds of things as the focus point. At first, we focused the infrastructure. So we invest lots of road or bridge, building, and also land and so on. And next case, we focused the platform. It means we need to make the city database and also how to make we need to find the solution, how to make the good smart city service to share the citizen. And finally, this day, we focus the new service such as the AI, cloud, big data. It's kind of, you can imagine, step-by-step plan, and also design the industry. And finally, we can choose the new city. And it could be the good reference to the city model like this. This day, AI technology also very big issue. All of country, all of city want to use the city services with AI technology. Korean central government already designed and made the kind of new technology act, AI-based act, and from next year, we should follow those central government urban policy with AI city. So from next year, we're gonna change the concept from the smart city to AI city. Actually, it's not so difficult job because we already have the great infrastructure and planned, the designed the industry. So that's why we have the great big city database. And also we already make the global campus and startup incubation center. So it's not so difficult just to connect the full the business. So you can imagine iPad city model has lots of component and also services, transportation services, tourism, logistics, education, healthcare, bio. And also the industry environment has a lot of things. And AI city environment case, we already designed how to upgrade the smart city environment. So we already have the smart city operation center and also cloud AI data center and smart city platform. So I think the next job is you can imagine it's not so difficult. And when we started our smart city case, everyone think smart city futuristic city, but iPads already shared how to make a smart city, total Korean style smart city. But right now, AI is the most important the technology. We are ready to apply the AI technology to the city. So I'm sure your country, your city, nearly agreed Korean style. iPad smart city model. We're gonna share the experience and also information to share to every city. And so that's why the Peter already designed how to apply the iPad city to the African country. iPad city could be the good reference. So from now, it's exact time to make the city project with the iPads. So all of things is what I'm saying is really we are ready to communicate our city model and let's start together. Yeah. So smart city, AI city is not so difficult job because iPads already we completed. So next time let's have the new business with the iPads. I will agree with the Korean style approach. Let's start together. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Thank you very much for your insight. By the way, for your better understanding, we had our previous event right in the center right here is a traditional Korean hotel. And you can see the kind of, over there is a Central Park and also the canal going through the center of the city. So it's kind of remarkable. And 주무관님 혹시 청장님 언제 들어오시나요?
지금 당장은 아니실 것 같아요.
그러면 저한테 문자로 주세요.
예.
네, 일단 스탠드바이 하십시오. Thank you.
예.
All right. We have also a very important expert from India. She's going to talk about the sustainable gray water and wastewater management from IIT Madras. We'd like to introduce Professor Reggie Philip. Professor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Okay, we'd like to see her. Can you make just a large? Nice to meet you, Professor. So are you ready to speak yours?
Yeah. I'll share my screen. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
It's all
I'll be
yours.
talking about sustainable groundwater and wastewater management. We know that domestic water consumption makes up to 8% of total global water use, and water consumption is around 150 to 200 liters per person per day in a single household. And European Union recently increased its requirement from 150 to 300 liters per person per day. And you know that whatever the water we are using, around 80% will be coming as wastewater. And 75% of the wastewater thus generated is let out without treatment. So it will be, okay, contaminating our water bodies. And here, okay, we can see that, and we have lot of water scarcity existing everywhere. And if you see the water availability, okay, it is not okay uniformly distributed across the continents. You can see that the one is the population, the gray color and blue color is the water availability. In Asia and Africa, you can see that the population is much higher compared to the water availability, okay, compared to North America and all. So when we talk about, okay, the best option is recovery as an option. We can wastewater, we can consider it as a resource. And so if you treat it properly, it will be generating income for us apart from improving the hygiene and sanitation conditions, because wastewater will be giving you water, nutrients and all. And we know that their water treatment is very, very essential. And the rural areas and all going for centralized wastewater management systems are not possible because of the financial constraints and all. So I'm going to talk about, okay, develop a clean, hygienic and healthy village through holistic intervention into solid waste and wastewater management and water body regeneration. So, okay, how can we achieve this one? So this is the methodology what we used to do. Okay, we have executed in many villages, and government was happy with the projects, and they have taken it to in multitude of villages. So first what we do is, okay, we do a topographical survey, stakeholder involvement, okay, because without getting into the village, we will not be able to do anything. Then, okay, depending upon the village situation, make a detailed project report, because the situation will be varying from village to village. Then, based upon the detailed project report, implement the civil works and other requirements. So when we talk about wastewater management, the first thing we have to do is, or water management, first thing we have to do is manage the solid waste. Because if you are not managing the solid waste, it will be completely choking your drainage systems and deteriorating the quality of the water bodies. So, okay, in villages and all, okay, the source segregation, collection and segregation properly, organic waste, composting, okay, this is what we have practiced in all the places. And using the villages and other schemes, completely clean the village. Once the village is clean, okay, people will not have a tendency to throw the waste and all the things. In that way, the village will be looking much cleaner. Then, okay, we can have the composting. This composting methodology, okay, we have modified, but with our own research. So now we are able to get around, okay, good quality compost within 24 days. So the compost thus generated is having good reselling value, and it can be used as the agriculture fertilizer. So you can see that the workers are segregating it and selling it in the market. So coming to the wastewater management, okay, you know that rural areas and all, it is very difficult to put the sewer systems, and also what we are doing is we are collecting by different methods, either installing small bore system or twin drain system, shallow sewer. So most of the time we are employing either small bore system. So this collect all the settled sewage. Okay, that means the effluent from the septic tank and the grey water coming from the water, okay, from the individual houses. After settling tank, the supernatant will be getting into the pipeline. Okay, you can see this pipeline, and this wastewater will be taken to a treatment system. And in all the rural areas, what we were doing is, okay, use nature-based solutions, and the rainwater, okay, once the solid waste and liquid waste is completely managed, whatever the water we are getting, rainwater getting, it is clean. Okay, so we can directly send it to the water bodies. So this is an example of small bore system, and this is the twin drain system. Both these things we have implemented in many villages, and we have many technologies available with us. This is one technology which is in-stream treatment. system. It's a patented technology. We are ready to share. Okay, so in the stream itself, we can treat completely the wastewater. We don't have to have the land and all. Okay, if you have a well-defined stream carrying the water and wastewater, so we have some attached anaerobic system. Then we have a kayak-based algal bacterial system and floating wetland. So if you can train around 200 meters of the train which is carrying the wastewater, it can be treated. And this is the one which we have installed in multiple villages. Here what we are doing is we are collecting the wastewater either through the small bore system or twin train system or small sewer systems, then bring it and to a settling chamber. Then you have a modified septic tank or an anaerobic baffle wall reactor. Then you have a constructed wetland, okay, all nature-based systems. And what it will be giving a very good quality water. Not only that, okay, we are dual purposing this area. You can see that this is the constructed wetland and the treating, and this area we have developed as a park and a recreational space. So the locals will be taking care of this area very well. So this is what we have done. And another modification we have done is, okay, if you don't have enough area, the floating wetland itself, we can use biochar and add biochar columns along with the floating wetland, and it will be giving you very good nutrient removal and organic removal and all. Okay, we have installed this one also in multiple places. And okay, along with this one, lake regeneration, so it make the village self-sustainable with respect to water or water positive. And we have installed this type of projects in multiple villages. One was in Muttur. Okay, the funding came through CSR money from IBM, and we had a NGO partner. What we are giving is we are training the government engineers how to plan, design, execute, and whenever they have any problem, okay, we handhold them and help them. And you can see that this type of a small system, okay, you are getting very good removal of BOD, COD and all the treatment, okay, all the characteristics of the treated water meeting the desired requirement. Okay, so as I told you, the state government has implemented this project in 500 villages across the state and announced the annual budget another 500 villages. So it's a grand success, and they promise that at least one panchayat of each block they'll be implementing this technology. And we have many other such technologies. Okay, we'll be more than happy to collaborate with the African region. And another thing is, is it possible to make the cities and towns self-sustainable with respect to water? Because we are from Chennai. Chennai is a water scarce region, and we had a lot of problems with water. Though Chennai was having 6,000 lakes and all, now half the things are gone because of the encroachment and all. And lot of water problem was there. And like South Africa, we had a zero water day in 2019, and water was brought by train and all. So what we have done is it possible to treat the wastewater and use it for potable purpose? So that's what we have done. So if you see total sewage and what is the water requirement or water deficit for the city, if you treat all the sewage and reuse it, that will be taking care of the water deficit of the city. So, and Chennai still has a lot of wastewater treatment plants. All these red points are wastewater treatment plants, and you can see all the blue are existing lakes. So, and we have seen that whether we have the available technology, and we all are technology people. So we thought that yes, technology is available, but if government wanted to do it, we have to demonstrate it. So what we have done is we have put up a plan for indirect potable reuse in IIT Madras campus. Entire wastewater is treated to tertiary level, and that water is reused 100% in the campus. So 100% I mean, we are using for flushing, gardening, air conditioning, cooling water, and remaining water we are putting to our lake. That lake is collecting all the rainwater also. And by doing that one, we are saving around 25 million rupees per year on the water bill. And by seeing this one, okay, city of Chennai wanted to put the water recycling plant, and we have made sure that all the pollutants starting from organic pathogens, nutrients, heavy metals, micropollutants, everything is get removed during the treatment. We are not going for reverse osmosis system. Okay, we are stopping at ultrafiltration and adsorption. So that one will be giving you enough quality which can be reused. Okay, for this one. So this is the plan we have put up in the IIT campus. And we have a sand filter and a infiltration gallery. We are putting the water to the lake, and from the lake we have a water treatment plant, treat it and blend it with the city water supply. And so by seeing this one, okay, Chennai city wanted to do this one. So okay, so what they have done is wastewater treatment plant is there in Nesapakam. There they have put a 10 mld tertiary treatment with UF plant. And the tertiary treated water, they are putting it to Porur Lake. You can see this one around 12.5 kilometer. They are transporting the water through pipeline and putting it in this lake. And this lake is a drinking water source. So what they have done is they have put an additional 6 mld water treatment plant. Okay, so this lake will be having always water. Take that water, treat it and supply it. So, and their design, okay, everything okay, is done by IIT Madras. So, and we have taken care of all the aspects of contamination, and we made sure that enough reliability is there. Okay, there will not be any problem. So, okay, you can see that, okay, all the treatment systems, and this is the lake and water collection and all. And okay, if you take more time for the chemical analysis and all the things, what we have done is we have made a fish pond in the water treatment, wastewater treatment plant itself. So and put very sensitive fish there. So a part of the treated water will be getting into the fish tank before getting into the lake. So by seeing the health of fish, we can make out whether the water is okay of sufficient quality or not. Okay, so now Chennai city is planning to put 140 mld. Okay, this indirect portable reuse plant. Okay, the DPR is ready. We are helping them to prepare all these things. Okay, and another thing is, okay, we have done, okay, the schools and okay institutions, many times if water is not there, okay, the toilets will not be functioning and it is affecting the girls, children, okay, significantly. So we thought that a low cost, okay, solar powered, okay, wastewater recycling system in the toilet itself, it will be very helpful for the schools, especially in water scarce areas. And I know that it will be very useful for African countries also. So what we did is, it's a very simple system. Again, a modified septic tank. A part of the wastewater will be going there. Then you have a aerobic attached flow system. This will be completely operated only by solar light during 9 to 5 okay, school working hours. So okay, this one will be taking care of all the organic content, nutrients, everything, and we will be having the liquid and we'll be chlorinating it. And we have developed our own in-house sensors to find out the quality of the treated wastewater. And the quality is meeting the standard, then it will be pumped to the overhead tank and used for flushing purposes and all. So these are the surrogate sensors we have developed. The cost is very, very minimal. And okay, so this is a system. The area requirement is okay, similar to a septic tank. And okay, you have an overhead tank and solar panels and all the things. We have installed in okay 2 schools in Chennai, and this is gone to okay many other states also in India. Okay, so many consultants have taken up this one and put up in many schools, so that there will not be any water scarcity in the school toilets, so that people can use the toilet properly. And we also have done okay the sensors and IoT application in rural water supply, because we have to make reliable water supply in rural areas. It should be with respect to quality and quantity. How can we make sure that one? Many times what is happening is water will be supplied, but okay, not in a particular time. So mostly the women folks are not able to go for work and all, because they will be okay, waiting for the water when it will come and all. So we wanted to have a solution for that one. So we have installed this one in Erode district, and now we are doing in 2 villages in 2 panchayats in Karnataka also. So it is a level sensor is there. Then you have a sensor operated on-off valve. Then we have a flow meter. And there will be a flow meter from the source also, and alternate water supply. And we have put sensors for quality as well as an automatic chlorinator. So we are making sure that the water is not wasted, no time it is overflowed, and the quality is sufficient, and you'll be having enough residual chlorine so that your bacteriological quality is met. So we have implemented it in a huge panchayat, and other 2 panchayat implementation is on. So these are different types of things we have done. And another thing we are doing is we are helping big cities for water supply 24/7. Drink from water supply, because Odisha Watco company was the first one to start this in India. That means drink from water from the tap. So the quality should be good enough, and people should have the confidence. How can we achieve through continuous monitoring and corrections? So we were the technical advisor to the same type of a thing we'll be able to give here. And we have provided 23 comprehensive reports covering all aspects related to water quality sampling and monitoring, water quality testing and reporting, water safety plans, water quality incident management, setting up of operation of water quality testing laboratories, all aspects of data acquisition, transmission, storage, retrieval and reporting, optimal operation of energy efficiency, possible applications of AI and ML, and conducted training programs and train the trainers to conduct training to others. So this is what we have done. So we are ready to do this type of a thing. So coming to summary, waste and resource not a problem. Practice reduce, recycle and reuse. Resources are limited. Protect the natural resources and reuse the wastewater. There is a need for efficient, easy to use and sustainable technologies for greywater, wastewater and sludge management. This will protect the environment and improve the health. Technologies need to be tested thoroughly before deploying them in large numbers. The operational conditions, output quality, standard operation and maintenance conditions, etc. of any sanitation technology need to be assessed and certified by an authorized agency before implementing them. And we are ready to be a part of this team, and
I'm
ready
sorry,
to give
Professor.
our technologies and help the people.
Professor.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry to intervene. I'd like to I appreciate if you can finish in the next 3 minutes. Would that be fine?
No, I have completed.
Oh, okay. Thank
much.
you. Okay. Right on time. Thank you so much. Thank you. So actually, she just covered a lot of stories, because the waste treatment and water is a very important function in, save the lives here. So basically, if we build the cancer center, so many patients rushing into the hospital, and we need to have a lot of resources like water and food, those kind of resources coming from the Lake Victoria. But we need a kind of very clean water coming from the Lake Victoria. So she's basically talking about the water and waste, how we can deal with, and throughout these smart city initiatives. Thank you very much, Professor. And next one is just for Commissioner of IFAS, just joined us. Commissioner Yoon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Peter, how are you?
Yes, can you change?
What?
Hang on a
Can
second.
I hear?
Yeah, let me see. I'm finding you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so nice to meet you too. Go on, Commissioner.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Yeah, very well, very well.
Peter?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear
we
me?
hear you very well. We hear you very well. You can go now.
Yes. Yes. Peter?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Peter, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you very
so,
well.
Zambo Habarigani. I'm the Wonseok-yoon, the Commissioner of Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the first Asca Summit, which is held in the Kisumu, Kenya. Actually, I used to live in Kenya for 3 years back to 1998 to 2001 as the head of Korean section of commerce section of Korean embassy and also head of the Korea Trade Promotion Agency. So it's a great honor to join today's, this summit, and also with the Kenya is so kind of my second hometown, and all my family used to live in the Nairobi, Kenya, and also visited Kisumu several times. So lovely place. So I don't know how much change as of today. And now I joined as the commissioner. I think we already presented the free economy zone, which is the first generation of the smart city here in Korea. And also in Kenya, during my position with KOTRA, I initiated Konja cities projects as a vice president of KOTRA at the headquarters. So I visited several times since I left Kenya. So last visit was at the 2018 with the Prime Minister of Korea. So a lot of changes in Kenya and Africa. So South and South, the cooperation is very important and also very important to Korea as well. So this initiative, Asca initiative, is very meaningful, and the Incheon Free Economic Zone would like to share our experience and knowledge with all our partner countries and partner cities. So last year, with Peter Chan, a World Smart City Forum, we hosted the Incheon Smart City Summit here in Songdo, and also we are planning to organize a second the Smart City Summit here in Songdo coming early December. We are adjusting the date, but I would like to invite all of you to join this summit. I'm gonna, share all the information after this summit. So once again, thank you so much to, meet you through the virtually, and also hopefully to visit Kenya again.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We have
Asante sana.
We have a governor.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner.
여기 없어.
Commissioner, do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me, habari?
Habarigani, muzuri sana.
Okay. Thank you very much for talking to us. And this morning, we are happy to listen to you. I hope you'll have time to come to Kenya soon. In fact, we were just meeting yesterday evening with some people working in Konza City. And Konza is doing very well. We would like what happens in Konza as a free economic zone to happen here too, because we have, as you know, you've been here, we have a very potentially productive region, given the resources, given the people, given the ecology. And I think that the discussions here today will lead us to rethink and regenerate what we've been talking about, to ensure that the smart cities idea around the lake region, there are lots of cities around the lake region that we work together around the lake, not just the lake region of Kenya, but the lake region of involving Tanzania, Uganda, and to some extent Rwanda. That whole lake region
That's right, yeah.
is really ripe for
for cooperation and further development, both for the communication of the water on the land and investment in the region. So please come back again, visit Konza, but stay longer in the lake region.
Thank you, Asante Sana, the minister. So I love to visit again a beautiful city of Kisumu. Still, some of my friends also doing the golf course and some other business in Kisumu. So hopefully, as you mentioned, we can cooperate, how to build smart city. And also, as I already, told you, so we are delighted to share our knowledge and, experience with the other cities, especially with the Kisumu for smart city. So lovely. I want to also invite you officially to Songdo to look around. So thank you so much again, the minister and governor.
Thank you very much,
Peter?
Commissioner. Thank you. I'll see
Okay.
you soon after I go back to Korea.
Sure.
All right, next up.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Yep.
Thank you. Next up, we have a professor here, Professor DNS, Dr. DNS from IIT Bombay in Mumbai.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to participate in this event. Peter, Dr. Sapna, and the host at Kenya. I'd like to request Dr. Surendra and Rohit to just come over here. They are my two colleagues from IIT Bombay, representing my lab over here. And rest of them are following these proceedings through the Zoom online. So this is my second trip to Kenya, South Africa, I would say, Africa as such. And the first one was in South Africa, the second one is Kenya. I have been interacting with the students from this continent and great respect for the academicians over here. Since last one day, it has been a very good learning experience for me when people talk about their expertise and how to develop a smart city over here. So I'd like to request Dr. Surendra to speak a few words, introduce himself and about his expertise.
Hello, a very good afternoon to each and everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us to this summit. So I am Dr. Surinder Singh. I am a postdoctoral fellow at IIT Bombay. So my expertise is particularly on the waste management. So yesterday I have been listening to all experts, particularly related to the Africa continent, where it is believed that around 60% of population is coming back to the urban centers. So that's why people are going to have a smart cities over these urban centers. So one of the issue with these smart cities or not people coming back to the urban center is that no doubt we will get certain facilities around these urban centers that is required for a smart cities. But as a living standard, we look back for the village environment, which have very clean environment, and people like to have those environmental, particularly in the urban centers. So as far as the smart city is concerned, if we take back into the facilities that are there in the smart centers or smart cities, if we are able to produce or able to provide an environmental which is very natural to the as that we observed in the villages. So that would be the actual smart cities that we are talking about here in last 2 days. So in that case, waste management is one of the primary issues that we need to take care of. For example, if we see the example of Lake Victoria, no doubt it is a very beautiful lake, but still the water qualities and the sludge that is being deposed or that is there in the lake itself, because by the look of that water, it is kind of very blackish water. So no doubt it is beautiful to see, but there is certain contaminant that is there in the water itself. So in order to provide a clean environment, not only to the people that are visiting to see the Lake Victoria, we need to take care of the aquatic life that is there in the Victoria itself. Because ultimately, if we are consuming the fishes from this Victoria Lake, it will hamper our health as well. So it is very crucial for us, for all of us, to clean the lake water as well as the sludge which is deposited around there. And we should make ourselves very kind of aware of this situation, that no further contamination is allowed, particularly in this lake water, which is very crucial not only for the Kenya but all around the Lake Victoria country. So that's all from my side. Now I will introduce Rohit.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rohit Kumar, final year BTech student, like undergraduate student from IIT Bombay in Civil Engineering Department. So me and my lab members are working on the renewable energy sources. So what will be the alternative and the sustainable energy sources which can be utilized in the cities? Because as we know, the conventional energy sources has been depleted, and it's also not sustainable to use them, because there are many drawbacks which is related to that. So it is always better to use renewable energy sources in smart cities which we are developing, which we are aiming to develop in Africa. So we as we are expertising in how to use that, how to make a city sustainable in energy resources. So that's our expertise. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So what I have done is, for the sake of the time, I have given the link of the laboratory over there. Please visit it. And my intention of visiting this place is to create more collaboration in terms of academics, in terms of research, innovation, and application of the technologies which have already been done by us. So as my colleague suggested, I work in the field of valorization of industrial waste, municipal solid waste. There were many presentations yesterday and today morning, how to convert waste into a resource. So we have created several technologies about this energy transition. As Rohit was talking about, my another PhD scholar is working on geothermal energy. And yesterday Peter was telling me that somewhere very close to this place, there is another demonstration of geothermal which is being implemented. I would love to visit the site. Infrastructure development is our expertise. Being a civil engineer, we would love to create and help people in creating infrastructure in the most challenging and the problematic regions of the world and the countries. And I enjoy personally social, economical, legal, technical issues which are associated with infrastructure development projects. This also takes me and my research group to the policy creation regarding the implementation of the projects in the most sustainable manner, keeping SDGs in view. And we also believe in need-based instrumentation. And that is our crux of the expertise. We have guided 42 PhDs, several patents to our credit. And you can visit the patents and the recent publications which have been done by our group by the link. I'll share this PPT with all of you. So as I said, the energy transition is the main goal, where we are working on carbon capture, utilization, storage in the deep saline aquifers, and utilization of geomaterials to create artificial man-made soils. And these man-made soils we are trying to export to different countries by synthesizing them in the laboratory. Most of this research has already gone up to the TRL7 and TRL8 stages, and from where this technology can be adopted and we can convert all this waste into the resource. Next slide, please. So I have been talking about contaminant geomaterial interaction, circular economy practices. We also talk about the waste management in whatever way we can do. I normally do not work in the field of liquid waste, which my colleague from IIT Chennai, Liji Phillips, was talking about. She's an expert in waste management, particularly the sludges and the liquids and the wastewater. And I am more into the municipal solid waste and the industrial byproducts. And of course, the gas hydrates, which are not very relevant to your context. But of course, geothermal energy, I'll be interested in collaborating with you. Carbon capture technology, when you are going for such a vast industrialization, how to decarbonize the industries would be where I would be able to help you as well as to collaborate with you. And of course, the waterway infrastructure, what Dr. Surendra Singh was talking about, we have created several demonstration setups in my laboratory and some in the field. One of my PhD scholars is Mrinal, who is working on sediment characterization and utilization of sediments for sustainable development. I would request you to scan this QR code, which is given at the left-hand side of the PPT. If you scan this, you can see what our activities are and in what way we can work together. So thank you very much. My email address is given over here. Please feel free to contact me, and it will be a great pleasure for me to interact with you, collaborate with you, both academically as well as research-wise, as well as practice of the research and academics together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So
Cricket.
I have a
And
question.
of course, the cricket. Yes, please.
So I'd like to introduce the geothermal power plant near Kisumu. So personally, I was there. It was pretty much fascinated. So what's the scale? What's the power generation size from the plant? Can anybody tell us? Tell him. How much the
Good afternoon. Currently in Kisumu, we're receiving about 90 megawatts from the main geothermal.
I'm sorry, can you speak up again?
Currently in Kisumu, we're receiving about 90 megawatts.
90 megawatts.
From the geothermal power station in Naivasha, which is called Olkaria. It's about 150 kilometers away from where we are. And the substation, the whole city of Kisumu is consuming about only 10 megawatts. So there's a need for heavy industrialization of the city. So we have about 80 megawatts free.
Is this deep geothermal or shallow geothermal?
Deep geothermal.
Oh, very good. Can I visit the site today?
If the time allows, but we can do it tomorrow.
How many kilometers?
150
50.
clicks. 150.
150.
About 200 clicks.
Today I'm free after this lunch.
Definitely, we'll pay a
and
visit.
we can come back late in the evening.
Definitely.
Not to miss the dinner.
Oh, of course. I'll take you there personally.
All right, so we have another one from the UK side. Hello? Okay, we have another speaker from UK online. Chandra or Alberto from Fire Foundation. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Okay, who's
Do you hear
there?
me?
Chandra or Alberto?
Chandra, unfortunately, he is not capable to present, but will do the job.
Okay, I think he shared the most recent version of the presentation. Can you put up on the screen?
Yes, I have. I guess that I can share my screen. Exactly.
Oh, your screen. Okay, you can do it.
Yeah. One moment.
Can you briefly introduce yourself for just a second, then you can go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Alberto Abella. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of the Fiber Foundation. I'll explain what's the Fiber Foundation. My background is on the telecommunications engineering, and I'm doctor on open data. Most of my professional career is based on on one hand, the implementation of emerging technologies, and on the other hand, in a more activistic way, in making these technologies popular and affordable for most people. I've been an advocate of open source and open data, and I've written quite a few books about it. My aim today is to present you what is the Fiverr Foundation and how this foundation, not exactly the foundation, but the results of the foundation can help many of the initiatives that you have demonstrated here. So I guess that I have a quarter of an hour to introduce this. Am I right?
Alberto, can you speak up a little bit, louder, because we can barely hear you.
I'm not hearing you. I see somebody talking, but I'm not hearing. So I will go on. I will go on. I haven't heard any word of you. I'm expecting you to hear me. So first thing, what is the Fiverr Foundation? So, the Fiverr Foundation is a non-profit entity. It's headquartered in Europe, but the members are all over the world. Some of them are in Asia, some others are in Africa, in Europe, and in America, and so on. What's our aim? Our aim is to promote open source technology, specifically some group of components. Everything is open source. For those who are not familiar, open source means that you can take it for free. You can use it as much as you can for free, and you can modify this software to your personal or to your organizational needs, and to share these modifications. So if you are thinking about having your, let's say, your sovereignty regarding the IT infrastructure, we are helping on that. We not only help to create a software, but we also are based on standards. Let me explain why this is important. Imagine that you are willing to use Microsoft Word. Yeah, you can use Microsoft Word with open source tools, but the format is not strictly open. Therefore, you will depend always in a maker for preserving your digital information that in some points could be nice, and in some other environments could be something that you don't want to do. And for doing that, we are based on open standards. Open standards not created by the foundation, but created by international standardization bodies. These standardization bodies are open, so you can participate there and suggest modifications to any of this. You see there the word NGSILD. NGSILD are a very complex word for an open API. An API is a way of bringing information and pushing information into IT systems. We have also another initiative, which is the Smart Data Models, very useful for those who are willing to share data and share the formats with an open license. We were founded as an European initiative in 2011, but we became an independent entity in 2016. Okay. Currently, we are more than 650 members. We've been in the market since 2011, so next to 15 years. And we are providing the solutions that we provide are for many different domains. So in fact, they are agnostic to the domain, because the only thing that we do is to manage data, okay, in the domains of agri-food, mobility, smart cities, energy industry, water, and many others. Okay. So what Fiverr is a group of components. So you can take this group of components and use for whatever purpose. And this is Fiverr. So this is, even if the Fiverr Foundation wouldn't exist, you can use it. Okay, even if the Fiverr Foundation goes bankrupt tomorrow, then you will have the components. So you have no problem, no vendor locking, which is one of the things that we want to prevent. The second point is that there is a foundation, and the foundation has members, and these members help us to drive the innovation in these open source components. Okay. And there is a governance, so you can become a member. If you are an individual member, it is free. If you are an organization, you have some fee. The fee could depend on the size of the company, on your annual turnover. So this foundation promotes this thing, which is the digital sovereignty. So especially in countries where there are not much technical development, digital sovereignty is a key element. because what if you depend on other countries on your critical infrastructure? What we do is to provide open source, but there is a usual myth regarding open source, that the open source software, these technical solutions, are created by, let's say, independent programmers. This is not the case. What we have is around 64 components. All of them are created by usually large companies, but they release with an open license that allows you the free use. Okay, and therefore you can create derivative works of these solutions. And this promotes all these elements that you see there: training programs, mentoring, transparency, trust, inclusivity, sustainability, and so on. Okay,
Alberto,
we are.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
You
yes,
can
please.
actually share your materials, presentation material. I think it's working right now.
I'm sharing my screen. I thought that you were seeing. Yeah. I could share, definitely.
So you can share it from your end. I think it's much easier and faster.
So, but initially, I'm sharing my screen with you.
Share screen.
Don't you see anything?
You can provide.
Let me do it again. Let me do it again.
There is a green button
sharing.
in the bottom. You can see share screen. Click it.
Yeah, I'm clicking. I'm sharing. Supposedly, am I sharing now?
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, okay, let me put. Yeah. Sorry.
And then, yeah, the bigger screen, please. F5. Looks like it's jammed. Can you hear us, Alberto? Okay.
Yeah. Am I sharing, or do I have to?
Can
I have to share
can
again.
you redo it again?
Yeah, I'm doing.
Yeah, there you go. Go on.
Now you can see it. Oh, sorry, because I thought that you were seeing my slides.
No.
So
Go ahead.
let me
It's okay.
just go on. We were here. Let me go. So, what is the DNA? First, we are a global open source community, and when we say community, this is something which is real. By the way, we are currently into elections. Every year, we elect between the members of the foundation, some of the members of the board of directors. The board of directors is the maximum governance body of the foundation. This board of directors decide who are the board of officers, who are the, let's say, the usual the people who is really managing in the day-to-day basis the foundation. I'm part of this board of officers. Okay, so we are an actual community, and there is also the technical steering committee. The technical steering committee is the committee which decides where the technical implementation should go, and it's, by the way, is on elections as well right now. We have also we promote many dissemination events like iHubs, I will explain later, hackathons, trainings, lectures, certifications, and so on. There is a fiber expert certification available. There is 49 innovation hubs across the world. Okay, an innovation hub is just an entity. Usually there are small entities dedicated to the promotion and to the dissemination of the fiber knowledge. Usually they don't have to be exclusively for fiber knowledge, so they can disseminate, usually this is the case, they disseminate fiber knowledge and other technologies knowledge. And it provides local ownership, so you can do whatever you want with these software components. I will explain what they do for other things. Yeah, let me go. So we provide also one solution for many projects that have started. They got initially public support, but what happened when the money of the public support ends? Usually these components, these software components, are interesting, but if they don't have a critical mass of users, the project is not viable. And therefore, what we do with the International Commons initiative is to provide, after an evaluation, of course, to provide this critical mass of users within the fiber community. So if you have a solution, of course, it has to be open source, because we don't treat with technologies which are not open source. Okay, if you have this solution, you can be evaluated not only from the technical point of view, if your, let's say, your software works properly, is complying with the standards, so it's properly designed, but also from the business part. So there will be users for this solution. They will be willing to invest some money on the evolution of the tool and so on. And if you have this solution, you can apply to be a member of this international commons, in which you have your own technical evolution, your own governance, but under the umbrella of the Fireware Foundation. Another thing is that we are spread all over the world. These are, let's say, the location of some of our members. Okay, so you see that there are places. In some of these countries, there are also iHubs. Okay, we got lots of feedback because in what we do at the foundation with the technical solutions is just the curation. And let me explain the curation for people not involved into the technical development arena. So curation means that we make tests on every solution. We make also tests that this solution is compliant with the standards. We also check that the solution is well documented, an updated document, that it has a roadmap, that it has a support system, that this support system is active and answering the question of the users. And every 10 weeks, they have to go again for passing this test. If you pass this test, the solutions, then you can be in the Fireware catalog. The Fireware catalog is the group of components that we deliver to the world. In the case that you fail to pass these tests, then it could happen that initially let's say, put you on hold, and if you don't comply with these tests, you can be expulsed from the Fireware. So what is this for? This is for the users are taking some solutions which are production ready. So you can put into, let's say, into a serious system in which you are exploring whatever you want, either water, energy, smart cities, transport, mobility, whatever. And we have this network of iHubs, which are small entities. It's free to become an iHub. You need to fulfill some needs, but there is no payment associated to becoming an iHub. Of course, you have to certificate people to have the knowledge, so you can join. This is the current ecosystem, so 9,000 users and developers. So we have 31 members in the technical steering committee. There is also a scientific advisory board, and this is the partnerships. Okay. We also let me just explain what these software solutions are about, including for education. There is a kind of a core component, which are the context broker. The context broker is a component capable of retrieving data from very different data sources. Data sources like what? Data sources like the sensors of your city, your legacy applications, your databases, and so on. And you put all this information into this broker. And this broker has, let's say, three main capabilities. The first thing is to update all this information and have a historical of this information. Imagine that you are taking a sensor of the garden, okay, or the water flow of the river. You store all the data and you can make the query. Oh, how the evolution of the flow of this river has been evolved, and you are capable of answering the question. But also you can subscribe to the changes. And this is very important. Imagine that you don't care much if the river has a specific flow rate. But if the flow rate is below something or is above something, maybe you have to raise a hand or launch an alarm. You can subscribe to the values of this element, and whenever there is one of these thresholds that you can set, you say, oh, launch a process. In example, if the flow is exceeding, open another gate, or if the flow is too low, go and set up an alarm so that we are in a drive. This is the core, and this core can connect with many other components. Some of them are, let's say, for for publication of this information in what is called data spaces. I'm not going to get into this, but data spaces is kind of a let's say new way of providing you for guarantee that you share the information with a person that you are willing to share with. In the case that you are willing to sell the data, that you get paid, that the transmission of the data is, let's say, is secure, and finally that only the people that you have granted to access this data is getting access to this data. We have also some interfaces with sensors, robotics, and third-party systems, and other, let's say, other components for the deployment into large systems. And of course, several tools for the analysis of the data. All of this is open source, and it's not a platform. It's not something that you have to buy completely integrated. There are 64 components. You can use one and nothing else, or you can use a group of them and connect them. All of them share the same API, which is NGSILD, and you can integrate into your system. And these are, let's say, 64. There are more than 100 open source projects executed. So we have more than 1,000 deployments. To be honest, we know that there's more than 1,000, but we don't have the precise figure because it's open source.
I'm sorry,
take it,
Alberto. I'm
say
sorry.
nothing and use it.
I'm sorry to intervene, but can you just maybe just finish your presentation in next 1 minute? Would that
Yes,
be possible?
yes. I'm in the very last slides. Yeah. So we are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And why matters this today? Because there is a global demand for trusted digital public infrastructure, and we provide this. Okay. And we are also integrating with artificial intelligence tools, so it's possible to do that. And just there is a strong connection between fiber and the digital infrastructure that requires digital sovereignty and empowers local innovators and ensures sustainability. Okay, and that's all. This is my boss, Chandra Taragon, is currently the CEO, and I want to express his apologies for not being here, and let me thank you for granting me this opportunity to
Thank you, Alberto.
to
Thank
show
you
this
very
to
much
you.
for your
Thank you very much.
presentation. Wonderful. I think, can you just give applause for him, please? Education platform training program is quite important because if you build smart cities, you need to have also training programs. You need to train the people, like the government officials, at the same time students, and also the stakeholders of the living in the city. So this is kind of quite important. I think Chandra, if you are there, you can have just short introduction yourself. I know you are in here.
Yeah.
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 Sure.
Sorry for actually. This is Chandra, so I'm actually held up in another
give
meeting.
just like 1 minute, please.
And thanks for Albert. Sorry.
Just 1 minute, please. We don't have much time.
Yeah. So yeah. I know. I just joined for 1 minute. I just came, and thanks Alberto for replacing me in the last minute. Thanks for this opportunity. I actually booked the tickets for 2 times because of the changing dates. I couldn't be there. Apologies for all this, and I really thank for all of you to give this opportunity to present this online. And we are looking forward for organizing a training event and the educational event from Fiverr side. And we are eager to come there as a Fiverr team and also empower locally your ecosystem to build the Fiverr-based solutions and adapt it to the make you inclusive in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra.
And I would like
I'll
to
see you
personally
back.
thank Governor, Mr. Governor, and John and Peter for giving this opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we have the last speaker. You've been waiting for a long time. So after his talk, then I'm going to collecting few questions from the audience. So you might have some questions about, we have a lot of experiences, expertise from, for example, IIT Bombay or IIT Madras and the PSA, and also, some other experts. And here you probably maybe listen to them. And I think the reason why we're doing this is how we actually integrate the resources from around the world and to help to develop small city in Kisumu which will be the magnificent benchmark point for every cities in Africa. So now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Peter.
you're up right now. So
the microphone, yes, is okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and I'm very glad to be here. And I thank the organization for the invitation. My name is Amédée Santalo. I'm a French origin, but I work only 1 year in France. I've been educated in France, and the rest of my life, 33 years of experience all over the world, including Africa, Middle East, and CIS countries. So I will give you just a little bit brief of the beginning of my career to understand that why we have in our group a little bit different approach when it comes to smart city. So I started in Geneva in the European Center of Nuclear Research, not as a scientist in nuclear, but in terms of architecture and engineering. And imagine I was young, to be part of this organization was absolutely fantastic. But after 2 years, I received a call of somebody that I know very well who tell me I'm at the United Nations has a program in Africa, and I need an administrator to manage 600,000 refugees in Guinea-Conakry, refugees from Liberia and Sierra Leone. Imagine, surprise, never been in Africa, just got that call, but I'm a man of opportunities. Then I said, yes, I come, but when? They said, it's now, you have to resign and take the plane this week. So I end up in Guinea-Conakry, and I was very young, with no experience in Africa, and I enjoy very much that first experience, even though it was extremely difficult. When you are involved in such a program, taking care of refugees, you see things that you cannot even imagine. So as a young boy, it was as difficult as wonderful. And I immediately understood that development is the main issue in Africa at that time, was the main issue. I'm talking about 94, 95, just to put it in the context. And I decided to make my own NGO with the support of the Swiss Consulate and European organization to do development in Africa, starting in Liberia. And unfortunately, we all know the story of Liberia, the famous 6 April War. Then I have to leave the country with my wife and only the passport. And that was the 3-4 years first experience in Africa. I have been so much passionate, so my objective was to come back and with good development company and to start again. You know, Africa is huge. If you have a small problem here, doesn't mean the territory is not good. It's a territory of opportunities. When I went back to Europe, immediately I got a call from Dubai. Now I'm talking about 96, from His Highness, the Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And they said, we need you because we need to design a plan for the automotive industry and sport. It was Formula One plus Autodrome, etc. And it was in Geneva, the meeting, and they said, I have no idea about Dubai, but it will be my pleasure to collaborate. They invited me there for a mission of 6 months, and I never left the country. Till today, I'm here. I'm in Dubai. I have one office in Dubai and one office in Tanzania, and particularly in Zanzibar. It's very new. We just opened it a few months ago. So, you know, when a country invites you to be part of their team in a country like UAE, as a French, I have the reflex to go to the French embassy and they said, what do you think? Shall I come here? In 96, it was 3 hotels in Dubai, and only desert and sand. So automatically, the French embassy took me by hand on the window. That time it was a 6th floor. It was high in Dubai. And they showed me 12 cranes. And they said, you see, they have little money. After these 12 cranes, who will come here? The weather is difficult. The beaches are not like Zanzibar or Maldives or Seychelles. So how can you envisage a huge development here? Then I said, thank you for the advice. Then I go to the government of Dubai again. And they say, can I see your vision? They say, yes, with great pleasure. But before you see the vision, you need to understand the model of development that we implement and why we believe it will be successful, even in a place where you have sand dunes and almost nothing else. So they explained to me one thing very logic, is that a human always moves where he finds his own interest. And he said, at the end of the day, whatever you build has to be made by man for human. So the vision we will implement here in Dubai is based on the study of human being, not about economy, not about design, not about architecture, but what do people want? They put families all over the world to reply. The French, they like this. The German, they like this. African, they don't like this, etc. And they make what they call the software. And they put a program in place to please the whole world to come and invest there. And then they show me the long-term vision in terms of architecture, because to have the theory is one thing, but you need to visualize as well. So I was very impressed by the vision, and understanding the way they will implement that vision. I understood also that you can copy past the system all over the world will work. And so I stay with them and work with the government, with the municipality, and then with big developers, and at the end of the day, advisor of the ruling family of Ras Al Khaimah. So that experience encouraged me to come back to Africa and to start again the subject of development through smart development. We call smart city, we call today everything smart, because it has been named by IBM when they do the software for city management, and everybody has this technology, digital things coming in mind when it comes to smart cities, but we want to put first the human interest, the human safety, and the comfort of human at the center of the development and the preoccupation. And thank you.
Very well said.
And then the development, the tools that we are talking about, the digitalization and everything, are perfect tools to optimize that vision and to be sure that it will grow, will be sustainable and well managed. Imagine the challenge of Africa today. We are talking about 2.5 billion in 2050. The growth of the economy here is huge and will accelerate in an exponential way from now. Look at what happened all over the world, the place of development, India, Africa, collaborating with the Korean, with the knowledge economy that they have developed since 50 years, will be an amazing result. But for that, we have to plan it today as a long-term vision. And to plan it today as a long-term vision, first of all, we have to study the DNA of each country, the resources, and each region. We have to know exactly what we can do. Now, example, we are talking about something extremely valuable, which is the cancer center, that we can also call the healing village. You know that center here will initiate a lot of development, a lot. Industrial, chemicals, pharmaceutical industry, but then we have to plan how to accommodate. The family will fly from all over the world, and what is the future? Tomorrow, we can start to think about the smart development in Kisumu, integrating that motor that will boost usually the economy of the region, but what will be next? And if you are ready for next, the people will be in line to come invest and settle here. That's for sure, because the vision, right planification, is a starting point of the economy, and will never stop to grow, and this is what we all want. So also, we can learn from the past, and you see most of the smart cities who failed. I've been analyzed so many in the world, and they failed because, unfortunately, when you bring your 400 and 500 million in the plan, if the longer vision is not planned in advance, everything stopped. Thinking, creativity, innovation stopped, and start the construction. And that starts sometimes a little bit in the wild development, build this, build that. But then the vision of the future is not there. And that city will be in trouble and will need more and more money. So in our system, we implement the same grid, the same base, the same matrix for all the cities. And based on the DNA of the region, and hopefully this will be a valuable one here, which is the medical sector, then we implement the different layers of development to ensure the perfect development, sustainable growth, and that the local population will benefit in terms of everything, including, of course, employment, security, and everything. So we are here now based again with some group from UAE to envisage some development in Africa. I have a concept, before Smart City, we call it, because I'm in the Smart City since 27 years, but it didn't exist, the Smart City. So we call it City of Light. And the City of Light is something bright for the human being. So I've done a small presentation that I show to some countries here. It's a concept, means doesn't need to be built like that, but it's a concept to understand in the direction we can go. It's only a 6-minute presentation, and this can be implemented everywhere as a motor to boost the local economy and then to envisage a further development. So maybe we can bring the smart city, the word. And the light, no.
Since 19th century, mankind crossed 3 revolutionary cycles. In the 18 and 1900s, Industrial Revolution rose up a materialist generation, specifically motivated by capitalist goals. In 2000s, the Digital Revolution brought up new solutions and needs. Today, humankind enters an acceleration era. Demographic acceleration and ecological devastation. Human world has entered exponential development that might implode. Lost in mutations, humankind and its worldwide populations are demanding new visions. It needs guidance of a new kind. Humankind needs a complete paradigm change. Time has come. But who will dare? Who will show enough soul and nerves for making the changes that will lead the world to its new path? Who but Africa? Why? Because it is in the very soul of this legendary continent that a new consciousness is rising. At the dawn of times, Africa has been the cradle of humankind. It can naturally provide its rebirth. Will Africa possess the motivation and will to fulfill its mission? Yes, because Africa has a special skill, its ancestral wisdom. It is time now that Africa shows its alchemistic power of melting its ancestral wisdom with Western technology. Africa's alchemy can put an end to the devastation of the planet's resources. How? By benefiting its own resources, extract and deal it by itself. It is the best gift Africa will offer to its coming generations, bringing them the enrichment it deserves. The World 2050, the Africa's new vision. How will Africa make this possible? By using a tool of a new kind and dimensions, the smart cities. Only an urban revolution and innovative growth-based complex can transform the old paradigm. Smart cities are the epicenter, the energetic vortex of development energies. They have the power to bring renaissance to depressed populations. With smart cities flourishing on its soil, Africa can prove that life and economic development can, for the first time ever, respect the environment involved in its exponential development. What is our Smart City project? It is a new urban concept entitled The World. A smart city is the vortex, the synergy epicenter created between urbanity and economy, a concept brought to the state-of-the-art of modern research and latest discoveries. A vortex tower is at the center of the smart city. It is based on a 6-petal symbolic platform, each of them dedicated to one of the 6 continents around our world. Each petal shelters each culture, continent after continent, to express and blossom its art, architecture, traditions, lifestyle, products, and added values. The principles of the world are simple. Bring more wellness to their citizens. Ease the mobility in the city. All the best products and businesses are locally available. Visitors can experiment richness from all other continents. Medical city for everyone. New education system for all. Security and peace at its state-of-the-art, as physical as for data and computer technologies. Entertainment parks for audience from all over the world. Smart cities are directly linked to major transportation means. Its system is based on circular economy, with no pollution, no waste, and recycled energy. The world is the city to visit, the place to live in, the place to work in, the place to invest in. By building up a smart city on its own soil, Africa will become the flagship of a new vision of the world and life on our planet. It gives a chance to its inhabitants and their environment to grow and create richness in wealthy and sustainable conditions of life. Can Africa do it? Yes, it can. By starting the first smart city on its continent, Africa will rise its economics and network to an international influence. Becoming an innovative pole of attraction for international business and luxury goods exchanges, it will influence the new standards of sustainable economics. Thanks to Africa's smart cities, a new worldwide consciousness will emerge. World leaders will be aware of a new global player. It is time to act now. Africa's smart cities will become the state capitals of the new world. They will enter an age of knowledge, embedded in a continent that will lead the rest of the world not by its power, but through its example. Africa is the solution. Do you want to stand at the birth of a new, prosperous world? Are you ready to lead the world to its new path? Africa is rising. Be part of it.
Thank you for sharing the amazing video. And we have very exciting moments to looking forward to the next Africa based
Sure.
on your
Thank you
work.
very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for everybody. I think maybe we need to collect some of the questions, but do we have time? Very little. So maybe if you have any questions and we are here, so you can come up to us and you can just give us questions. Then I'm going to toss it over to Princess Katarina to wrap this up. And after Princess Katarina, we also have the governor's comment as well.
Your Excellency, it's so good to see you here, and what a fabulous place this country is going to be. Just to wrap up very, very quickly, I think it's going to be very difficult after that last video that we had. But I would like to also thank the Commissioner and all the other speakers here today for the fantastic insight of what we can do, how we can move forward, how we can make it a zero emission. And I think it's been absolutely fabulous. I'm looking forward to going to Korea, to another summit there, because it looks amazing. They've moved forward enormously, and I'm sure you too here will be. Everybody here, thank you so very much for the insight you've given us all. And I'm wrapping up quickly. Inside, you've given us all, as well, I'd need bullet points to go through everything. Thank you so, so very much. It has been fabulous and amazing listening to you all this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me apologize for coming late this morning. I had a meeting with some development partners in my office, which I couldn't avoid. But the bit I've listened to now, Peter, is really, really challenging. Here we say there's work to be done. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you very much.
So I think that this is wrap up now, and I'm going to toss it over to Professor.
Thank you very much. Can we give a big, big clap? Thank you very much for coming, sharing the vision, but most important, the enthusiasm. It is for the people in this room to make this thing happen. We have been given everything that God can give: water, land, blue sky, and brilliant minds. It is now for the leadership and us to make this thing happen. If it can happen in the desert, it surely can happen in the heart of Africa that has everything here. We're going to take a lunch break, not only to fill our stomachs, but to get our brains thinking. We're coming back at 2 o'clock, and one of the first presentations will be from the Great Lakes University, where the Vice Chancellor is here. I've all the time been looking at her and wondering whether these things can find root, this innovation. Sapna gave us a basket full of offers, of technologies that are taking place, they've developed, and they say it is free for us to call for and collaborate. DNS has been here, and with his student has said he is looking for universities to collaborate with. And you don't get a bigger and more reputable institution than the Indian one that he represents here. So, Governor, in just one mid-morning, we've really brought the world here to see what Kisumu can do in terms of collaboration. Let's go for lunch and all come back in time at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
We can make better pictures now.
Who's taking the shots here? I think we better take one here.
There's something that we must do. We have all the resources.
This is a sound to sound thing. We just clock. Let's just. Good job. Please go for lunch. Come back in time. I've been told that there are people who want to respond to these wonderful, inspiring presentations. So please be back here.
Katarina. Is everything in here? You see? Like here.
I did get commissioner.
The commissioner.
Commissioner name is here.
Yeah.
Dr. Yukon
So yes. Close the Zoom meeting. Close the Zoom meeting. Zoom meeting.
Sorry?
You can close the Zoom meeting.
Oh, okay.
Everybody else.
Okay, everyone attending the Zoom, we are done with this session, so you can leave. You may leave now. Thank you for your attendance. I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much.
to talk to him today.
Those who are still in the Zoom, we are done. We are finished with the plenary 4 session. So you may leave. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Since 19th century, mankind crossed 3 revolutionary cycles. In the 18 and 1900s, Industrial Revolution rose up a materialist generation, specifically motivated by capitalist goals. In 2000s, the Digital Revolution brought up new solutions and needs. Today,
the city manager himself, my friend Abalawanga. Are we ready for the city manager? If it's not, can we get somebody before him? No. You're okay? We get somebody. Okay. Okay. Anybody who wants to comment on the presentation from Korea and India and the UK? Professor Reed, I think you made me not eat my lunch.
Yeah, thank you very much. Listening to presentations this morning, I got a little bit inspired. And I felt that we need to have smart city reference group. These are people who can support the implementation of smart city programs. Number one, they should help the city to come up with bankable projects that are well studied and well researched so that we can attract investors. Number two, they should help to mentor politicians, many of whom are not smart. Apart from our governor here, most politicians, the way they think is a different way of thinking, that this group can mentor them and help the city to become even smarter than it is now. Number three, this reference group can help to promote smart villages where we have waste management, green energy application, clean water, data generation, and evidence-based planning and development. We have many people. His Excellency, Kisumu has got very smart people. And these smart people must be utilized so that they form part of development and get a network of smart people. We are very smart in this city, not only here, but there are many smart people in this region who are not politicians, they are not in development, but they are just there wasting their brains. These people must come back to help the city move without necessarily being paid. You know, some of us, we are like rogue, we are volunteers. We are very easy, very cheap to maintain. So this is something that can be developed if the governor is agreeing, and make it something that is part of the institution of smart cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rinda. Any other person? I'll allow only two more. And one of those, the last two must be the last mayor of Kisumu. Sam, you must say something.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
I think mine is just a comment and an observation that tapping from the various professionals that we have in the county and Kisumu being a city, that probably following on Dr. Ringa's recommendation, is that maybe our county thinks of having what we call a diaspora department. A diaspora department would not really necessarily mean somebody from out of Kenya, but even those who come from Kisumu but stay out of Kisumu, they live away from Kisumu. And this, we can ape it from the Murang'a County government, where they have got a diaspora department. This is just a conglomeration of professionals who may not be captured in the management of the county because you only have like 10 or 11. The governor only has a position of 10 or 11 CECM members. So where does that leave the other professionals whom we also need to tap into their professionalism? So let's think of having a diaspora department that would capture all our initiatives into building Kisumu. Thank you.
Give it to Sam.
Thank you, my brother, Prof. Well, what can I say? I think what you've said is correct. However, I thought that at such gathering, we needed, for example, the diaspora people and all that, but we needed to have probably an investment counter out there. There are people looking for land, looking to start businesses here. So I think in the next follow-up, what we probably need, Prof, is once the visitors are gone, we'll pay for ourselves to come back, sit with you after about maybe a month after you've done your postmortem, and we chat the way forward. Because diaspora is all right. We are all working out, but this is our home. There are a few things that we need to help with, and I don't think we can, I can say all of it here. But I think I'm just grateful for this. I'm grateful that the governor has done this, you've done this. But I think there are a few steps we need to take after this, after you've done your post-mortem. Let's have an evening of just having tea so that we move into action. Thank you.
Yes, Olola.
Thank you very much. I think that my name is Ololo Neko from Siaya, Uyoma. I'm a gynecologist. I think having a diaspora, I'm also part of the diaspora, although I'm here now. Having a diaspora group is extremely important, and important because if we were told we are going to have this center, cancer center or medical center, yeah, the new one, we need highly specialized people because it will be not good, I don't want to say useless, it would not be good, for example, if we have people outside there who are sub-specialized, who can work in such, sub-specialized units, and yet we can't get them from there. That's number one. Number two, the sub-specialization is extremely important because there are so many places, Nairobi, Kampala, and so on, where you have specialists. But then, the only thing which could keep us up there is when we have sub-specialized super specialty in areas, for example, oncology, in fact, all the areas, yeah, cardiology, and so on. But sub-specialized so that we are at least above the others. Thank you. Otherwise, no one will come here because they can do it in another place where I'm working until now. We have people who are sub-specialized, and they don't need to send any person here if we are not better than the others. If we want to have medical tourism in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abala, ready? You ready? Yeah. And just to let you know, there's a reason. There's going to be no post-mortem for a reason. Because this idea is not dead. It is living through this. So there'll just be a follow-up meeting. And it can take place as early as Monday. Because the ideas have not been buried anywhere. There's no post-mortem. It's a living thing. So let's just agree. We'll agree on that and move forward. Thank you. CM, it's yours.
Thank you very much. Governor of Great Country Kisumu, Peter Chun, and all our international guests, and all the investors available in this house today. I welcome you to Kisumu this afternoon. And I know it's after lunch, so I'll try to be quick so that I don't send you into dozing. I'll try to interject with some few things so that you can laugh as I move. So as I begin, my brief presentation will focus on affordable housing because our city planner, Robert, made a presentation of our city yesterday. So I just want to inform you on how Kisumu is on the trajectory of a livable city. A livable city because we need more houses. So Kisumu, that's the next slide. It has a lakefront, it has a waterfront, stretching those areas. But what we have realized, the waterfront is so much, the investors of the waterfront are the informal settlements. If you go to Dunga area, you go to Nalenda area, you'll find a lot of informal settlements with the usual traditions. Most of these were homes where they stayed, they grew up, so they still practice so many things around there, like burials, all those things next to the waterfront. So we have a lot of work to reorganize the waterfront. What we have proposed, which is yet to get to cabinet, which I'm yet to present to the board, I think it's time that we, as a county, buy off these people to ease and give space for the waterfront and let them settle in other places so that we can have investment at the waterfront. I am just from Durban, South Africa. It was my first time. And they have a long stretch of 3-kilometer waterfront, which I thought Cape Town had a waterfront, but Durban has the best waterfront, a very good one. So Kisumu can benefit from the same. In Kisumu, the investment opportunities are tourism and mixed up use of housing. So if we can invest in promenade and utilize the waterfront very well, then I think the economic situation of Kisumu as a city next to the lake can change. So we need to revitalize the lakeshore with modern drainage, roads, promenades, utilities to support hotels, apartments, and recreational spaces. Housing can be a mixed nexus. We have high-end and middle income. We should have high and middle income residences, which can attract investors and tourism-related business, such as the upcoming LV Marina project next to Kisumu International Airport. So if you look at Kisumu, I'm just giving you one of the first growth nodes, the Nyamasaria growth node, which is emerging as a commercial area lining up with industries. So it's easy to
it will be easy for us to commercialize the area and transfer all these people who are selling sand by the roadside and manufacturing welding on the roadside to create an area in Nyamasara that will interlink them to Kibos as an industrial area. So we have also tried to do a gateway transport. We have Nyamasaria bus park, which we decongest the city center to be an interchange for rapid transport. So the transiting link to the housing commuters in areas where they are populated. Our challenge will be how do people transport themselves to these areas. I don't know this, the sickness of West Africa, East Africa, of boda and tuk-tuk. In Addis Ababa, we don't have boda and tuk-tuk. In South Africa, there's zero boda. Go to Cape Town, nothing like boda. Go to Johannesburg, nothing like boda. Durban, nothing like boda. So I don't know the craze of boda as an economic enterprise for East African counties. Kampala is crazy with those boda things. Kenya is being manifested with boda things. So in Kisumu, I think radically, if we can transform the 10,000 employed boda and tuk-tuk into transit buses, then we'll have an easy e-mobility system. So we have comprehensively prepared a plan to take to our board. After the board approves, we'll take to the cabinet to see if we can radically start with tuk-tuk getting off the streets and then reducing the boda amount. So Kondele is emerging as another growth node for 24-hour economy as a busy center. We have at least plans for it to transfer the concrete people doing business there to Kibos. So there's urban renewal. We have at least tried to, the governor has worked hard to upgrade markets, upgrade roads, and I've told you we still have problems with the congestion with the transport. So we are trying to introduce the BRT system, which we have to negotiate with the local transporters, the matatus, the bodas on how we can transport it to an economic enterprise with buses. We propose to have Maseno Ahero interchange at the current bus park in the city, and we have Kibos Donga. So when those two major feeding routes are flooded with BRT buses, then we'll have a good commuting system for the city. So we are inviting investors who are good in BRT to join and come. We have through ITDP, feasibility study was done, and we are ready to shop it to any investor who is interested in city transport. Then Kibos should be the best industrial area for Kisumu. The model I saw in Durban, there's a lot of sugarcane growing, and within that sugarcane growing, there's a city. So Kisumu can borrow that model of Durban, so that we have Kibos. All these industries you see around Kisumu, if we have them in Kibos with exit through Nyamasari and Ahero, then we can have other parts of the city decongested to deal with that. Now, affordable housing. Kibos is emerging an industrial area, and these are the people, the places neglected for housing. So we invite many investors now for affordable housing to consider Kibos being an affordable area with also industrial use for commuter transport. Kisian Growth Node, we have a market coming up, and there's a market. So for it, we have a different thing for it. We have not planned so much for it, but it's now a growth node. Then we have expanded the water system. I saw the waste and water here. Through the French government, Lake Victoria South and Kiwasco received 7 billion, and we have the Northern Extension sewer system coming up. So they are much attractive, affordable housing area. Riat Hills is emerging. So through a new growth zone, we are putting in a shopping center, a mall area, a park, a sports ground, on the bus terminus route there. So for those of you who are good in high-end investment, Riyadh Hills is available for affordable housing. And the private investors are doing a good job there. The Home Africa, already they have a big design there for Riyadh Hills. Now, this is very quick. Around 50% of land in Kisumu is underutilized. How do you think this city will grow if you let a land lying vacant for over 20 years? You can't pay me rates. I can't approve your buildings at any fee. I can't charge you rates. So the city is becoming a village. It's not growing. A city will grow when there is utilization of land. But the notorious sectors that keep land vacant are the government sectors. We have Arena Estate. That is a government land being wasted. We have Kenya Railways. Kenya Railways is now the worst. If you check the CBD downtown, Kenya Railways still own a huge parcel of land there with old railway buildings. So these are the pictures of what still Kenya Railway owns in Kisumu. So I want you to ask yourself, with this kind of buildings of Kenya Railways, do you think it will help this city as a smart city? Because we are supposed to reorganize these parcels. We need a whole holiday apartment and shopping mall from the old provincial headquarters going down, and it extends to the port. But these are still the houses Kenya Railway is managing in those areas. So I think as a city, we'll be left with no alternative than to clear these places so that we force them to look for investors to do something better. Now, we have national housing. These are the government sectors wasting land here. You go to mosque, you go to those areas. Those are old houses. They need to do urban renewal. You know, in DK Estate, upgrading Tomboya Estate, Robert Ouko Estate. Those are all national government land also have been swindled. And then we have the pension schemes. Pension schemes are now doing better. We have Lab Fund, we have Anderson. NSSF is also coming up with a good project in the Milimani side. So the challenges that we face is financing. Financing of city infrastructure investment in terms of housing and business enterprises. So mostly the finances are coming under through pension scheme who are selling. But we have private investors who at least they have reported there's a lot of response, like Home Africa. In Riyadh Hills, they have sold 90% on design, which means people are yearning for real estate investment. Mostly the diaspora. We have our sons and daughters outside. They are the people buying a lot of houses here. Then Kisumu, another challenge is the Kisumu land swindlers. These ones have messed up the city. You buy a property, and then there are 4 people who purchase the same property with you. If you leave your property there vacant for 4 years, you'll find somebody has fenced the site, and somebody has occupied your property. So we are trying to weed out the Kisumu land swindlers. They swindle the government, they swindle everybody, so an individual can easily be swindled. Then we have courts. Anytime an investor comes who is serious, and the governor signs a deal, leases out this land, it is lying idle for investment, then we find a community going to court. You are going to court on a vacant land, it has been there for 100 years, there's nothing you're doing on it, then you go to court to start claiming it. Like now, LV Marina, it's a fantastic project. But you find a group of people are going to showing up with court injunctions. If you look at the character showing up court injunctions, he can't even pay me a rate of anything. So these court injunctions, court injunction A, stay order A, derails a lot of development projects. Then the informalities. We are trying to reorganize our planning system. So this time around, the governor has tightened the noose on approvals so that we have a lot of formal investment, be it low class or high class, wherever it is, so that we have a very uniform way of investment, not things that somebody builds that here and that builds that other thing here. And we discourage the mushrooming of slums. So next, my laptop can't work. Yes, under smart city concept, we would like to link where you stay with where you work and how you move. So Kisumu will not be in the map of smart city if people living in Kisumu are not encouraged to be smart in terms of transport mobility and other things. I'm almost done. So this is Makasembo, go back a bit. This is Makasembo, one of the pioneer affordable housing schemes. We have organized it. It's going to have plenty of water, sewer system well organized. And in terms of smart city, I think all the components are there. It's next to the best roads. It's near the CBD. And I think this is that area of Makasembo, Anderson, and they're the people, I think they're the investors showing the modern affordable housing skills like what I saw in Singapore, where there's the communal pooling of people to stay in these high-rise houses as they leave other land for other investment. Next. So this is Home Africa. This is what they are planning to do in Milimani. So this is it will be one of the best homes in Milimani, and they have sold this almost 80%. So this is the land they want to invest in. Milimani is still virgin, but with the time after the investment, it will change. Next. Now this is what they did in Kiambu, and this is the concept they are bringing in Kisumu. So their design, what I was showing you, is this one. And this is what we need in Milimani. We don't want Kayole-like things in Milimani. And I've said this several times. That's why we are tightening the noose on ownership of land in Milimani. We will only allow you to own quarter an acre. Don't divide into 0.48. You build very narrow story building up. You just rebuild what. So we want some, as a smart city, then there should be uniformity in terms of people living in suburbs. So thank you for that. That's what I wanted to present to you this afternoon.
Thank you very much for the vision, Abala. We want to move quickly to listen to Great Lakes University. All the presentations are going to be short, crisp, and to the point. Great Lakes University. Lancet is ready. Please be nearby and let's move. Slides up.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Otieno. I coordinate research and innovation at Great Lakes University. And today I'm going to be presenting our role in propelling Kisumu into a smart city. In that presentation, I'll present some of the projects that we have that to propelling Kisumu into a smart city and some of the opportunities that we can leverage on to be able to get there. So we have a project on the blue economy called the Aqua Dev Bus project, and in this project, we are trying to build to bridge the gap for training in aquaculture mainly. There are several gaps in the aquaculture space, but then our main aim is to bridge the gap in training. And for this project, we realized that even though the government has a good and has shown commitment in ensuring that the blue economy is up and running through the policy, we still have a supply-demand gap in the aquaculture business. And the main thing here is that not many youth are getting involved in aquaculture business. So in this then, we are trying to ensure that whatever our youth are learning in school is practical and not only theory. And in doing this, then we came up with a curriculum for higher education institutions, together with partners from Norway and Finland and in Kenya. And in this, then we are trying to give our students the best experience when it comes to aquaculture through the whole value chain from cage to plate, and using innovative learning platforms that are AI assisted. In these platforms, then we're looking to digitally monitor and track the lake environment, fish health, nutrition, and growth in different aquaculture systems such as ponds, cages, and open waters. So in this then, GLUC is positioning Kisumu as a regional hub for blue economy, innovation, linking education, technology, and industry. We realized again that then one of the polluters of our lake include some of the pesticides and amendments, soil amendments, chemical soil amendments that then our farmers use uphill. And in this then, we had a project together with IKEA, funded by IKEA, but together with SNV, Netherlands, and SOCA, and some other local partners, to be able to try and test biological fertilizers that are considered natural soil amendments. And this would go a long way to reducing the use of chemical pesticides and fertilizers, and thereby improving the soil health, as well as improving yield and reducing the contamination of our lake. So this project that was called the Regenerative Agriculture for Livelihoods and Markets wanted to rehabilitate degraded soils, increase crop yield, strengthen food systems for both urban and peri-urban Kisumu. So in this then, we are driving Kisumu towards a resilient food secure future by integrating regenerative farming into education, research, and community engagement. We have also been championing climate smart initiatives to mitigate climate change risks. And these include agroforestry. We've been planting trees that then go a long way to absorb carbon dioxide and increase biodiversity. We've been recycling waste, biodegradable waste, and these waste we were turning into biofertilizers that were then used for the regenerative agriculture project. In this way then we are reducing pressure on the city dumps, and we are also lowering greenhouse gas emissions. So these actions again will support Kisumu's ambition to become a smart city, integrating environmental sustainability with urban planning, and also aligning with the principle of think globally, but act locally. So we are committed in making Kisumu a climate resilient city through research, innovations, and partnerships. So through all these projects, we have then been connecting academia, government, industry, and communities. And in this way then, GLUC would provide research capacity building and innovations needed for sustainable urban transformation. Our strategic role then would include developing curricula that equip students and modern agribusiness and environmental skills, conducting research that bridges policy, practice, and community livelihoods, leveraging international partnerships and technology transfer and knowledge exchange, and promoting sustainable agriculture, urban agriculture, and environmental practices to ensure healthy city residents. So partnering with GLUC means contributing to the future where Kisumu stands out as a model smart city in Africa. So we are not only presenting GLUC as a good partner, but we are presenting it as a living lab for smart city innovation by extending sustainability efforts into digital innovation, GLUC as a test bed for smart city solutions. Some of the solutions that our partners might have we can partner in seeing how then they can be adapted to fit Kisumu and Kisumu's environs. We are also bridging agribusiness, climate action, and technology, preparing Kisumu for a future-ready smart city. So why are we ideal smart city partner? We have strategic digital infrastructure. We are testing on campus right now some of the security-driven, data-driven infrastructure that help us monitor student security, student movements in campus. This can be replicated for urban communities. We have a digitally enabled student body. You know our youth nowadays, most of them are connected. 90% of our youths are connected to the internet. They are tech savvy and are ready to innovate and sustain smart services in Kisumu. And therefore, we are building a knowledge-driven society that leverages on digital learning beyond the classroom. We are also having an administrative system that then demonstrates digital governance models that local governments can replicate. We are very near the fiber optic. It passes near our campus. And this then is presenting an opportunity for research and teaching in areas such as telemedicine, AI, and Internet of Things applications. And therefore, we are positioning ourselves as a digital innovation hub in Kisumu. Our students and staff also have a culture of innovation and agility. And we are doing this through research and student entrepreneurship. Therefore, we are not just adapting to smart city innovations, we are co-creating them with our students and partners. And case in point is the Green Score app, which assists our farmers to know what kind of soil amendment then they would need for their soil once their soil is tested. So they just put in the figures, and then the app tells them what is missing in their soil and where they can get those amendments from. So aside from the agribusiness, regenerative agriculture, and blue economy activities, we are presenting an activity where we can be able to use what we have right now as Kisumu to be able to improve our smart governance and service delivery. So this is an opportunity for collaboration that we are presenting here. We know that Kisumu generates a lot of data, both in health and other activities, but then some of our community priorities are missed, leading to weak responsiveness and equity in public services. If we are able to leverage AI to be able to look at 4 areas, that is data aggregation and harmonization, especially for public participation, that then reduces the turnaround time for decision making. Validation and quality assurances, predictive analytics for decision making and decision support, and feedback loops, then we can be able to ensure that we have a smart governance environment in our county and in our city that then would enable us to move forward into a smart city. We have an implementation approach that we are going to be working with ministries and counties involved, pilot in counties where workforce disparities are there, and build capacity for data-driven governance. We are looking for partners and stakeholders in these areas, and we invite you to come to our booth and talk more about what we can do and how we can partner together so that we can push Kisumu into a smart city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luke and Heather, you're here. The booth is there. There's lots of things offered this morning that I'm sure fit into your plans. Let's move on to Lancet, our regional laboratory group, which will be followed by Kimet. Kimet, are you ready?
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alice Juma, and I work for Saba Lancet Kenya. And Saba Lancet Kenya, next slide. So Saba Lancet Kenya is an ultra-modern and independent pathology laboratory. And we are headquartered at the 5th Avenue Ngong Suites in Nairobi. We have established fully automated processes for delivery of accurate and quick results. Sorry about that. So we have established fully automated processes for delivery of accurate and quick results of specialized laboratory services that are accessible throughout the region. And as an independent laboratory, we provide exclusive referral services at competitive pricing to hospitals, clinics, research institutions, and directly to the public, who are all treated as high-value clients. Next. So our laboratories are ISO accredited, and our Nairobi main lab is SANAS accredited. SANAS is the South African accrediting body. And then we have our branches, 14 of them, which are accredited by the Kenya National Accreditation Services. Next. So our mission is to be the leading force in local medical laboratory services while offering highest standards of personalized preventive and predictive healthcare, in which the patient is at the heart of the organization. And our vision is to empower Africa with the best healthcare services at world-class standards to improve the quality of life of our communities. Next. So Saba Lancet Kenya is an affiliate of Saba Lancet Africa, and Saba Lancet Africa is a joint venture between Saba Healthcare, which is headquartered in France, and Saba Healthcare brings its industrialization processes, the know-how, its network of partners, and its medical innovative expertise, whereas Lancet Laboratories brings its existing African laboratories network and environmental knowledge and practice. So longest time, those who are dealing with us as pathologists, but now we are Saba Lancet Kenya and Saba Lancet Africa. And this joint venture came into play in the year 2018. Next. So Saba Lancet Africa has about 101 laboratories, and we do over 4,000 different laboratory tests. We have more than 1,900 employees in sub-Saharan Africa, where we see averagely 1.7 million patients per year. And we do 5.2 million tests annually as well. Next. So that's just our existence in Africa. We are in different African countries. We are in Rwanda, Kenya, and all those countries that are displayed there. In Kenya, we have about 27 branches, all registered as independent laboratories. Next. These are the areas in which we excel in terms of testing. We do fertility testing, allergen testing. We have a medical center, which is the latest entry. And then we have wellness and prevention, endocrinology, genetics, toxicology, autoimmunity, and occupational health and prevention. Next. So about our medical center, it is existing in Nairobi. It's the latest entry, as I've mentioned, and we are spreading them to our other branches as well. Next. So we have a team of pathologists and cytotechnologists whom endeavor to offer our clients with top-notch diagnostic services by guaranteeing accurate test results and consultative services. So that's just the areas in which we excel in. Next. That's a team of our pathologists and cytogenetics. Next. In Kenya, we exist in the country, in the towns or the cities that are displayed there, and I'm glad to indicate that Kisumu is the Western hub for Saba-Lancet Kenya, Western Kenya labs. Next. So that's just the list of our branches in Kenya, and those are our contacts. And thank you for giving us this opportunity. Thanks to the organizers, and thank you again for being part of this journey of the smart city of Kisumu. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lancet. You are a great group to work with. Is Kimet there? If Kimet is not there, then will Joe Ramogi, are they online? Yeah. Anybody online? Cloud 9, anybody online? So Kimet is not there. Jaramogi are online. Are they there? They're online from 3 o'clock. And what's the time now? 2:56. So the next 4 minutes, we can ask questions and answer. Who else will be online? Cloud9 too, on 9. So any questions then so far? Yes. 4 minutes of questions.
Thank you. My question goes to Lancet. And bearing in mind that Lancet has had history of service in Kenya, and I'm just asking this with reference to turnaround time for most of the specialized diagnostic procedures that you do, based on probably on cytology, histology, and generally pathology. We've had progression in diagnostics, rising from fluorescence to molecular, and a case example is the DKL lab that I know Kalebi must have been a mastermind of Lancet in Kenya. My question is, cases have arisen where we have got long turnaround time of samples being transferred to South Africa, where the main lab is. And I've also seen a network of your labs. What I'm asking, are they sample collection sites, or they are doing specialized diagnostics? And I ask this because most of the time, having visited one or two, I find them to act like spokes that just collect samples for the hub, for the main hub in Nairobi. Is Lancet looking forward to probably establishing itself in Kenya fully, so that we don't have to transfer samples, and probably build a similar lab like the DKL one that is running from probably simple assays to greatest molecular assays of the current modern technology?
Please make the questions short so that they can be answered. Lancet, you'll hold on because one of the online presentations is on. Is that true? Can you get them on? You'll answer that question. Okay, go ahead. Sorry? Sorry? Hello? Cloud9, are you there? Okay, make your presentation, please. Karibu. You're not loud enough. Sound? Is it on or not on, so that because we have others? Proceed with which one? I'm waiting for directions. Sorry? Yeah. So can we get the sound? If the sound is not sorted out, can I ask Lancet to answer the question? Lancet, please go ahead and answer.
Thank you for that. The concern, if I got you right, is regarding whether our sites are collection centers or they're full-fledged laboratories. And all the sites that we have are full-fledged laboratories. They're able to do the basic tests and routine testings. For the tests that we have been shipping to South Africa, for example, these are tests that are very rare. And in fact, if we were to do them back home, the cost would be quite high for most of our patients. But then what we are doing as Lancet currently is we are trying to bring as many tests back home as possible. And that has been an ongoing process. And anyone who visits our lab or who uses our facilities will realize that the tests where we used to give them a turnaround time of probably 3 to 5 working days, currently they are at 24 hours. Those that were 24 hours, currently we are doing them at our peripheral sites, which is 2 hours most of the time, 1 to 2 hours. So all that is a process, it's ongoing, but there are tests that we still do not have the capacity to do even in Kenya. There are tests, I believe the doctors will confirm that. They are so rare that we have to pull all these and do within our network as Lancet. So all our testings are within this Lancet network, not outside Lancet, whether it's in Kenya, whether it's in South Africa, or whether it's in France.
Can you talk, Deborah?
Thanks.
Good. Thank you very much, Lancet. And we will move forward. Are we okay online now? If no, just tell me no so that we move on. Yes or no? Do you have sound?
Okay, I need permission to share my screen. I don't have permission. Can you make me a co-host?
Choose multiple. Under share screen, choose multiple.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? You haven't connected anybody? There's several people waiting on the line. There is Joshua Okise. Jaramogi, can you put Joshua on?
My screen?
Yes? Yes. Go ahead. Deborah, go ahead.
All right, I think we can start.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We are Cloud9 Accelerator presenting our proposal for a tech-driven cultural heritage system. This initiative is envisioned as a core theme within the Kisumu Smart City Alliance and aligns with the Lakefront Development Scheme. Cloud9 was founded by a team of African and Afro-Caribbean students at the University of Notre Dame in Indiana, United States. Our mission is to leverage technology in the field of peace building. Our team specializes in developing VR-based solutions to address challenges faced by marginalized communities around the world. My name is Dara, and I'll be joined by my colleague Deborah for today's presentation.
There was a time when our lake was renamed Lake Victoria, but for us it has always been Namlolwe, Doluo for endless water. Over the last decade or so, I've been taking these pictures of the lake and people that it serves as a freelance photographer, especially during my time living in Siaya and Kampala. Behind every image is a story. As a Cloud9 Accelerator member, I reflected on a few deeper questions. Have we truly touched all parts of Namlolwe and its surroundings? Do we listen? Do we preserve? Do we share? Whose stories are we telling? And who gets to tell them? Our proposal seeks to reimagine Kisumu, Mwanza, Kampala, and the towns, villages, and communities around the lake, and even the islands within, with the focus on cross-border impact, a design that is ethical, sustainable, and accountable, and strategies that are community-centric. First, it's important to understand the problem and why the Kisumu Smart City Alliance has focused on preserving our cultural heritage as an important core theme. We are living in a world of rapid transformation, with cultural traditions at risk at being lost, the masses lacking access to scholarship on our region, and the need for innovative preservation in light of the risks we face in losing key aspects of our cultural heritage. One important aspect of our proposal is the preservation of our oral traditions, particularly because we need to act now. First, we have a diverse and shared cultural landscape across the three nations that share the lake. Second, oral traditions are the backbone of our cultures. Third, these same traditions are at risk due to urbanization, rapid migration, and lack of formal documentation. Fourth, currently very little is recorded and archived. And lastly, there is urgency in our region, as echoed by UNICEF, who notes that oral tradition is the most endangered form of cultural heritage. Our solution is a creation of a tech-driven cultural heritage system that centers recovery, archiving, and sharing. Our three-pronged approach includes immersive digital documentation, installation of public artworks on the promenade, and archival development to be housed next to the promenade, as well as in a proposed multi-purpose building housing an archive, museum, and library. Key components include the inclusion of local languages, digitization of cultural artifacts like songs, poems, and oral narratives, community engagement, and running youth trainings targeting secondary and tertiary institutions in the region, where students learn to lead the collection of oral history, transcription, archiving, and content creation for virtual reality, an optional technology we wish to offer those who may be using the promenade as well as the museums. We propose that the promenade is positioned as one of the most advanced globally in regards to its use of not just technology, but also community-driven strategy relying on indigenous knowledge in the creation of virtual reality content. The promenade itself will feature local art, music, sculptures, and statues across the 46 kilometers as proposed by the Lakefront Development Plan. We propose that a multi-purpose building featuring a museum, archive, and library with a 360-degree observation deck is located next to the promenade and would be a site to store, share, and educate the community members as well as those who visit all three cities across the region, with the local community members taking a leading role in filling these activities.
Thank you, Deborah. Our proposal draws inspiration from successful global projects. Increasingly, museums and cultural spaces are using VR, AI, and other technologies to enhance exhibits, attract visitors, and promote interactive learning. One example is the View Orleans Observation Deck in New Orleans, United States, which opened in March 2022. Located along the city's Riverwalk, overlooking the Mississippi River, the deck features a range of amenities, including indoor and outdoor observatories, a cafe, and touch-free digital exhibits. As seen in the video, these exhibits explore the city's history, communities, key figures, cuisine, music, and traditional attire. Our approach rests on 5 pillars: ethical design, local economic impact, cultural sovereignty, strong partnerships, and research-driven innovation. These are all rooted in community leadership and the ethical use of emerging technology. Our revenue model blends grants, partnerships, licensing, and paid training. We aim to archive hundreds of cultural works, train youth, and engage local communities. With regional expansion, low overhead, and recurring funding, our model is built for sustainable growth. Our timeline aligns with the Kisumu Smart City Alliance goals, starting with team setup and community mapping in year 1, followed by youth training and data collection in year 2, and long-term goals like data analysis, museum construction, and regional expansion in year 3 and beyond. In order to succeed, we must align our budget with realistic funding and local costs for sustainability. We will prioritize renewable technologies and climate-smart design. We will establish strong legal and ethical protections around AI, data, and indigenous rights. And most importantly, we must ensure community participation at every stage, from planning to ownership. Thank you all. We now welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's from our diaspora in Notre Dame University. They want to move ahead and build on the promenade and create that particular form of historical and archival material for Kisumu. Any question? Mics?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, presenters. My name is Dr. Sarah Olembo, and I'm the CEO of Kenya Eco Technologies, which is located in Machakos area, near Daystar University, Kenya. And our focus is in creating content and also bringing up the younger children, especially in primary schools, through the CBE program, curriculum-based, curriculum-based competence, and also reaching out higher to the university. So we are connected to Daystar University, whom we are working with, and their students come over to our place to learn how to do agriculture using their hands, not things that are in the laboratory, because they don't have hands-on. Even the students don't have hands-on. And you know that in the curriculum-based competency, we have agriculture is one of those examinable areas. And yet these kids learn without any ability to touch soil. And we believe that soil is the starting point if we are going to have healthy cities. As you will see in my presentation, if I get time to present it, we know that without healthy soils, chemical-less foods are the ones that are revamping, and especially in new cities like this that are strategic, you'll find that it is these ultra-treated chemical-less products that are going to come here, all of them, the pizzas, the creamy chicken, and all those things that you see, especially where universities concentrate and where students are too many. These are the ones that come in. And we don't want this to come in Kisumu because we know the connection of those bad foods, how they are connected to our health and especially cancer. And so if we leave the kids to start feeding on those things as early as this, what do we expect in the future? My question here is that I'm also a mentor for women in agriculture and particularly in traditional techniques of preparing these foods. And one of the questions that I've been challenged with is how traditional knowledge, especially as you have indicated, the theater, the cultural areas in which we are engaged traditionally, how is this information able to come together so that our farmers, the old people, and the senior citizens are able to give us new varieties. How do they breed without being able to write, without being able to read? It's a question that I would love for us to be able to work together with you in the diaspora, and we see what we can come out with. Because at the moment also, we are engaging schools, and so we want to use these 4K clubs to spread the message throughout the country so that the children learn how to grow, how to plant, and how to prepare those foods through the Chakula Bora initiative, which of course we have started here in near Kisumu, in Diwa County. We have a Chakula Bora initiative, which means good food, healthy food, and safe food. So I want to say that Lukenya Eco Technologies is also available to collaborate in this area and to start young when the children are still early enough so that we can teach them to be able to grow with these issues in mind, so that our smart cities can indeed be smart without having to to eat food that is not
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you very
Lembo.
much.
I will not ask the Notre Dame, the Cloud9 team to answer now. Cloud9, your ideas are good. They'll be put on the table for discussion, and we're going to do a separate conference with you to discuss the details of that. We have Josh, the CEO of Jaramogi, online to make a few remarks as one of our major institutions in Kisumu. Josh, over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof, and everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good afternoon, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Dinga Teaching and Referral Hospital. I'm saying that I'm Joshua Clinton Okise. I'm the CEO of Jaramogi Dinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, and I'm happy to be with you here today. Before I proceed and make some few remarks, allow me call on the media team to give an overview of the hospital, and then I'll close with some few remarks. Thank you. Over to media team.
In the heart of Kisumu, a beacon of healthcare stands tall. The Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital. But its story stretches back much further than its current name. A tale woven with Cold War aspirations and the determined vision of a Kenyan leader. The mid-1960s, a time of nascent independence and global power plays. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the then Vice President of Kenya, journeyed to Moscow. His mission to secure vital support for a young nation. What emerged was a gift of unprecedented scale, a state-of-the-art hospital, a testament to the Soviet ambition to leave an indelible mark on the Kenyan soil. Christened the new Nyanza Provincial Hospital, it quickly earned another more evocative name, Russia. Its 200 beds were equipped with the latest medical apparatus and a steady supply of drugs. Russia even dispatched 15 of its own doctors, their salaries paid from Moscow's. Patients flocked from across the country, drawn by the promise of modern quality of health. Decades passed. The Russia hospital evolved, serving its community, training healthcare professionals, and becoming a vital institution in the region. In 2012, it was renamed the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, honoring the man whose vision brought it into its existence. Today,
Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is 60 years old.
Oh, yes. You should remember even in March that the cabinet has given an okay to elevate TRH to a level 6 national referral hospital. The nursing fraternity in TRH welcomes the elevation of TRH to the national cooperation?
The taking over of Jaramogi by the national government is a great thing that all of us must support. I'm aware that some people are saying Jaramogi is going. I want to tell them Jaramogi is not going. The national government is not going to carry the facility to Nairobi. The facility will still remain here, and some of the people of Kisumu, it is not being taken to Nairobi by a lorry.
Under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, the national referral facilities are managed by the national government. And so it's on that basis that the cabinet sat and approved that then the facility officially be taken over by the Ministry of Health for management.
So this will come with a lot of saving to our people. The money they have had to spend in hotels when they are giving care to patients, the long distances, which are of course requiring a lot of resources, particularly when people who have to be airlifted. Improved health in the region definitely will create wealth.
We've been having issues where we want to help our people, but now the services we were not able to offer those services because of the level of the hospital. But with the elevation, we believe all the services will get them in one shop, that is at the hospital.
JTRH operates a clear vision to be a center of excellence in specialized healthcare services. Its mission is to provide accessible, responsive, quality, specialized medical services, training, research, and innovation.
It's a regional hospital, a regional referral hospital, where patients come as far as Uganda and Sudan, let alone the whole of Western Kenya. So it has now been made a parastatal, really, getting funds from the national government. We needed that because we cannot as a county invest enough in the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching Referral Hospital to continue doing what it's doing and expand it.
We had 5 beds only. Now we have got 10 beds of ICU. This is going to assist our critical patients within the region and beyond. Jaramogi has got 10 theaters operating 24/7. And this has actually been a dramatic improvement from where we were in the past. We have also finalized and indeed opened a neuro ward with actually 80 beds. We have established a prime care center facility, which was formerly the COVID center, that has got 40-bed capacity. It provides both outpatient services and also inpatient services.
One of the things now we are doing is we are able to make a little much more money for the hospital from the proceeds we get from the prime care center. And our budget, I can say, has risen to more than double of what we were getting before, bringing in since we had the prime care center in place. So we are saying we are able to transact more business. We're able to put more into buying the pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals for the hospital. We are able to improve the patient diet.
This 1.2 billion load is taken away from us. That means then we can reinvest in the people of Kisumu in terms of the level 4 facilities, in terms of Kisumu County Referral Hospital, and in terms of the primary healthcare facilities. So for the people of Kisumu, what you should expect is that they will get better care.
The hospital has a dedicated workforce, but there are ongoing efforts to expand its capacity. Currently, there are 319 nurses, 48 medical officers, 42 medical specialists, 37 pharmacy staff, and 505 other staff. The hospital has identified the need to increase this number to enhance service delivery. JTRH is also expanding in its infrastructure to better the services to the community. A new annex at the Victoria is now operational, designed for sickle cell and surgical care. A critical development is JTRH's commitment in bridging the gap in cancer care in the region. It has a cancer center under construction.
There's going to be growth. Cancer, for example, all our cancer patients are being referred to Nairobi, MTRH, and even to Mulago. That is very draining on our patients. The movement to level 6 and management by the national government is going to introduce quite some some funding into the facility, and even the specialties are going to be very much expanded. We would wish to see, for example, renal transplants being done in Kisumu.
I think we deserve a level 6 or a national parastatal status because we have been at this for a very long time. We have great services. We have very many qualified health workers. We have a very strong relationship with research and teaching institutions, KMTC, Maseno University, Uzima University.
Demonstrating its commitment to specialized care, JOTRH conducts neurosurgery camps every 3 months, bringing in specialists from across the globe. Beyond direct patient care, JOTRH is also a hub for medical education. The hospital provides training for courses such as higher diploma in nephrology and critical care nursing, theater technician courses, and certificate in emergency operation, amongst others, contributing to development of skilled healthcare professionals. The hospital's impact is evident in its growing patient numbers. Outpatient visit has risen to 260,000 annually, 22,000 admissions, and approximately 4,900 deliveries each year. This transition to level 6A hospital requires careful planning and resources, integrating county staff, ensuring service continuity, and securing the necessary financial backing. A substantial budget for transition and future operations are paramount.
The last 1 year, we have seen a positive shift as far as revenue is concerned. We have recorded 1.2 billion. That is from 1st of July up to the end of April. Despite of the increase of revenue, we still have financial gaps in terms of payments of our staff that are assisting us in this particular facility. We have been paying them very low amounts because of these financial gaps. Will benefit in terms of structural growth, because since this hospital was established, we have developed very few buildings, and we have not been able to renovate quite a number of buildings because of lack of funds.
So na Russia inafaa iongezwe cheo. Saa zingine nasikianga uchungu kama kuna kitu Russia iwezi fanya ati wanapea mtu transfer from Russia to Nairobi. Haikuangi poa. Kama Russia inaweza pata cheo wingine iongezwe, like sahi mashini hizo zingine kubwa kubwa inaweza katusaidia.
So Joshua Kise, can you finish so that we move on? Are you with us? We have seen the video.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Based on the overview of the hospital that you have seen, I want to say that it is an honor
Please remove this for the time being. Let's listen to Mr. Kise.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue.
So based on the overview of the hospital that you have seen, I want to say that it is an honor to join you today in this landmark African Smart City Summit and Township Alliance Convention. Our presence here is a testament to the fact that a smart city is not just about technology and infrastructure. It is fundamentally about the health and well-being of its people. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, known as JOTRH, as a leading institution in this region, is at the heart of Kisumu city vision. Our mission is to provide accessible, responsive, and quality specialized medical services. And we are proud to be a center of excellence in specialized healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not just a hospital, we are a hub of medical innovation for this region and beyond. We have made significant strides, including gazetting as a national parastatal in June 18, 2025, and seeing a remarkable increase in our financial collections. Our dedicated team of 1,000 employees, including 42 medical specialists, work tirelessly to manage a workload of over 260,000 outpatient visits and 22,000 annual admissions. Our advancements are not just numbers. They are life-changing innovations. We have recently acquired a new 122 slice CT scan and a mammogram machine, significantly boosting our diagnostic capabilities. Furthermore, our innovation in specialized care are remarkable and tangible difference. We have pioneered a red blood cell exchange procedure, a true game changer in a region with high prevalence of sickle cell disease. This commitment to specialized care extends to our international neurocamps, which we hold every 3 months. It is a source of great pride that patients travel from as far as Eritrea, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and many other bordering countries to receive care from our experts. Ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of all these achievements, we still have a lot to do, and we call for partnership and investment in the following areas. Cardiovascular services. We urgently need to establish a comprehensive cardiology department equipped with cath lab machine to perform a vital heart and blood vessel investigations. This would allow us to save countless lives by providing critical care locally and reduce the need for costly and life-threatening referrals. I'm proud to mention that through the national government, we have been given 60 million as a startup capital, and we still call investors who are willing to invest in this particular area to come so that we can collaborate together. And innovated asbestos roofing to ensure a safe and modern environmental for our patients and staff care. We appreciate the national government for allocation of upgrading of the hospital, but we still need partners to come in to help us fund the financial gaps. We also need advanced cancer care. We aspire to build a comprehensive cancer center with a radiotherapy equipment to provide full spectrum care to the many patients who currently must travel long distances for treatment. We started through the county government of Kisumu, a building with a vision to have a comprehensive cancer center. And we call upon the collaborators and the partners and the investors to join hands with the national government and Kisumu County to ensure that this becomes a reality. It is indeed painful to see quite a number of our patients that we are referring to other referral facilities die while awaiting for this particular care. The records from the national referral hospitals such as KNH, MTRH, and KUTRH shows that a number of patients that they are seeing, they are from the Lake Region Economic Bloc, and therefore this is an opportune time to ensure that this vision that was started by Professor Peter Nyang' Nyong'o, the governor of Kisumu County, come to a reality. We also need to bring our doctors together, and we propose a consultant and doctors plaza. We'll see a clear opportunity to develop a dedicated plaza that will not only attract and retain top medical talent, but also create a sustainable revenue stream for the hospital. By partnering with JOTRH, you are not just investing in a hospital, you are investing in the health and future of an entire community. You are helping to build a truly smart city where healthcare is not a privilege, but a right accessible to all. Let me once again take this opportunity to thank you for listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Back to you.
very much, Joshua. We appreciate your collaboration throughout the preparation for this, and your people are here with us. We shall work together. Let's move on to the next video connection, which is Korea now. And I will ask Derek to take over. Are you? Let's go. Did we? Can you? Gina Park? Are you there in Korea?
Yeah, I'm here.
You are there. Please proceed, and you are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very, very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, good evening. I'm absolutely delighted to have you all here for a very special day. We are a new entity. We are a WCC, and WCC is elevating design across all of South Korea. My name is Jinaba. I'm a creative director at We Are. Where you can imagine is a lot of fun to work with. My work is divided into two kinds: developing new dialogues, AI art for smart space, and also doing co-creating with the AI collaboration from various sources. We are Korea's creative community of visionaries pioneering the future of art, design and research
대표님,
through
박진아 대표님.
artificial intelligence.
박진아 대표님.
네.
그 얼굴 지금 나오시나요? 저희 지금 다 얼굴도 같이 봐야 되는데 그 파일을 거기서 직접 해주시는 거 맞죠? 예. 얼굴도 같이 보이셨으면 좋겠습니다. 거기 본인 얼굴 나오시게끔 줌에.
I can share video.
It's amazing how technology brings different parts of the world to
계속
one
하세요.
screen.
계속 좀 크게
I
좀.
can start my video.
오케이. 여기 줌에 본인 얼굴 나오게끔 트시면 되거든요.
아, 그게 꺼져 있어요. 호스트가 사용을 못하게 해놨다고.
잠깐만요.
Disabled.
오케이, 이제 됐습니다. 예. 오케이. 이제 계속 하시죠, 이제. 죄송합니다.
예. We are Korea creative community of visionary pioneering the future of art, design, and research through artificial intelligence. Essentially, what we are doing is that we are converting human emotion to AI artwork and space. And we want to make things that people can have in their lives. We are create a community with passion that can change our world and create a better future. We can deploy as well end-to-end solutions in multiple environments, whether for testing in multiple environments, whether for or also share these solutions freely with our creative community. We'll never stop improving, innovate, pushing boundaries. We are building the future of smart city. And I have a lot of broad experience. I was broad experience in the pioneering converging smart city industry and promoting smart city innovation growth engine with a focus on continuous innovation and on open data initiatives on smart city. I'm one of the pioneers who have initiated and grown the Smart City Data Hub and IoT and OT convergence industry since the late 2010s. Previously, I'm a program director of Korea's Smart City Supercluster at Korea Agency for Infrastructure Technology Advancements is KAIA, PD of the South Korean National Strategic Smart City Program from KAIA under the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport and Ministry of Science and ICT. And smart cities, I think about the always think about smart cities. Smart cities user interaction design, and cities user experience design. We maximize the success of the smart city project to elevate the quality of life, shape a better future, and create a more connected, sustainable, resilient, and inclusive society. Together, we are committed to the intelligent and immersive smart living in smart city iPads, income-free economic zone, and quality by broadening our intelligence and innovation, deepening our expertise, and strengthening AI technology to help drive city-wide vertical integration across the smart city ecosystems. And also, I think about the future. Future worlds reshaped it, and futures were reimagined and transformed. Breakthroughs in accelerated data interoperability have made smart healthcare possible. Healthcare data interoperability made smart healthcare possible, and smart healthcare enables facilitating seamless integration enables of smart healthcare services and application, ensuring human-centered experience service design with connecting cities, facilities, and cars, actors, organizations, and governments to evolve user needs. Now we are a new catalyst where every medical community and research medical device and app, and personal data will embed it in smart healthcare with this smart data hub. So very important is data, data-driven smart city. The present is defined by the turbulence and transformation future is unwavering. For nearly a decade, the WCC's accelerated smart city integrated platform and data hub services and data integration module, data core module, and data analytics module, and data service module has helped the smart city ecosystem leveraging data-driven interoperable smart cities to respond to the evolving challenges. Interoperable smart data models gave smart city experts better tools. And now we are living in an era of AI. We are thinking about design for the AI ages. For decades, smart cities have guided users along the predefined roads. But artificial intelligence reshaped the societies. AI is transforming our relationship with technology with others. AI society will build and operate a non-sector specific siloed society, and artificial intelligence society can have a transformative impact because ultimately we will have more value delivery of sustainable smart city projects. But we scan the existing society systems. So we defined AI and AI artworks. Artwork is a cross-cultural communication tool, infusing the tradition, mind, and emotion. How we think of, we have a lot of questions we have. How does it mean to have a good human interaction where an AI agent is interacting with a human? How to harness AI creatively to what it will take to stay ahead in society? How do you define creativity so you can measure it? So Korea's we are creative community of visionaries pioneering the future of art through the art and design and research through the artificial intelligence. Especially what we are doing is that we are converting human emotion to AI artworks and space. And especially with our artwork and space, when we look at the thousands of different data scenarios, there could be as many ripe scenarios in those thousands of different data scenarios. So also then, we have to think about some of the perspectives or changes that we would have to make to AI artworks and design. So WCC is redefine those questions and to digitalize the real world and be able to actually know all of the AI perspective and advance that have already evolved so that artwork can learn from those and create better citizen government communication, better human-to-human interactions. So we are trying to better build a bridge between physical intelligence and artificial intelligence, which hasn't previously existed. So we run a multiple disciplinary design committee that combines intelligence and digital fabrication to explore new ways to making one-of-a-kind and customized spaces. We work with the AI specialists, AI artists, socialists, biologists, scientists, and data analysts, craft people, and artists. And we work with people who work in the data visualization, AI filmmakers. Design seems to be a thing that naturally bridges between those different disciplines. We are really very grounded in just practical art of making. And we have many different kind of multidimensional concepts about creativity in the art and space. And we see design as what makes us unique as being. And it is the power of art to bridge divided can be very helpful in space design. And it seems that there is an optimal balance between what we define as seamlessly human AI collaboration or more human-centered scenario thinking and more seamlessly human motion and seamlessly service management thinking with the context awareness came in the space while we create. So we think about the artwork and continuously and generally as a problem solving. We teach AI to design. We are creating artworks and spaces to enhance collaboration between humans, sustainability, intelligence, materials, and spaces. We aim to help people that live in a good spaces to access digital world and also to secure their good lives for all people. How different from the current construction industry, from growing building with sustainable materials to deploy advanced computational modeling, AI-driven design optimization, and sophisticated manufacturing techniques. Finally, smart thing is monologues. Smart design is a dialogue with people. We are create a community with passion that can change our world and create a better future. And smart is user interaction. It is user experience design. And so together we'll never stop improving, innovating, pushing boundaries. Together we are building the future of smart healthcare, smart hospital, smart building, and smart city. Thank you very much.
So let me add something about this presentation because he was acting very, very important role in the Korean government. So when I was a master planner in South Korea, so his organization actually did kind of implementation role for the building of the smart city in South Korea. What he was actually saying is very important because we are building the cancer center. Major hospitals in the US, Canada, Europe, South Korea, all the cancer patients, they don't have no hope, right? So we're trying to heal their emotion. That's why the hospital spend a lot of money to display some artwork in the hallway or every patient room. And some of the hospital, they just spending millions of dollars per year. So this work is basically very cheap because it's AI-driven creative artwork amongst the younger generation. And this is a platform that every younger creative, the youngsters, they can, display their work and we can use it. And I think that this is a kind of great model for cancer center in Kisumu. We can, because AI-based model, so we can actually just bring them together based on this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. We are heading towards the final session, which will be focusing on the blue economy the next 1.5 hours, chaired by our own Dr. Ali Matan. So I'm asking whether you will, with limited democracy, choose to go for tea break for 15 minutes or we just continue. I said limited democracy. Just continue. Okay. The governor's democratic right has veto power. Is it supported? It's supported. So, Dr. Matano, if you come over and you take us through this period, which will incorporate it will incorporate online presentation by Dr. Manyala, and Derek, you also have a presentation. But Dr. Matano, in his introduction of himself, will give you a sense of what this lake should be and what this region is. Over to you.
Your Excellency, the Governor Kisumu, Kenya, and the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know it is afternoon and this session is a bit difficult, but we will manage. Because previously where I was told that distinguished delegates don't sleep, but they rest their eyes. When you see somebody sleeping, but he's resting his eye. My name is Dr. Ali Said Matano, and I'm an advisor to His Excellency the Governor on matters of blue economy. And given the theme of this summit, co-creating African smart cities, I think my approach is going to be slightly different from other approaches, because when you co-create, you don't co-create with yourself, but you co-create with others. And therefore, given my background, I'm going to give a bit of a regional perspective in as far as smart cities are concerned. But we know very well that given what my brother Abala has presented, and we have worked very closely with him, Kisumu being a hub, you know, when you are a hub, even the cork of a bicycle, there is the central part is the hub, but then you have sprockets. Now this sprocket, I assume them to be the rest of the cities around the basin. And therefore, I'm going to take, Professor, if you allow me, I'll take about 15 or so minutes so that, you know, we can give a perspective that my co-panelists can also give an overview. Ladies and gentlemen, Lake Victoria is a very important resource, not just globally, not just nationally, regionally, but also globally. And Peter yesterday showed the eye. And I was very impressed because I always tell people that if aliens, they're called aliens, were to come to Africa, they would land here because they would see something that looks a bit friendly. And of course, you know, water is very important, and there is, most probably they would land near Lake Victoria because there is water. Now, we coming down to that region, the lake basically, in terms of its morphology, has the catchment area, and it also has the lake. Now, the catchment area of this lake traverses around 5 countries, that is Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. And it has a population of about 50 million people, of course, with a very high density of about 300 persons per square kilometers. And basically, I think most of the activities that people undertake within the basin is mainly subsistent agriculture. That is important, Prof, to give that dynamics, because the people they are in and the activities they are doing in then reflect the health of the lake. And the lake itself is quite huge. It's about 68,850 kilometers, almost the size of North Island, and it is quite a shallow lake. The depth is between 40 and 80 meters. But just for you to be able to appreciate that, we have another lake in East Africa called Lake Tanganyika. Lake Tanganyika's depth is about 1.2 kilometers. So you can imagine, the depth. So our lake is quite shallow and therefore quite vulnerable to threats. And therefore, the reason why I'm giving this information here about the catchment and the lake itself, there is a saying that says the face of the lake is determined by the catchment area. If the catchment area is happy, to use Peter's word again, happy, then it means also the lake is happy. If the catchment is not happy, it means also the lake is not happy. A number of you came and you said, of course, when you came, the lake didn't look quite happy. Then it means also the catchment is not very happy. And these are the initiatives that we are doing to bring that health. And therefore, the nexus between the lake and the catchment is quite critical in terms of its health. And of course, the reason why we have water in the lake is because of what we call the balance. And the water that you see in the lake is determined by the inflows and the outflow. For those who have done a bit of hydrology, then you can bring in the equation of climate change, and you see what would happen if the inflows were less than the outflows. It means the lake will disappear. The Namulolwe will go and go forever. However, in terms of the basin itself again, there are quite some milestones that have taken place. Because I said I would give this one a regional perspective, the basin, as you saw, traverses across 5 countries. And therefore, when the East African community was developing its first development strategy, that is in 1997 to 2000, they actually designated this region a regional economic growth zone. So growth, growth, growth. And because of the resources that were in, and coming 2003, the 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, did sign what we call the Protocol for Sustainable Development of Lake Victoria. This protocol is very important in the context that we are talking of, co-creating climate
to detect human intruders was introduced into the framework. Now, so capturing the video streams is one thing. Second, training those video streams to be able to recognize a human face is the next. And once you recognize that it is a human face that is approaching the fish cage, then an alert can be issued to the farmer the same way that the farmer would receive an alert that dissolved oxygen conditions are approaching fish kill levels. Next. Additionally, other levels. Next. Additionally, other insights or other facts that have come into play as I collaborate with Professor Manyala is that since we now have data, real-time data on the fish cage conditions, the water quality, we can also have local area data, which we can obtain from the satellites, and we can also obtain them through API from weather bureaus, weather forecasts. So whereas you may listen to the weather on the radio, the data that we are getting is not the one to be broadcast, but one which can be used to simulate or coordinate the feeding of your fish conditions. And ultimately, that reduces the cost. Next. Next. All right. So we initiated a pilot project in July. There are several universities involved. The lead researcher is Professor Manyala from JUST. Gluck is involved, and Maseno, University of Nairobi, University of Rwanda, and University of Burundi, as well as Makerere. So all those academic universities are all close to the lake and will be impacted, or their input would be critical to the operations of fish cages on Lake Victoria. Government organizations such as Kemfri, Nafiri, that's Uganda's equivalent of or counterpart to Kemfri, and Tafiri. All of them would be involved in actually accessing this data and being able to influence policy decisions as well as protocols to mitigate problems. Number three, the fish cage farmers in all the countries that use Lake Victoria for fish cage farming, hence the scope of the pilot. And then number four, of course, the financial institutions must be engaged so that the fish cage farming moves from subsistence or by the way or do the best you can to a rigorous business that is that gets the benefits of financing from governments, not governments, but banks and such. Next, I want to go into the open invitation for new strategic partners. Next, all right. So the case for the demo that for the pilot being led by Professor Manyala as the lead researcher, along with all the other universities, or rather professors from the other universities, would be, number one, we are not just addressing a regional problem or a siloed approach. Rather, we are looking at an integrated approach that takes into account all stakeholders who are affected. Number two, accurate and authoritative information for the fish cage farmers. That is, it's no longer sufficient for fish cage farmers to get inputs only from WhatsApp groups, which may be anecdotal at best, but rather we'll now base it on rigorous scientific inquiry because the findings of these professors will be guiding the protocols and processes. And then number three, development and availability of practical mitigation processes and protocols. That is, what if we have now detected that there's a problem in a portion of the lake? So it is one thing to detect it, it's another to have a way to deal with it. And the way to come up with those processes is before it happens. And that involves the government organizations. And then number 4, development and dissemination of data-driven feeding protocols. When I first came to Kenya in June, the first thing that a fish cage farmer will always tell you is, I need more resources for feeds. That is not actually true. What is needed is knowledge, so that instead of a farmer getting cheap feed and ending up increasing their harvest cycle, it is better to get quality feed, reduce the harvest cycle, and get a higher yield because you're controlling the water conditions in the fish cage. These are the findings of science. This is knowledge that is now moving out of academia into practice. All right, next. Next. Next slide, please. That's not my truck. Okay. All right. So at this point, actually, as I call for collaborators, I'd like to invite the students. Aaron, if you could have the youth actually come here ever so briefly. So in my request or seeking of partners, there is a need, I believe, to view smart cities as, guys, come quickly, as engaging the youth right from the beginning and not as an afterthought. With that said, yeah, come on, guys. With that said, the pilot project undertaken by, or being led by Professor Manyala, all of these professors from these universities, it is just the right time to engage the youth in the process, because many of the things that we are doing that are here are beyond just talking about it. So I wish the delegation from Uganda are still here so I can engage with you afterwards. Okay, so well, that's essentially my presentation. If there are any questions, you may ask any of the students if you want to say anything. Here's your last chance.
My name is Sean Amutavi. I was an intern at under city manager before I joined Asca, and now I'm part of Asca. Thank you.
Okay, evening everyone. I'm Alvi Kwilomondi. I'm the president of Great Lakes University Students Association and also working in Asca as a secretariat. And my comments for this, and I would really thank Professor for initiating us into this program, is because we are now seeing the essence of not only asking, we had rather even not really asking, looking desperate, but we are here to seek for the support and connections into driving these things to success. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miss Naomi Ayitso. I'm from Great Lakes University of Kisumu, and I'm also part of the Asca Secretariat team. And I'm happy that all of you are here and we are doing this together.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Owade. I'm part of Smart Technologies Services Limited, and I'm glad to be here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abubakar Ali Bakori, and I'm also a staff in Smart Next Gen Technology. And I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy for having this opportunity. And I would like to say we are welcoming every good investors and partnership with the Smart Next Gen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Samuel Majera, a staff in Next Generation Integrated Farm. Aquasas is our product, and we've now started. Thank you and welcome.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to allow Professor Manyala's presentation to presume. Madam VC, I hate to do this to you. This is quite an ambush. I'm aware of the Aqua Dev Bus curriculum, and we have the facilities to actually engage students. So it would be great to actually have guidance from you, how we can meaningfully, not this minute, how we can meaningfully engage students in the process. So with that, is Professor Manyala online? Do we have internet access? Or, all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Derek. I'm on board, though the sound is very poor. I didn't hear much, but I want to take this opportunity to thank the Kisumu County for hosting this great summit on the African Smart Cities and Township Alliance. And I want to mention that we have been collaborating with Smart Technologies PLC, and we are addressing issues to deal with the fisheries sector. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. I want to say that there are key issues and challenges that we are interested in, and this is related to environmental issues and livelihoods. And some of the challenges are related to the type of technologies we are using.
Professor Manyala.
And I want to mention, yes?
If you can hear me, you can also share your slides.
Yes, please. Oh, then that's fine. I will share my slides.
Locally, yes.
That will be okay.
Yeah. So there should be an arrow that allows you to share your screen.
Right. Right, let me share. Good, that would be quite in order. Right, I believe you can see the slides. I can put that in okay. Yeah, so it is okay now. I believe you can see the slides.
We can. You can also enable your
Yeah,
video
I want
if
to
you
mention.
like.
Come again?
You can also enable your video if you like.
Okay, yeah, I will enable video so that
you can see
at least you can see me. Yes.
Right.
Right. Just give me a few minutes. Okay. All right. I believe you can now see me. Yes, I want to say that we have been toying around with this idea with smart technologies, PLC, on how to address some of the environmental challenges that are related to livelihoods and technological innovations. I want to make this short presentation. I will take about 10 minutes to highlight some of the issues we want to address. The key challenges are issues to do with urbanization and infrastructure gaps. We are also talking of issues to do with environmental degradation. We are here more interested in water pollution, waste management, and issues of fisheries, because this environmental degradation affects our fishing and fish farming. We have had in the past a lot of mortalities and inefficiency in our cage culture systems in Lake Victoria, and there's limited deployment of digital tools for monitoring. Similarly, there are weak coordination among stakeholders and a bit of regulatory bottlenecks. Now, to this respect, we are thinking of coming up with some smart technologies that will address some of the issues. Now, I want to look at the current practices We have had quite a bit of infrastructure for environmental monitoring, and many of these now are automated. So we can actually monitor things like green gas emissions. We can monitor things like temperature. We can monitor things like humidity, because this affects our environment. But more so, you can see that we are trying to involve the young people from very young age. In primary schools, we have initiated what is called citizen science. We have simpler ways of mainstreaming our youth and the young people into these technological innovations when they are still young. This will make it easy to implement the more complex environmental issues. We have partnered with Aquasas using the Aquasas real-time water quality monitoring platform. And we are also thinking of implementing a biomass estimate to estimate the amount of fish that we are harvesting from our cages. As you know, this is a model that can be really related to smart cities, because the cities are actually highly linked to the environmental and rural environment. We are thinking of developing standard operating procedures that will give us a risk management platform that we can use to do early warning system before the catastrophes. We will pilot a few beds in the lake and eventually expand this probably to the East African region. But we are thinking of incorporating this into satellite imagery techniques and other remote sensing opportunities. Now, what are the opportunities that we have? We have the multispectral sensors which we can use. These are available to anybody. You can download them from the satellites and use them to check on the environmental variables. We can use infrared sensors. We can use hyperspectral sensors, and some of these are already in deployment within our institution. We have opportunities to use multispectral cameras, which should help us to estimate what is in the water, and this has been done using hydroacoustics in our present situation, and many others which I'm just mentioning for the sake of saying that there are so many technologies that can be applied which are digitized. I want to move to what we are thinking of, which I've highlighted in blue. We are thinking of some cloud-based platform using different types of engines to provide water quality data sets for processing. And this will be used to support a decision support tool with a dashboard from Aquasas PLC. Now, the system that we are thinking of deploying has been explained by Prof. Derek, consists of smart buoys with optical sensors, which can collect data on several aspects of the environment. This would include things like turbidity, chlorophyll, and so forth. And why do we need this data? Because this information is used to advise farmers on how and when to feed their fish. Otherwise, this is what is resulting into our fish kills all the time. We also want to think of linking, developing an IoT-linked water quality stations that can be used for general public information. And therefore, we want to merge the classical techniques with modern techniques of digital monitoring systems. In this respect, we again commend the African Smart Cities and Townships Alliance for this summit that brings together leaders, investors, startups, and international partners, as well as academia. We are partnering as a number of stakeholders, because in the past we have had everybody working in isolation and in silos, and this has really impacted negatively on concerted efforts to manage our resources. In this respect, JUST is partnering with GLUC, Great Lakes University of Kenya. We are partnering with Maseno. We are likely to partner with Makerere, University of Dar es Salaam, and many other partners from Rwanda and Burundi. We are thinking of regional coordination through LBDA and LREP, as well as through the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, LVBC, Nile Basin Initiative, and World Water Quality Alliance, which are some of the major players in this discipline. What do we expect? The impact we expect is to reduce fish mortality, improve feed efficiency, and also have real-time data that can be used for decision making. We want to strengthen the city infrastructure in line with the smart technologies so that we have sustainable solutions to our rampant and perpetual problems. This model can be scaled as a blueprint to cover Uganda through our national institutes there, as well as policy engagement through the regional economic blocks. We are very keen on empowering communities to invest in this technology so that it can also create jobs for people who can be entrepreneurs in installing, managing, and maintaining some of these technologies. Otherwise, we don't want to keep on importing these technologies forever when we can actually also develop our own capacity to manage this technology. What is the way forward? We have thought of short-term objective of commissioning this Aquasas during this Asca Summit launch and through a stakeholders event. We have also put in place a medium-term plan to expand the Aquasas technology into Uganda, Tanzania, so that it can be adopted during the 15 plus African cities summit. In the long term, we are thinking of integrating digital ecosystems for fisheries, smart cities, blue and green growth across many of the African regions. And I want to thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to give in my thought in collaboration with some of our partners in this endeavor. Thank you very much, and I welcome any comments or questions that you may have. Thank you. Back to you. I'm done from there.
Thank you, Professor Manyala, for that very comprehensive presentation. As we come to the end, I think this ties with what I had already mentioned, that fisheries and aquaculture is one of the most important component of blue economy. And indeed, you have demonstrated in your work that was also supplemented by Professor Derek on how technology actually can transform fisheries using climate, within the context of smart cities. So I think, Prof, unless maybe you join me and we take up some questions. Okay. Yes, from the plenary, then we can wind up this session, yes.
No questions? Well, if there are no questions, I'll ask you. Oh, okay, there is.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. My name is Godfrey.
Good evening.
I just wanted to ask a question concerning the presentation you've had. I work for a company, but I'm thinking of retiring. And leaving work at some point, and what will I do? So I thought of something that it comes to fish farmers, which is feeding the fish. I was thinking of going into cockroaches farming. Do you have anything on this? Because this is a good source for protein for both poultry farmers and the cages. So do you have anything for this, or is there anything that can be done on this?
Clearly, everybody's laughing, but I missed something critical.
I'm saying I thought of going into cockroach farming.
Right.
Yeah, because this is a good source for protein
Income.
for both fish and poultry.
Right.
And you know, cockroach is a menace in the whole cities around.
All right.
And we always kill them, yet they can feed us and give us money. So is there anything that can be done on this? Thank you.
Okay. If the question is too difficult for me, I pass it on.
Yes, that question I think is general, and anybody I think can respond. You know, we are sharing information, and nobody is there. Professors.
Oh, so that's what it was, cockroaches. Okay. I will make a comment even as we wait for somebody else to set
by
up.
choice, I'm a vegetarian, so I don't look into this.
Is somebody talking? All right. So what I can share with you is actually in Vihiga County, there is a setup where the chicken actually is being raised above the pond, okay? And when you do that, you only feed the chicken and not the fish. So I know that does not specifically address the cockroaches. I also know that black soldier flies is a good source of proteins for fish. And so when you engage in integrated farming, where you're raising fish, you're raising pigs, really one of the byproducts of both pig and fish actually goes into the production of black soldier flies, which becomes a source of proteins, actually both for the chicken and the pigs. If anybody else wishes to add on cockroaches specifically, please, you may speak to it, or if you have any other comment that you wish to share, please. I see a hand raised.
Yeah. Can I share something on cockroaches?
Please. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much. I can share something on cockroaches. One thing I know is that it is possible to engage in cockroaches using models that are already existing in Kenya. And I know Joost, you're aware that Joost has been doing something on crickets so far, and that has been useful. So using the same model that is being used in Joost, and using scientific knowledge of exploring the insects for food and feed that's already going on, I think cockroaches farming is a viable idea. Even though I'm not very sure whether we've been doing it in Kenya, but we're already doing crickets, and which has been explored nutritionally. Thank you very much.
I'm curious to raise a follow-up question. How in the world do you raise cockroaches? You typically want.
I think when he was speaking, he said it is a menace to us, but we can turn that menace into opportunity.
I see.
And
I understand.
And people are already having it, although it is in very mostly unsanitary situation. So what I think we can work on is how do we produce cockroaches in a more sanitized environment so that we are able to use it for feed mainly. But as I've said, Joost is already doing something with crickets,
Right.
and we already have farms exploring crickets, and I think that can be duplicated in cockroaches as well.
Yes. Professor Manyala, did you hear the question?
It's not very clear, but I vaguely got what he's talking about.
Yeah, basically
the use of
a
chicken.
source of proteins from crickets and cockroaches, of all things.
Yes, let me just comment on that. the use of insects has become globally acceptable, and even the EU sanitary and sanitary regulations allow insect-based feeds to be used for production of animals and even plants. So it is now a normal thing. The only thing we are careful is not to use type of insects that can be vectors or carriers of diseases. We are an African Center of Excellence in the use of insects for food and feeds, accredited by World Bank. So our main focus has been on cricket, which we use to produce human food, and also black soldier fly, which is basically used for producing animal feeds. And the advantage of the black soldier fly is that it reduces the wastes. The organic waste from markets is the main attractant used for feeding these flies. The flies do not have mouths, so they cannot transmit any disease. And that is one thing that we cherish as used, and we actually make cricket biscuits, which are in the level of commercialization. Now, when it comes to use of chicken, pigs, or sheep with aquaculture, it is one of the most efficient systems on land because it is integrated and it is sort of a circular bioeconomy where inputs from one system is used, or outputs from one system is used as input for another system. Indeed, those who have time, if you come to JUST, you will see a model that we have developed of an aquaponics in a greenhouse, which you can use to produce both vegetables and fish at the same time. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Professor Manyala. That was tremendous. Okay.
Another question?
Oh, the board member, surely.
There was a hand here. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Samba Nixon. I'm the chairman of the Kisumu City Residents Association. And I wanted to pose a question to Dr. Matano regarding his submission that Lake Victoria is a bit shallow. There was an initiative about 3 or 4, 5 years ago to dredge the lake, especially towards Winam Gulf, where the lake terminates into the city of Kisumu, to give it some advantage in terms of increasing the depth. What is the status of that initiative in giving solutions towards the blue economy opportunities in Winam Gulf?
Thank you very much for that question. Indeed, I think there were some initiative to do the dredging of the lake, and the measurements have been done. And I do recall there is a dredger that came all the way from Uganda under Mango, and the process was launched. But before it progressed, I left the commission. So I can only give an update up to the time that we launched. That was 2021. So probably, if somebody else has maybe some information about it, then, but that's far. But indeed, I think what is important here is, do we need to dredge the lake? Dredging of the lake, reducing sedimentation, is just a short-term, it's one of the short-term solutions. But the long-term solution is how we manage our catchment areas. Because there is a river like Gucha River. It is estimated that in a year, I think it is one of the highest silting rivers within the region, several lorries of sediment. And therefore, in the long term, I think the strategy is actually to address issues on the catchment areas, not removing doing the dredging. That is on the short term. But certainly, if I'm able to get update on that, I know where you are. We can discuss behind the tent. Thank you so much. Any other question? Yes. There's somebody with the mic there. Oh yeah, we.
Sorry. I had a question mostly on what's on the blue economy. The strategies that you have in place to mitigate the pollution that comes from the maritime activities, and also how does the blue economy differ from the traditional marine-based economic activities, where is the distinct
Yes.
to differentiate between the traditional marine-based economic activities and the blue economy? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll answer the second one, and Professor Manyala probably will address the other one. He's still around, although maybe he's with us. Now, the difference between the normal maritime activities and the blue economy, really, I think, as I mentioned, the only difference with the blue economy, the philosophy of blue economy is to ensure the health of the water. Or even let's even simplify it for the audience here. Like asking, we know there is normal fisheries and aquaculture that is done. How would one differentiate that one with the blue economy? Fisheries as a blue sector and fisheries as a normal sector. I say the blue economy, these are activities taking place on water, in water, and around an aquatic ecosystem. May it be lake, may it be ocean, may it even underground water for that matter. But the caveat here is, as you undertake those socio-economic activities, you must ensure the health of the lake. Now, the question that you would raise, if, say, for example, you find a fisherman doing fisheries through cage farming, the first thing that you would use, okay, that's a socio-economic activity that they are undertaking, and it is within the space of blue economy. But really, does it qualify to be blue? It can only qualify to be blue if the effect of that cage farming does not compromise the quality of the water. We are together there. So let nobody say, I'm doing fishing, and he goes saying, I'm blue. You can only be blue if you meet that conditionality. If you don't, then you are just doing the normal thing. But the philosophy of it is, in the end of the day, if we adopted the concept of blue economy on activities, socio-economic activities taking place on the water, under the water, and around the water, which are within the path of blue economy, then we must be doing it in such a way that we sustain the health of the aquatic ecosystem. It's a win-win. It's really a win-win. Professor Manyala, do you want to respond to the other question? I don't know. Has he left?
Well, the sound was not very good. I didn't hear it properly. But I want to just mention that a blue economy is a broader concept, as you have said, than just fishing alone or fish processing. For example, the number of tourists that come to this country, how many of them are attributed to ecotourism related to marine fish parks? So that would contribute towards the blue economy other than just fish. And more of it is now non-destructive methods of economy other than just extractive. Otherwise, I think the concept is well understood. I didn't hear the other questions he asked, but I think you have answered most of this adequately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Maybe I have 3 questions. One, my name is Antipas Nyambok, Chair of Homa Bay Municipality. One, where are we with the Nile Treaty? Because we've always had issues when we want to use the water, either in Kisumu or in Homa Bay, that there are certain restrictions. Have these been reviewed, and as people who actually are along the lake, how much of this water are we allowed to use regardless of the restrictions in the treaty? Number one. Number two, I've had the Kisumu residents member here think the officers left a bit early. But as we plan the city, I wanted just to ask them, because I love tourism. And the water here, along the lake here, that we have here in Kisumu, we can use it to create a tunnel. And that tunnel will run within the city, and that will be a serious tourist attraction. It can be here in Kisumu, along the lake lines, that we know that we can, it is an investment, but it has guaranteed returns. Number three, on technology. I know we've talked about dredging, this water, the lake is shallow, and the inlet sometimes from the source, Mau and the other areas, we have challenges. So maybe the inflows will always have problems, or the lake will continue because of silting, will continue to get shallower and shallower. Eventually, several years, if nothing is done, we may lose the lake. Now, on this, there's a new technology coming up called the vertical lake. And the vertical lake, in this room, you can have several lakes. You use fiberglass to create a lake. But the interesting thing is technology. The technology, it is being piloted somewhere in Homa Bay. The technology is helping you to create the waves in the vertical lake. Technology is also like what you've talked about, helping you to monitor the life of the fish in that vertical lake. You can have a long stretch of a lake from there to the end there, one. Then you create the second one. Then you create the third one and the fourth one. So in this room alone, you can have maybe 24 lakes. And each of them can hold up between 5 to 10,000 at any given time. Now, this technology that we are talking about is something that is really going to help in monitoring the feeding time. It sends you the alarm, what you've been talking about. It helps you to signal if there is any problem with any fish, or if the fish, the weight of the fish, so that it moves the fingerlings. Now you can move them to the top, to the next level, up to the ground level. So that is a very, very important thing for us, as you talk about technology, to really explore, to nurture, and to ensure that it comes to a real time investment. But the most interesting thing about the vertical lake is the fish poop, which is a real and a great fertilizer. That the poop is being collected and it is stored in a drum, and the bones and the poop is put together. 14 days it ferments, and then it settles. It becomes a great fertilizer. 20 liter now is going for 40,000. And it is being used in central Kenya. So it is something that I would really want, as we are talking about it, that we think about technology and also the blue economy, and we see how this can also help in supporting, especially when we have a challenge with water, which is always shrinking. Thank you.
Sir, could you repeat your name again?
I'm Antipas Nyambok. I'm the chair of Homa Bay Municipality.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to be clear, I heard comments and observations actually, and not a question. Did I miss it?
The question is if your technological advancement has captured the vertical lake, and if it is going to help in monitoring the life of the fish, feeding time, and sending the signal, and all that.
Yes, Dr. Matano can speak to that.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think the observation you made is quite critical and very relevant to this summit here, because we are talking about smart cities, and the concept that you have given really is a contribution towards smart city. We would even want to see Homa Bay adopting such technology. And since we are in the beginning, I think we want to scope all the ideas that are actually doable. Now, your question number one, that was about the Nile treaties. Nile treaties, I would want to give it not from as an advisor to the governor, but from my experience with these treaties. I worked for the East African community for 14 years. And one of the things that I would want to tell you, internationally, once a country attains independence and becomes sovereign, all past engagement are regarded to be null and void. So that basically, but in practical sense, the problem is you want to do something to the Nile, and there is what we call geopolitical influence. And if you are to do it on your own, nobody would stop you. You would do it as long as you extract water within the acceptable levels of extracting the water from the lake. Because water is also monitored. Even rivers are monitored. So I would want to tell you that, for example, United Republic of Tanzania, they had a huge project in a place called Kahama, Shinyanga. They formulated it, they went to the donors, they were never given funds. But President Mkapa decided, I'll use my own resources. And now they have an irrigation scheme that is supporting over 1 million people. Nobody went and arrested them. So sometimes, this is also used as an excuse when people cannot do, they say it is the treaties. So that is the state of the treaties. Now the second question was about the tunnel, and ecotourism, yes, the tunnel. That is called interbasin transfer, moving water from one basin to the other one. It is doable, but of course the investment is what probably would be. But of course, for it to be done, there is a lot of studies that has to be done to establish how much are you extracting from this basin to the other basin. Like I remember there is a time people used to say, suppose we constructed a tank in Timboroa, which is very high, and then we release this water by gravity to places like Lodwar. It's a concept that is there, but of course it's subject to feasibility studies and the amount of water that you are extracting from the lake. Lastly, there is a policy, because you talked about, the inflows and the outflows. I didn't want to go to the detail of that, but basically the inflows, the water levels in Lake Victoria is dependent on the inflows into the lake and the outflows into the lake. What remains is what we call the water balance. It's like you give me 100 shillings, I give out 50, the balance is 50. And the inflows in the lake is determined by two critical factors. One of them is precipitation, which contributes to about 70% of the water rains. And the other 30% when something come from the rivers, the small rivers that are there. And then in terms of the outflow, it is through evapotranspiration plus what is released in ginger. So there is normally a small balance that remains there. And that's why I was saying we have to be cautious about climate change. Because with the climate change, it means if the balance tilts that we have more outflow than inflow, then the lake can die. And historically, just maybe to conclude, Prof, historically, through I think, I don't know what they call it, it is stated that the lake, Namulole, has dried it twice, about 14,000 years and about 17,000 years. It is recorded. So it is not unique. Yes, it can die. And it was because of climate proofing. I think we would better stop there because the moderator is looking at me and he's my professor. So please save me from his sharp eyes.
Yes.
And I wish to take this opportunity to thank my co-moderator and you, the participants, for the contributions you have made. We went a bit faster, but all the information, the slides, and everything, I think, will be distributed to you through the system that they have. But to thank you most sincerely, and have a good evening. Prof, you can take over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matano and Derek. You've done us proud. We are almost coming to an end before dinner. The feature of Africa and the lake region is that we are disaster prone. We are disaster prone. Even as we talk about our lovely lake and rivers, we know that every year we have either drought or floods. And people are moved in and out. There are some people who have never known permanency in residence because of that. And the one organization that has stood by the people, whether governments respond or not, is the Red Cross. So as we close, we wanted to ask the Red Cross to say something about themselves and how they struggle to manage disasters, some of which may be created by our own desires to be smart. So Red Cross, karibuni. We were seeing your very beautiful tent out there, but give us a sense of what you're dealing with in this region.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand and ride on the protocol that was already established. My name is Colonel Ndombi, and we are glad that we have been given this opportunity to bring the humanitarian sense in the life in the cities. About Kenya Red Cross, as many of you have known, we deal with disasters, and our work has been stamped in response. But I would like to let you know that in as much as we do disaster responses, we are also heavily investing in resilience just to ensure that our communities are safe, their livelihoods are protected, and their dignified lives are led. We are a humanitarian organization mandated by the Constitution of Kenya, established under Cap 256 of the Constitution of Kenya. And our mandate is basically to provide disaster response, also support life, and also support in capacity building. As I've already mentioned, our work is widespread, and we are dealing with resilience programming in the issues of disaster management, health, water, sanitation and hygiene, climate resilience, food security, and livelihoods, among others, including research and innovation and youth programming. We are able to do what the moderator has mentioned because we are present in all the 47 counties. As we entered into devolution, we also devolved our units, and we are present in 47 counties, and we take pride in our transparent systems and innovation in providing impactful support to our communities while working together with the public authorities and county governments and other development partners. Why are we bringing the issue of disaster operations in the city life? Or why are we not able to, why are we not isolating ourselves from the city life? It is because of the connectedness of the of systems, shared services, and population mobility and cascading risks, that in as much as our work is stamped in the rural community setups, we cannot work away from the city life because of the dynamic and complexity of risks that we undertake and address. Currently, or traditionally, we have been undertaking traditional DRM. The DRM that we have every reason to move and focus on digital DRM, of course supported by the advancing community, including the AI and all the digital technologies, just for us to be able to make our operations faster, safe, more transparent, co-effective, and scalable. By that, we will be delivering our services timely, accountable to all our communities and our partners that we work with. In that doing, we have been implementing a number of programs, including food security in resilience building, nutrition in health building, youth programming, and others, just to support the communities and have their suffering alleviated. What we are seeing here is just a landscape or geographical representation of where we are. On my right is a representation of livelihood programs that we implement to support livelihoods, protect and scale livelihoods for the communities. And then on my left is a snapshot of our nutrition programming that we have across all the 33 counties in Kenya. Why we are moving from just the traditional disaster risk management, and we want to focus more and leverage on the technology that is available and the advancement. What we are seeing here, these are images from drone technology, where we want to have real-time data. We want to have faster monitoring and evaluation systems being able to guide us on decision making. A photo that you're able to see there is our strides in moving towards digital DRM programming. We have 2 drones there, and the capacities that we need to be able to transform our disaster risk reduction into digital risk reduction. However, this needs to be scaled for us to be able to meet the ever-increasing needs and complex needs that we are really facing. On my left, or rather on my right below here, this photo here, is a photo that we have been able to make using that technology, and this is in Ogenya. Ogenya is one of risk areas that we always, in West Kenya, we always respond with flood or other interventions to save lives in those areas. However, there is much that is needed, and just to move from that, we are also investing in what we call forecast-based programming, or forecast-based disaster risk management, or otherwise what is called anticipatory actions. This is taking actions before a disaster happens, and it needs a lot of capacity building, a lot of other mitigation measures just to bridge the gap between preparedness and response. In so doing, we will be helping our communities protect livelihoods, protect lives, and whatever shall have been saved, then it can be used to scale up programs that would ensure resilience is attained. To be able to undertake all that, anticipatory or forecast-based disaster risk reduction and digital DRM, there is a lot that needs to be in place, including legal and regulatory requirements, licensing, permits, approvals, and coordination for us to be able to undertake those real-time digital surveillance, risk mapping, and all that. We've made some strides. We work with KCA that has provided us with permits and approvals for us to be able to run drone technology. However, on technical requirements, I've mentioned that we already have 2 drones and 30 pilots within us. However, much is needed based on the increasing needs and complexity of hazards and risks. Operationally, yes, we need to have SOPs, EOCs, kits, and data management teams. On the EOCs, as an organization, we have 12 EOCs that support us in coordination and collecting of communication or data that supports us in decision making. However, much is required. For instance, in West Kenya, we do not have any EOC, and we leverage more on the EOCs with the county government of Kisumu. However, if we had more, then a lot can be done. The other requirement is, of course, in terms of resource development. In as much as we have trained pilots, we still have a gap in data analysts, response teams that would require on and off trainings for fresher, refresher, and all that. And of course, mainly for us to be able to do that, then we need a lot of partnerships, coordination, and insurance. And this is a call to our partners that are here. We are ready to partner in making our region better and resilient. This is just, the next slide is about the strides we've been able to make, which I have already mentioned based on the requirements that are required. Slides, please. Yeah, this slide, I've already talked about it, the strides that we've made as Kenya Red Cross to ensure that we move to digital DRM. Part of our technology that we use, we have a dashboard that gives us real-time information to make decisions, and from here I know we cannot see clearly, but clearly we can see the impact figures. That is the dashboard showing us the impact. For instance, this was floods for this year, and we were able to use this information to reach to the families that had been affected, including families in this region. Finally, the areas of collaborations. I have heard from different presenters, and we are glad that most of what they have presented resonate clearly with our journey towards digital DRM and focused programming. Anticipation actions, I've already talked about it. Digital DRM, all the requirements that I've mentioned with the gaps that we have. EOC, research and innovation. We are we just signed an MOU with GLUC, that is Great Lakes University of Kisumu, and Maseno, and as an organization, we have a knowledge hub that is called ICHA. ICHA is International Center for Humanitarian Affairs, that together we are looking at how we can come up with climate adaptive technologies, especially for this region. One of the complex things to handle is settlement for the families that are affected with floods. We want to leverage on the young knowledge within those universities, not only about internship and all that, but also how can we come up with climate adaptive technologies to support our communities. The other thing is in terms of urban wash and waste management. At the moment, we have a small project that we are implementing, and one of the things that we are looking at supporting is water connectivity to the last mile, water management and governance, and then we have waste management. This will require support from partners for us to scale up the interventions so that we can support our communities and have a resilient city. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Looks like there are no questions. Do you have any questions or comments for the Red Cross? Yes.
Thank you. My name's Lord Vicotieno, Chairman Maseno Holo Municipality. Yeah, you talked good about what you're doing, and actually it's quite enlightening and quite good. You did not come out very clearly about the area of being proactive, proactivity issue. Because you know the areas you talk about the risk management, we have so many disasters that happen. There's flooding, there's an issue of maybe there's a air crash or something like that, there's fire. I'm talking about this because you find that there's a fire maybe as an outbreak, maybe in Aero. Then you find that by the time you arrive there, the damage is too much. Just come out how proactive you are on how to handle some of these disasters, how you respond to them. What measures, for example, the area of, you talk about capacity building. What kind of capacity building are you talking about? So you need to come out clearly on that. I didn't really get it. I don't know whether you're getting my point. Could you please enlighten more about this proactiveness issue so that it can come out? Because this is a very important area which can save lives. We've seen a situation, for example, I give an example like Jomo Kenyatta Airport, one time when the fire broke out, you find all the fire brigade guys have gone to sleep, where they're supposed to, 12 of them are supposed to be extinguishing that, and then later we become more reactive than proactive. Would you put some light on that so that I can get more of what you're doing? Because you did not come out clearly on that. Thank you.
Any other?
I think at this late in the day, we can suppress the other questions. You can get Mr. Ndolo when he leaves here and discuss with him what is in your mind. So, Mr. Ndolo, you can respond to that one.
Yeah, thank you very much. And your question is very relevant. And in terms of proactiveness, I have mentioned something around anticipatory action or forecast-based action. And this is a proactive approach to disaster risk reduction or disaster operations. And it's not only talking about floods or drought or these other cyclic events, but it is an approach where we want to invest into a lot of technology in being able to even monitor and have surveillance on ground so that it tells us what exactly needs to happen before a disaster strikes. We are investing that, and we are having, or rather we are working with the KCA, we are also working with the Ports Authority and very relevant authorities, and we are even trying to support them in terms of capacity building or other training in terms of response on what they can do. So it's an area that we are still working on. The only challenge is in terms of our mandate. There is somewhere we can reach, and we are also limited in some way. But where we are not able to do, we are working together with them for them to support us further that mandate. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ndolo. Can you give him a big hand? A bigger hand. Red Cross has been great in responding to a lot of things in disasters in this country. They are usually at the site before the government. We have heard, we have talked, we have shared, we have learned, we have had experience with each other. And we are reaching the end of the day for these sessions of learning. And I believe with a shower of hands, as an assessment, how many of you have learned something? It's a lot. Professor says it's a lot. Thank you very much. If you have learned a lot, How many are going to attempt to implement what they have learned? It's everybody is going to implement what they have learned. How many people are going to copy from the others what they have learned? And that was the purpose of being here, to copy what other people have done successfully as best case scenarios. So as we reach this hour, the worst thing one can do is to give a speech. Mine will be on behalf of the governor of Kisumu and on behalf of the city manager and on behalf of Peter Chun and the local team led by Professor Kamarogo and his team. I would like to express appreciation for your participation, very intense participation and presence. Great thanks go to the teams which came from Korea and the ones which we talked with in virtual. And the teams who came from India, they are still here in the room. We thank you very much. And we ask you to hold our hands so that we reach where you have reached. There is a popular saying which says that during independence, Kenya had a higher GDP than Korea. Do you know that? Kenya was more advanced economically than Korea. But now, Korea has gone more than 2,000 times ahead of Kenya. So there is something to learn from that. And India is the same. If you come from India, Kisumu has a big Indian settlement. It's even called Mumbai sometimes. And India has continued to grow, right? And we are open to that learning. And with the resolutions of this conference, I think all of us who are members of Asca should be able to share knowledge, trade knowledge, and move forward together. So I would like to welcome you for the last cup of tea, and also to ask you to prepare for dinner, which will be in this room. This room, you'll come back for dinner in this room. And as you prepare for dinner, try to talk to your neighbors to get to know them even a little better, because this is when you make contacts with one another. So we ask and we praise that the Lord gives you all the blessings, and we will meet at dinner time. Now, it's important, if you see the following, please inform them that they must be there for dinner. The delegation from Nairobi, is Nairobi here? I saw Nairobi earlier. Delegation from Konza is still here. The delegation from Kisumu is here. Kampala is here. Ginger is still here. Ginger. Vihiga. Is Vihiga still here? Tell them if they're out there to be at dinner time to be here, because we are going to sign something. And delegation from Dewa. And delegation from Homa Bay. He's just talked eloquently. Anybody from Kigali, Bujumbura, Goma, Entebbe, Mwanza, Musoma, Bukoba, Mombasa, and Dar es Salaam, you are requested kindly to be here at dinner. So may the God of the Almighty bless you all and enjoy. Bye-bye. The dinner starts at 7. Okay? 7 o'clock. So you can go and freshen up. You are the spirit of this movement.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah? And your team is the one which has made it work. The young Turks. So you must come. Oh, yes. Wow. Of course. You can't miss. In the soul of Kisumu.
Since 19th century, mankind crossed 3 revolutionary cycles. In the 18 and 1900s, Industrial Revolution rose up a materialist generation, specifically motivated by capitalist goals. In 2000s, the Digital Revolution brought up new solutions and needs. Today, humankind enters an acceleration era. Demographic acceleration and ecological devastation. Human world has entered exponential development that might implode. Lost in mutations, humankind and its worldwide populations are demanding new visions. It needs guidance of a new kind. Humankind needs a complete paradigm change. Time has come. But who will dare? Who will show enough soul and nerves for who but Africa? Why? Because it is in the very soul of this legendary continent that a new consciousness. Dawn of times, Africa has been the cradle of humankind. It can naturally provide its rebirth. Will Africa possess the motivation and will to fulfill its mission? Yes, because Africa has a special skill, its ancestral wisdom. It is time, now, that Africa shows its alchemistic power of melting its ancestral wisdom with Western technology. Africa's alchemy can put an end to the devastation of the planet's resources. How? By benefiting its own resources, extract and deal it by itself. It is the best gift Africa will offer to its coming generations, bringing them the enrichment it deserves. The World 2050, the Africa's new vision. How will Africa make this possible? By using a tool of a new kind and dimensions, the smart cities. Only an urban revolution and innovative growth-based complex can transform the old paradigm. Smart cities are the epicenter, the energetic vortex of development energies. They have the power to bring renaissance to depressed populations. With smart cities flourishing on its soil, Africa can prove that life and economic development can, for the first time ever, respect the environment involved in its exponential development. What is our Smart City project? It is a new urban concept entitled The World. A smart city is the vortex, the synergy epicenter created between urbanity and economy. A concept brought to the state-of-the-art of modern research and latest discoveries. A vortex tower is at the center of the smart city. It is based on a 6-petal symbolic platform, each of them dedicated to one of the 6 continents around our world. Each petal shelters each culture, continent after continent, to express and blossom its art, architecture, traditions, lifestyle, products, and added values. The principles of the world are simple. Bring more wellness to their citizens. Ease the mobility in the city. All the best products and businesses are locally available. Visitors can experiment richness from all other continents. Medical city for everyone. New education system for all. Security and peace at its state-of-the-art, as physical as for data and computer technologies. Entertainment parks for audience from all over the world. Smart cities are directly linked to major transportations means. Its system is based on circular economy, with no pollution, no wastes, and recycled energy. The world is the city to visit, the place to live in, the place to work in, the place to invest in. By building up a smart city on its own soil, Africa will become the flagship of a new vision of the world and life on our planet. It gives a chance to its inhabitants and their environment to grow and create richness in wealthy and sustainable conditions of life. Can Africa do it? Yes, it can. By starting the first smart city on its continent, Africa will rise its economics and network to an international influence. Becoming an innovative pole of attraction for international business and luxury goods exchanges, it will influence the new standards of sustainable economics. Thanks to Africa's smart cities, a new worldwide consciousness will emerge. World leaders will be aware of a new global player. It is time to act now. Africa's smart cities will become the state capitals of the new world. They will enter an age of knowledge, embedded in a continent that will lead the rest of the world not by its power, but through its example. Africa is the solution. Do you want to stand at the birth of a new, prosperous world? Are you ready to lead the world to its new path? Africa is rising. Be part of it. Since 19th century, mankind crossed 3 revolutionary cycles. In the 18 and 1900s, Industrial Revolution rose up a materialist generation, specifically motivated by capitalist goals. In 2000s, the Digital Revolution brought up new solutions and needs. Today, humankind enters an acceleration era. Demographic acceleration and ecological devastation. Human world has entered exponential development that might implode. Lost in mutations, humankind and its worldwide populations are demanding new visions. It needs guidance of a new kind. Humankind needs a complete paradigm change. Time has come. But who will dare? Who will show enough soul and nerves for making the changes that will lead the world to its new path? Who but Africa? Why? Because it is in the very soul of this legendary continent that a new consciousness is rising. At the dawn of times, Africa has been the cradle of humankind. It can naturally provide its rebirth. Will Africa possess the motivation and will to fulfill its mission? Yes, because Africa has a special skill, its ancestral wisdom. It is time, now, that Africa shows its alchemistic power of melting its ancestral wisdom with Western technology. Africa's alchemy can put an end to the devastation of the planet's resources. How? By benefiting its own resources, extract and deal it by itself. It is the best gift Africa will offer to its coming generations, bringing them the enrichment it deserves. The World, 2050, the Africa's new vision. How will Africa make this possible? By using a tool of a new kind and dimensions, the smart cities. Only an urban revolution, an innovative growth base complex, can transform the old paradigm. Smart cities are the epicenter, the energetic vortex of development energies. They have the power to bring renaissance to depressed populations.